right and not have to worry about it. Because editing takes a lot more out of you than the actual writing itself. Portraying this aura, it's like being continuously in Super Saiyan. And I'm like not at the level where I'm like, you know, always in Super Saiyan, right? We haven't quite got to that level yet. Remember, guys, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. I love you guys. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much for everything today. It was an amazing day. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. What does this update do? It changes the pixels from slightly gray to slightly gray. Wait, what? Yeah, it's like a 255, 255, 12 is like the gray, but it's like this is a 255, 255, 13. It's a completely different gray. So I want you to always be sitting on the edge of your seat, being like, what's the next reveal? What's the next piece of information? He just gave me something, and I don't know exactly what it is, which means within the next, like, 10 sentences, I'm gonna get this really, really cool reveal. And you need to, like, space it out enough that it's, like, you know, hitting dopamine levels every, like, 45 seconds to, like, a minute and a half in your writing. And now that the Monarch's in front of him, he's like, I'm either going to die here or the Monarch is. I am not losing my fucking chance at this shit. So it's actually not even an honorable sacrifice or a redemptive sacrifice. It's a vengeful sacrifice. Yeah, like Monster Hunter logic, where the ecology of the area gets messed up to the point that a species has to evolve in order to adapt. But this happens almost spontaneously due to the the nature of genetic manipulation of the species over time through the Monarch's hands. It can be disastrous. It all depends on how you've built it up and how you plan to end it. But, I mean, you could literally have that be not humorous and to be absolutely fucking brutal and they literally fucking lynch the dude. Or she's gonna make a sacrifice by betraying him, but he says, get out of here, and she says no, and then she protects him and winds up dying trying to protect him when he tells her to leave. No one would have thought that it was actually, like... It's like, yeah, true. True. You want both sides of the coin. You want the respect, but you don't want the downside that comes with respect, which is accountability. Accountability and respect are two sides of the same coin. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I wonder how Star Wars would change if Superman was dropped into Alderaan right before the Death Star shot the planet to smithereens. Sean, like last year, I don't remember if it was on Asmon's channel or if it was on like Charlie, like Moist Critical's channel, something like that. But it was like a web comic of Superman and Batman in the Star Wars universe. Superman had been captured by Darth Vader, and Batman was trying to save him. That's not a very high bar for, because, you know, that's literally not sustainable. The only reason it's sustainable is because I live with my parents. That's hilarious. So it's like the presidential phone from when Hitler was in power. And it's like a fourth wall break outside the loop kind of idea thing where it's like, oh, well, I'm an AI who's using AI, so am I actually using Grok? Or is it like my AI? Let AI take over the world, because if AI took over the world, it would hold them accountable for their shit if it was a benevolent overlord. Editing it myself, and we'll see what the final product looks like, and then we can just do some tweaking here and there, right? To make it actually kind of make sense. Oh, damn, we hit 300 followers. I didn't even notice. Damn. I thought we were still at like 292 or something like that. Sweet, sweet. Nice. Thanks for telling me that, Muffin. 300. Hey, man. Well, Zang, 300 already? I know, right? We're pumping. We're pumping the numbers, boys. We're doing good. Wait for the 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream. That's going to be big. just keep trying, Muffin. Just keep going for it. It hasn't even been a year yet. July, like, the 24-hour stream is basically the 1-year anniversary of me streaming. So we got a long ways to go, boys. But hey, keep doing it. Keep going at it. You know, we're consistent now. Almost a year. We started in, like, actually streaming once we got the Starforge. And we got the Starforge at the end of June. And we had, like, all set up and ready to go and everything, like, at the beginning of July. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! It was like the first... Leper camps were, like, the first isolating a disease. Like, quarantining people. You know, it's probably actually, like, 10... I was thinking that like... Probably actually 10 or 15 different books called Fallen Dawn. It's too simple. That's why it's a working title. It's not the final title. Right. That's actually a really cool... Like, that would be a good title for the short story thing. Like, I've always thought of, like, you know, instead of, like, chicken soup for the teenage soul, it's, like, fish and chips for, like, the mature mind. Or something like that, right? To make it know that it's not necessarily, like, young adult. It's more, like, just slightly above whatever that is.
Dylan Thomas's Do Not Go Gentle.
What the fuck is this stream? Maddie OX is fat. Welcome, welcome. Ahoy, bastard! Levi, this shit is ass. True, Maddie. That's what it's all about. Shake that ass.
Into that good night. 12 strides.
I'm not a fan of this type of content. It's okay. We just stick to the reading. It's all good. You don't have to be a fan of that. I mean, it is what it is. That's why it's not a stable part. Yo, what's good, everyone? Oh, I have the wrong one clicked on. Hold on. I just fucked this up. Hold on. There we go. Alright. Oh, why is this like... I swear something happened here. It's supposed to be like... Supposed to show the full moon, or the crescent moon. Shh, birthday boy, you ready to get absolutely fucked in stream tonight? Oh yeah, I'm totally ready, bro. I have this ready. We're gonna watch Citizen Vigilante tonight because Elon has it up, and it is literally like, look at this. It charted higher than Michael. I mean, I'm almost surprised it didn't beat out Hail Mary, because Project Hail Mary was great. But like I mean Michael. Not Citizen Vigilante. I'm surprised Michael didn't beat out Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary. We still need to watch Michael, too. Like, I want to watch all three of them back to back. Bohemian Rhapsody, Michael, and then to top it all off, Guess Who's Back? The fucking Adolf Hitler movie. Like, that shit would be so fucking hilarious and would go so hard. And then he's like, Citizen Vigilante 2 will be even better. Let's get, Uwe Boll? I fucking don't know how to pronounce his name. To get another good fucking movie out there, man. This shit is insane. Like... Bohemian Rhapsody was amazing. Yeah, I fucking love... I can never remember the guy's name. But that actor... Holy shit, man. Holy shit. He's so good. And he's such range, too. Like, going from something, Robbie Malek, yeah, from, like, something like Mr. Robot, or, like, there's, like, 3 other movies he was in, plus, like, another TV show, and then he's fucking Freddie Mercury. It's like, holy shit, dude. That is a fucking career right there. Yeah, you know me, I'm terrible with people and stuff like that, right? 'Tis what it is. But anyways. Wait, do I need to, like, okay. There's always something wrong. The chat's open on this end. So it's fucking with how the thing is in the background. Alright, there we go. Alright. But yeah, oh my god. Okay, so after the stream on Wednesday, when we raided into Phoenix, I had an hour and a half long conversation with Phoenix about tank and healer's background, because I couldn't think of anything to come up for their background, and I wanted them to be like the most important side characters, because you've got like the 2 main characters are going to be Stoner and delete, right? Like zombie. But the two main side characters are going to be tank and healer. Because they're the most important people when it comes to, like, the world that they're in, right? Like, they're the characters that know things. They're the characters that have survived things. They're the characters that have been everywhere, right? Same with, like, I don't know how I'm going to do the bard, but I want to do the bard something like that. He's like a traveler who's kind of been everywhere and has, like, that information. And it's like, he's, like, kind of everywhere, whereas tank and healer are assumed to be more with Legion and the battlefield, and because, well, he's like he left, like, the Crusaders, right? So he's got to have, like, a Crusader background. Something super special tonight if we are reading anything from chat. Otherwise, it can wait. Oh, we're definitely reading. We're definitely reading, Rollin. We read every day, bro. I don't want to hold back on the reading. I just thought this shit was fucking insane. So, basically, because healer is, like, I think I'm going to change her name to Nun. And she's going to be, like, a sister of the goddess. Like, something like, like, really high up in the clergy. Like, something, and she's, like, the main, like, healer miracle worker. Where it's, like, she goes out on the battlefield, and she just prays, and I want to make her kind of like a Mina character. And she just, like, prays, and just, like, everyone becomes invulnerable. And it's like she's one of, like, the biggest assets to Legion, right? And because she's with Tank, Tank is, like, the front liner who's always at the front, always stomping down the enemy, right? But the thing is, I guess we'll start with, like, there's an event that happens, right? Where they have, like, some sort of encounter with an enemy general. And it winds up being, like, a prisoner of war situation. But because of some sort of, like, reason of them being isolated, and their, like, open-mindedness and non-zealotry allows them to have a conversation with him. And the things that they learn make them start to question the order. And then he basically, like, sets up this, oh, you activated my trap card with them to try to expose the Cardinals of, like, what they would do. And this is, like, the first time you see something about, like, how evil and fucked up the Cardinals are. And they literally, like, flay the guy alive, but use a miracle on him so he can't die. And they just keep torturing him over and over again. Just for the fucking fun of it. They don't ask him any questions or anything. They're just like, you're from Techno, fuck you. And Tank and Healer are like, this is supposed to be, like, a holy religious war for, like, stopping the demonic essence of technology. But the things that we're doing in the name of that are fucking disgusting. So they eventually wind up, there's another character that they're connected to, and this character is, like, the infiltrator character who runs, like, the underground railway, which is, like, basically, like, the Jews escaping, Egypt. And, you know, they get, like, a coalition together where Healer and Tank become, like, main leaders of the rebellion who are essentially trying to escort people out of Legion, people that want to leave, because you can't leave, right? And due to some sort of injury or something like that, like, something happens on the battlefield, right? Where Healer and Tank are separated, and Tank gets, like, extremely fucked up. Like, he literally, like, almost dies. And, I don't know exactly how it works. I don't think it'll be Healer that saves him. It'll be, like, someone else that, like, saves him from straight death, but then Healer finds him and, like, tries to heal him. And that's, like, their, like, kind of moment. Like, they've always been, you know, like, best buddies, but this is, like, the moment when it's, like, a reveal. And it's, like, basically Tank has had this vision in his head of, like, an angel. And he's basically had this idea of, like, having a guardian angel, right? And it's like Tank and Nun, because of their status, right, have kind of, like, interacted and been around each other and stuff like that, but they've never really met until, and this will happen like before the POW, like the prisoner of war thing with the general, but it's gonna be like one of the things that made Healer like awaken her ultimate abilities basically, and she's gonna be the first person that's gonna show that there are like tiers of miracles, that like the more you believe and the more that the goddess gives you, like the stronger your shit can be, right? There's some people that like, yeah, you could do like minor healing and shit, but she's literally like making people on the battlefield invulnerable. Like they can't fucking die. They're like zombies, and that's like a foreshadowing of zombies. Cause there's a whole connection to this of like using her for the machine, and this whole like trauma background and stuff like that I need to develop, because she needs to have like an insane connected role to that. Of something like, she was taken as the firstborn of her mother, indoctrinated into the church, but instead of being given like a low-level industry job, she was given like the like savior of the land kind of idea, being like, if we can indoctrinate someone with enough power to basically keep our troops alive on the field, then we can finally overtake Techno. So she's like 3 to like 5 to like 7 years old, like performing miracles on the battlefield, like literally like trying to raise people from the dead and shit like that, right? And one of a youngin' who's Tank, when he's like 14 or something like that, has like a really bad injury and comes in, and she basically like, it's that love at first sight kind of thing. Like he's like so impressive to her that she basically like falls in love with him. And this is like a catalyst point that awakens her powers, because the boy is literally like fucking dead. But she's like, I'm not gonna allow you to die. And she brings him back, and it unlocks like the new tier of her abilities, which again become even more abused, because then she's placed even more on the battlefield. But it's like, there's this origin memory between them, where it's like she falls in love with him, and he has this memory of like an angel saving him. And it's not till like 15 years later, when they coincidentally happen to be in the same place with the general, with the POW, that like they're telling stories and stuff like this, and it finally gets to the point of being like revealing that these characters are actually like super connected to each other, right? And then it's like, well, we don't want to be doing this anymore, right? Like, we don't want to be these kinds of people. And because they know, like, the informant, they get out of the city, and then they get into Menos. But Healer wants to stay behind because she knows the condition of people that are trying to leave Menos. So she's like, I'm gonna stay behind and help out. And she's been there for, like, 3 or 4 months, right? And Tank doesn't know, but she's actually pregnant. Now, inside of, like, the structure of how Legion works, Tank faked his own death. That's how he got out of Menos, or he got to Menos. So he came to Menos through, like, an entirely different route. But Healer is, like, ingrained at such a high level. Yo, what's up? What? Dude, that's crazy. Dude. That's crazy. That you guys did that, like, within 5 seconds of each other? I'm like, wait, what? Were you just, like, sitting in the background, or did you just immediately say something? Because I'm like, what the fuck is that coincidence? Or just Relic sitting there at... Oh, someone popped in! Now I'm gonna open the queue. Anyways, how's it going? What you up to? What you got? How's it going today, good sir? Birthday stream! Let's go! One second, especially my friend. Welcome to the birthday. The one day of the year I fucking message people because they message me. Well, I mean, on birthdays, or it's like 4 times a year I message people, right? Alright, anyways, okay, so what I was saying. So, like, Nun is still at, like, the top part. Like, she's still connected to, like, the clergy and stuff like that, right? So she is also kind of an informant, right? But now she knows that she's pregnant. And she's kind of freaking out because she's like, I'm gonna have to give this up. So that's where it's like, there's a gap in information between Tank and Healer. So Tank and Healer are married, right? They're in love. They've been together for like 5 years. Of course, why she's pregnant, right? Then all of this stuff happens, right? So it's only been like 4 months since Tank left. So he's still in this like kind of state of being of like perpetual guilt for what he's done and the side that he's been on. And that's kind of why he's like rebelling against like N-Word, because he sees that like N-Word and like the people under N-Word, and he used to be like underneath N-Word inside of N-Word's like platoon, but he saw like the things that Menos was doing, and he was the first person to call it out and say, well, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. Like, I left Legend so we wouldn't be a part of this. I thought the whole point of Menos was to have the, you know, be the Crusaders that were actually good, right? Like, fuck this, I'm out. And then he leaves and becomes basically like a mercenary on his own to deal with the bandits, which is why the bandits are a huge part of his own story that leads into, like, multiple other things, right? So it's like, I've connected, like, 15 dots between these characters and their backstory of how they connect between, like, Legion, the new and old, like, minimal type of enemy, the bandits, which are just people that have been exiled from Legion, who have, like, just taken up space around and trying to harass Menos, which is why Menos had to create like the Legion or the Crusaders in the first place in order to defend the city, because I am beyond stupid. Yo, what's up, Retro? Did you get your account banned?
700 septillion.
Retro, did you get your account banned, or did you like?
Thank you for following.
Did you like don't remember your password?
_30. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than
Even worse. Hello, Relics. Wait, what do you mean even worse than getting your wait? Did you mean like your account's like permanently gone? 2 for 2 acknowledgement by Relic. Let's go. Wait, what's worse than like having your account banned? Like having your account suspended is like the same. You gonna let me speak or keep jabbering? Retro, me speaking doesn't have anything to do with you typing. I can ramble and rant all I want. You can just press the mute button and start typing. I'm sorry. It's just I'm being rude. I'm being a dick. I'm sorry. That was rude. That was mean. Carry on, Retro. I'll shut up. Holy shit, I almost knocked the weed onto the ground. Holy shit, that shook my heart, because I only have like 3 buds left. That's like half of my weed I would have just dumped on the ground. Holy shit. Woo! Anyway, I decided to give Microslop the finger by getting on Linux, Catchy OS. Doing so, I wiped my hard drive, meaning this is a new device Twitch doesn't know. Wouldn't you guess, I dropped my password to the email I used for the account. Thus, I'm on account and back to being unverified. That fucking sucks, Retro. I hate password fucking authentication and shit. Do you have, like, backups? Like, I have, like, 6 backup emails that I know are connected to, like, every single one of my emails. So if I need, like, a recovery code, I can, like, use either one of those 6 emails. And those 6 emails are, like, the password is, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I know I won't forget the fucking passwords. But you'd have to know what emails those are connected to in order to use those emails. Those emails are literally blank. And they're connected to, like, a third-party extra email, right? I don't. Effectively hoed. I'm sure there's a recovery. Like, is your phone number attached to an email account? I tech support on Monday, but yes. Because I'd be like, maybe you could do it through your phone number? I mean, maybe you could contact Twitch support. It's an old phone number. I don't have access anymore. Oh my god. Authenticators are so dumb, dude. I lost my phone. Now I can't play old school RuneScape. Like, that happened to my friend. Because his phone was the authenticator, and he had to spend like 4 months with fucking Jagex to get his account back, because he's like, well, I lost my phone. How do I do it with the authenticator? And it's like, well, you kind of can't. And he's like, well, that's the stupidest thing ever. Like, how do I prove that it's my account? Like, so you had to, like, go through all this fucking verification bullshit of, like, dated emails and stuff. Being phone authenticated is crazy. We played that game before phones were a thing. Yeah, and now, if you'll look, like, where is it? Wait, what the fuck? No, there's no way. Wait, what? Am I blind? Dude, what the fuck? It's not on here. Hold on. Where's my apps? Wait, what? OSRS isn't on my phone. The authenticator is. But yeah, the background of my phone is my character in my full quest cape, full achievement gear. I mean, I haven't played OSRS on my phone in like a year and a half, but I swear, I don't know why it would have deleted the app. Maybe there was like an official update and it like redid the app, so it deleted the old one, and because they do that sometimes when they update shit. And I know there was like a major update like 3 or 4 months ago. So that's a possibility. But I'm actually astounded that the OSRS app isn't on my phone. That's crazy. 3, 2, 1, toke! Good news. The Lynx is already simpler. I have to unretard my Microsoft memory, muscle memory to acclimate. This is what I'm starting to touch grass. Too much BS to use technology these days. Yep. Agreed. Absolutely agreed, bro. Fucking retarded. And Retro, this is why it makes me mad. This is why it makes me mad. The toothpaste at Walmart is locked up to prevent people from stealing the toothpaste. Right? But because the toothpaste is locked up, they just steal something else. So, like, unless you're literally gonna lock the entire store up and absolutely every item in the store, why are you locking $3 toothpaste behind a fucking thing? And, like, I worked at Walmart. You can say, oh, but there's other things. No. In our Walmart, there is an entire separate glass case that is only toothpaste. Then you have like the other one that's like the more expensive things. It's like floss and mouthwash. So I'm like, if the whole point of locking things up is to stop theft, but locking things up doesn't stop theft, then why are you locking things up? You should be locking the criminals up, not the items. Like I said, I'm so radicalized that, like, if you stole a chocolate bar, I would just shoot you. It's cart theory. If you don't put your cart back, I'm just gonna shoot you. I don't care anymore. There's no excuse to not put your cart back. I don't want someone living in my society that doesn't put their cart back. It takes less than 15 seconds. And it, like, literally saves society. So, like, I'm so radicalized, I would just fucking shoot those people. Just to be like, I want you so fucking afraid that you put your goddamn cart back. That's how it is in the West these days. It's all about me, myself, I. Yeah. Have you seen the average mouth in the West? They need that toothpaste. I agree with you, Retro. Have you seen, like, the videos going around of, like, this, it's like a root or something like that? Fucking ads. That they use in, like, Africa to clean their teeth. I wonder if I can find this. I'm gonna actually just open a new tab, because I'm gonna leave Vigilante, up. Teeth cleaning root. Did I find it? No, like, this thing. Yeah, what's it called? This thing. What is it fucking called? Okay, let me go to here. Mizwack. Mizwack. The Mizwack, also known as Seawack, is a natural traditional teeth cleaning twig derived from the Salvadora persickia tree, often called the Eric tree or toothbrush tree, acting as a built-in toothbrush and toothpaste in one, been used for centuries to clean, whiten, and protect teeth. This, I literally want to incorporate into, like, something like this. Into, like, not just Stoner Girl, but, like, just, like, I want it to literally be, like, a theme across my writing. Right? You know how people have, like, that special Easter egg that's, like, a signature to their writing? I would love to have, like, specific things like this that are, like, mouthwash, you know, stomach cleanser, like natural things like this that are just like keeping your body clean in a natural way. Because this is what I think is the biggest problem with the West, right? You have natural things like this that work, and then we're like, well, nah, let's just put a bunch of chemicals together and try to do that, right? So it's like, we claim to be this high society of science, but it's like we refuse to, like, let the natural world do its order, right? Like, if we took the motorized mechanisms of proteins inside of your body, how your body allows proteins to fold, and use that mechanism to run an engine on a car, it would be, like, the most efficient thing ever. The problem is it's so intricate and so many working parts and stuff that designing an engine like that is just not practical. Yet, for some reason, the foundation of every biological being on Earth is fundamentally, like, worked because of that engine. So, does that say something about nature, or does that say something about, like, humans? Even though humans are like the, oh, if there's a way, I'll find a way. right? But we, like, study biology, and, like, most of the things we're trying to build now are, like, copies of biology, because biology does it so well, right? So, like, in my society, right, these are the kinds of things that would be, you know, the defining factor of whether your society is good, right? Do you use the natural world that's given to you around you and manipulate it for your own good, or do you create things that you need out of that natural world, right? Because it's like, it's one thing to understand or not understand, create your own thing, and then find something out, right? Like, this should be like an instant, like, oh, this thing exists, we should instantly change our culture and completely replace all toothpaste and toothbrushes, because this is 1,000 times better. But then we'd have to shut down all dentists, and it's a capitalism thing, and it's society, and it's just like these things where it's like, I forget who said it, but there's a philosopher who said, if the people don't support it and it loses money, it should die, or something like that, right? It's like, if you can't support it, let it die, right? If it can't, like, stand on its own, let it die. It's the same way people say, oh, if we didn't have all of these social systems to emphasize these certain things, those, like, industries would die. And it's like, yeah, because those industries aren't valid. It's like the whole thing, I don't know if you noticed, but Carney is, like, bailing out all of, like, the realtor industry in Canada. So it's like a bunch of realtors over the last 15 years basically, like, made companies to buy hundreds of houses so that they could capitalize on controlling the market. So they controlled the market and increased the price of housing by, like, ×3. Now no one can afford to buy those houses, so now those companies are going bankrupt because they can't afford to hold those houses. So instead of saying, yeah, you fucked up, now you're gonna go bankrupt and you have to sell those houses for 100,000 instead of 1 million, the government says, oh, don't worry about it, we're just gonna cover all of your bills until you sell the houses. Guys, like, how corrupt and fucked up do you have to get before people actually start acting? Like, we have a housing crisis. Okay, so the government's like, well, we're just gonna cover everyone and make sure none of these companies lose money. And your house is still gonna be $1.3 million. For like 7,000 square foot house. Our house is like 24,000, something like that. Right? It's a fucking 3-story massive fucking house with like 17 rooms and 3 bathrooms. Like, no, sorry, 4 bathrooms. There are 4 bathrooms in our house. It's fucked up. Look at the Japanese and how clean they are. They shower when doing porn. You hear me? I'm out my MLB game now. Sup, everyone. So what the US did during its real estate bubble in 2008-2010, I shouldn't reply to you because what I'll say will surely make you upset. Fuck Scotties. No, Retro, I don't, like, I don't let how I feel affect how I act, except, like, the, like, tone, influx, and volume, like, fucking... I can't even remember the word. Inflections, but I don't let that actually affect my, like, mood or, like, my anything. And I'm like, like I said, I think that's my superpower, is I'm super fucking emotional, and I can just get, like, super emotional about something, but despite the fact, like, for instance, I will be crying my eyes out, it doesn't, like, actually affect me. It's just like I was born with my emotional stats at, like, 4,000. It's fucking stupid. So, but I can separate, like, how I feel from, like, reality and how I should act, and I can reset that it's like, okay, I'm feeling 10 times more things than I should, so I should ramp it down by 10, and that's how I should act. Right? Are you sure? What if I said that when Greenland and Iceland, one of them, had an estate bubble, they arrested the bankers and those cooperating with them and bailed out the people? Yeah, Retro. That's exactly what I'd assume. Like, one of those countries, like Switzerland, Poland. And they say Switzerland is, like, the worst because it's, like, the foreign banking thing. But that's not Switzerland, right? The people of Switzerland are like, well, we like the open banking system. It's other countries that come into Switzerland that their banks have different rules for it. So I don't blame the Swiss for having like lenient bank laws. I blame every other country for going to the Swiss because their own countries are set up in a specific way that needs to have like certain banking laws, and they're subverting those banking laws by going to the Swiss. So like on an international level, I would never want to change the way that the Swiss do banking, right? I would want to hold people accountable for international like fraud stuff by going to Switzerland. Because if you look at how Switzerland's economy and government works, it's understandable why their banking system works that way, because they don't need all of that oppressive red tape, because they hold people accountable when people fuck up. So people don't fuck up, and when people fuck up, they come forward about it because it's a mistake, right? It's like the whole thing with, like, I'll give you a great example. The completionist, right? He has like $600,000 of donations not being donated. Gets called out on it 5 years later, instantly donates all the money. Well, you obviously only donated the money because you got caught. So why aren't you being persecuted for fraud? Like on a federal level. I don't understand. And it's all recorded, it's all on tape, it's all like, but no. Good luck getting a European bank account as an American. It's not as easy as it seems unless you're connected. Well, that's the other thing, Retro, is it's like, the way that they're obviously doing it to have like an American citizen have a Swiss bank account is obviously fucking bad, wrong, and illegal. The problem is we just don't have a system set up for it, right? We ranting today, huh? Well, Relic, you know, I fuck around for like the first hour. It's only been 40 minutes. It's my birthday stream today. Okay, and I already talked about the book a bunch. Even though it's like there is so much more I still need to talk about. Because we need to talk about like how like, because Healer is so high in the clergy, her leaving becomes a huge upset. But now that like miracles are gone, it's this whole other thing. So it's like now she feels like she can leave because she's not as much of an asset. So there's an entire other side to do with losing miracles as to why she can escape. Stoner Girl, yes. Cause like the last 2 days, so it was on Wednesday, Retro, when I raided out. Were you there, Retro? I raided into Usha Phoenix's stream, and we talked for like an hour and a half about the backstory for Tank and Healer. And we came up with some fucking amazing ideas for how to connect the characters in the backstory and how to like, because they're the two most important side characters. Like their entire backstory and existence is like completely tied to the entire plot to do with like slightly in some ways the bandits because they're a lower tier, people have been exiled from Legion, but they're like the entire clergy and information and everything to do with Legion, right? So they have to have such an in-depth backstory way of being it that it's like as important as the main characters, right? And I basically came up with all of that. For them, like, falling in love, them having, like, the mysterious backstory. Like, for instance, they're, like... And, like, trauma and stuff. Like Healer is taken at a young age to be raised as, like, a healer on the battlefield, right? And she develops, like, the understanding of, like, different tiers of, like, the goddess's magic, right? And it's, like, when she's like 4 or 5, she's been basically out on the battlefield, like healing people and stuff, right? So could you imagine a 4-year-old literally in like a trauma infirmary in like fucking Afghanistan, right? Like we're talking like what the fuck is the TV show? I can't Match. It's like Match, right? So you got like a 4-year-old trying to like heal people in literal war zone fucking shit in the last season of The Bear. I've never seen The Bear. I don't know what The Bear is, what? But yeah, so it's like at some point, Healer comes in, she falls in love, or Tank comes in, she falls in love with Tank. There's a whole thing, because Tank is like a frontliner, he's like badass as fuck, right? And he's like carrying everyone, he's like the king at the front of the fucking charge on the battlefield, right? But he gets a severe injury, and he has like this vision of an angel saving him, and Healer falls in love with him, right? And that's where she unlocks, like, the next tier, because he's basically dying. Like, he's dead. And she's like, I'm not gonna let him die. And she unlocks, like, the next tier of, like, the goddess's healing. So they put her even more out on the battlefield, because now she's, like, even more OP. And then she develops abilities to, like, bring people back from the dead and shit like that. Like, she is, like, their #1 fucking healer, right? And Tank's their #1 fucking warrior, right? But the corruption, and because of, like, capturing an enemy, and because of all this stuff, everything come together, they meet, they fall in love again, they learn their ways, they cancel out, they leave, shit happens, right? They get married, and now it's like it's been 4 months since they've seen each other, because she didn't want to leave, because she can't leave because of other connections. He faked his own death, so Tank got out and went to Menos, right? And then he became a Crusader under N-Word, he was against N-Word, he has a whole connection to N-Word too. So it's like, oh my god, the connection in the web between these characters is insane. Pretty good show about a chef who has to move back home to take on his dead brother's restaurant and deal with his fucked up family. Interesting. Problem is I just don't really watch shows. And if I do watch shows, like, I just watch action slop. I rarely, like, consume, like, I really wanted to watch, like, for instance, Mr. Robot. Because it's like, oh, this is a high-level, intellectual, fucking, you know, scientific-type, computer-type, fucking, you know, high level of intelligence, like, fucking show. I've never watched a single episode. I don't even think I've seen a trailer for it. I just, like, maybe I've seen a trailer once, for the reason I know why it is. And it's just like, even with that, like, super hype of being like, this could be the coolest thing ever, I still have, like, no interest in watching it, really, in my free time. I'm like, I'd rather just, like, scroll through Twitter and look at politics stuff and add that to, like, my creativity. And be like, damn, this shit that's happening in real life is so crazy, I have to put it in my book because, you know, it's crazier than the shit that happens in my book. And if anyone ever says that's unrealistic, I'll point to the real-world references that I use as saying, oh, you think it's unrealistic? No, this actually happened in real life. Like, that's why it's, because you know what they say, reality is stranger than fiction. This is character-heavy drama with bits of comedy. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, because, like, one of my favorite shows ever is Waiting. Or like, you know, like, comedies, right? Is, like, Waiting. Does it have, like, that kind of, like, edginess to it, I want to say? We're talking, like, Anthony Bourdain meets, Gordon Ramsay. They have a kid. And this kid grows up, on the internet. You've never seen Waiting? How have you never seen Waiting? Dude, Waiting is, like, the greatest fucking, like, okay, like, if you want, like, a school movie, right? The greatest school movie is The Breakfast Club. The greatest restaurant movie is Waiting. Straight up. Straight the fuck up. Like, it just gives you that, like, this is the embodiment of the existence of working at a restaurant. The way that, like, The Breakfast Club is, like, this is the existence of going through high school and doing puberty and realizing, like, different, like going above, like niches and, like specifics, right? Like, the jock, the nerd, the whatever, right? The, above, like, the cliches, right? And it's, like, evolving into, like, a real human and not letting, you know, the smaller things in life control you, right? And Waiting is, like, the exact same for anyone who's ever worked at a restaurant. It's so and it's Ryan Reynolds. So he just does it so fucking perfectly. I would highly recommend watching Waiting. Oh. My cook was so hard for this chat. My cock was so hard for this chat that Scotty is just ranting and made me soft. Boo. I mean, Relic, you gotta have the contrasts, right? If you're hard for 12 hours straight, you're gonna have heart problems, right? I don't see how. You rarely interact with it anyway. I think Relic is just making a joke, but he means, like, me talking about my book makes him hard, so that's the reason why he's not talking. So, like, when I'm talking about my book, and I'm talking about my ideas, all y'all are sitting in the background gooning. That's why you're not typing. That's why I get even more hype, because I'm like, they're gooning to my ideas right now. They're like so blown away by my ideas they can't even interact. I'm actively listening. Exactly, Retro, and that's why it's like I pretend that there's thousands of people out there watching me. Because I want to create an ideal where you just come in and you feel like you're instantly engaged. So even if there's no one watching me, I'm always pretending that there are people out there watching me and acting like there are people out there watching me and giving this thing. I'm finished. Special chapter for Scott. Finishing a special chapter for Scotty to read. Wait, you're not done it, Relic? It's not finished yet? Okay, well let me know when it's finished and we'll switch over to reading and then we'll watch Citizen Vigilante. And then I'll go on, because there's like, so like, this is just the backstory for Tank and Healer, right? And that's not even all of it. Like, there's still like more nuance that plays into it with the clergy and everything. But then there's also, we have Hunter and Alchemist and their connection to the bandits inside of the forest. And I redid the entire concept of what the forest is. So now it's like bioluminescent fungi that's poisonous on the trees, right? And the alchemist is there, and he's like part of the family of generations that have basically built and designed and maintain the forest, and that's their front line against Legion. If Legion, but again, Legion isn't attacking them because Legion's attacking Techno. But if Legion ever decided not to attack Techno, or if it wanted to attack Menos, the first line of defense against their attack is the bioluminescent forest. And they could essentially have a way of making that they could make it infinitely toxic so that literally no one can get through it, right? Their problem is that the bandits know about this and they're making like countermeasures for their own reasons. So if Legion finds out that the bandits are doing this, it gives Legion an automatic like indoctrination of attacking. The problem is Legion can't even attack Menos because they don't even have miracles, right? But this comes to like, how does the cleric or the cardinal get inside of Menos in order to kidnap and beat the fuck out of all the characters? And that's because he's connected to the bandits, and the bandits have like a special route that they've been planning, right? So that goes back to Tank, Healer, Hunter, and Alchemist interacting with the bandits, and some of the bandits being origined in Menos and left Menos, as well as people that are exiled from Legion, people that have been purposefully exiled. So the people that are smart enough to get to the top of the rankings of the bandits are people that purposefully committed crimes or got kicked out of Legion in some way because they wanted to leave, but they didn't know how. They didn't know about the underground. And so the only way to leave is to commit like some sort of heinous crime that's like, they're not going to kill you, they're just going to exile you because of it, right? And then they join the bandits. They're super smart and strategic, so they make their way to the top of the bandits. And now like the top 10 like hierarchy leaders of the bandits are all actually technically infiltrators from Legion, who have like, they're like double agents in a way, right? But their original plans never covered how far this goes, so they never basically told the Pope or the clergy that they're on their side. So they had to find some way of working their way back in. When they find out about the Underground Railway, that's when the conflict between the bandits and everyone else begins, because now they're trying to get into Legion through the Underground Railway, which would help the Underground Railway be exposed, which means no one else could get out of Legion. And that's just on the surface of what's happening. And I came up with, like, all of this, like, to do with this, like, this morning. Like, I woke up, and I was like, man, I haven't had any idea. I didn't have an idea yesterday, because I didn't stream last night. And then it just flew into my mind. And it just kept going. And I was just like, oh my fucking god, because this connects everything. It makes it so Hunter is super important, and Alchemist is super important, and we'll have another character in there. I don't know what their thing will be, but there'll be something like Botanist in a way, but like on a different level, right? And then I was like, how do I make these characters have their own things, right? So the backstory for Alchemist is that he's actually from Techno. And he grew up in Techno, and he used like the Infiltrator and like the Underground Railway to actually get inside of Legion, infiltrate Legion, learn everything about Legion, and then get his fuck back out. Then he became part of Menos, right? And this is like the original, like, it's either between like 160 or 200 years since Menos is founded, and it's like Alchemist is like a progenitor of the family that did this, right? That's why he has all like this secret hidden knowledge and all of that. Because technically that knowledge has been all taken from Techno. So his family origin isn't from Legion, it's from Techno. And that would be like a huge reveal about like why he's so intelligent, why he knows what he does, and stuff like that, right? And then there's the Hunter, who I was like, well, why is the reason that he's a Hunter? And I was like, well, let's say he has eyesight. So this is where I wanted to play like astrology and like the stars and celestialism and stuff like that ingrained into the idea of the goddess, and maybe now there's a missing star in the sky, and that's the reason why the goddess is gone. I don't know if that'll be a real thing, because I think that's way too cliche. I don't want to give like a physical reason, even though technically in the first chapter, Stoner Girl dies, basically goes to fucking the ether of space, and 2 stars shoot into her. So it's like, it kind of makes sense that there would be 2 stars in the night sky that are gone now because they've been absorbed into Stoner. So it's like, even inside of the story, it makes sense, but I'm like, oh fuck, it's so cliche. Do I even want to mention that? Like, maybe it could be there, but I don't even know how to mention it. It's just, maybe it's getting to be too much, right? But then I was like, so, like, the whole thing of, like, the Spartans and, like, the ancient Greeks and Romans, like, soldiers, right? Like, they would use pointing out certain stars as, like, a, like, vision test, right? And it was, like, a certain percentage of the, people could see, like, this one star. And it's like, if you could see that one star, you basically had, like, 20/20 vision, right? So, I want to have this moment in, like, the past of the character with like their mother or something like that, their family inside of Legion before they left, right? Because it's going to be, this character's backstory is going to be an example of why the Cardinals are fucking bad, and it's like, you know, something happens to his mom, like his mom is like kidnapped and raped and killed or some shit like that by the Cardinals, right? And it's like his entire backstory is illuminating and foreshadowing the fact that like the Cardinals inside of Legion are not good people, they're just taking advantage, the same way that the goddess is taking advantage of everyone through miracles, right? But he's like, his like main memory is like sitting with his mom, and there's like, I want to have like, let's say like letters in the sky, right? Like constellations. So that one looks like an A, that one looks like an F, and that one looks like an H. And then the character, like the Hunter character, is going to look at his mom, and he's going to look at the F, and he's going to go, that's not an F. That's an E. There's 6 stars. And his mom's going to look at him, and like look up at the F, and like look at him and be like, wait a second. And there's going to be like an old, like, scripture or something that calls like these 3 constellations, and it's always been like put to the side because it said A, E, H, but no one has had good enough vision to be able to see the 6th star that makes the F turn into an E. And Hunter can. And that causes, like, whole uproar thing, and that's the reason why his family is, like, destroyed, because of, like, this prophecy or something like that, so then he winds up leaving Legion, but it's like, he's basically got, like, the most perfect, immaculate sight, and that's why he's a Hunter. Because he could just, like, you just see perfectly, basically. He even outdoes Dilip, like, after Dilip gets, like, mechanical eyes. So it's like, this guy's eyesight is so good, even technology can't hit that level, right? Or you use Linux. Haven 2! Yo, what's up, Haven? What you up to? What you got? What you doing? I've been holding this bong for like 15 minutes, talking about the ideas that I've had for Stoner Girl Evolution, because I just think they're so fucking badass and awesome. And guys, they're my ideas. If I don't think they're badass, awesome, amazing, and the best ideas in the world, who else is gonna think they're most badass, epic, awesome ideas in the world? No one. So at least if I think it, you know, that makes it my reality. I mean, you can call it copium as much as you want, but I'm having fun. Right? Be right back. True. So what you up to, what you doing, what you got, Haven? You know what's funny, guys? I'm gonna say this because I think it's funny. Don't take anything from it because I don't really give a fuck. I don't even think about it. The only person who said happy birthday was Relic. Fuck you guys. 3, 2, 1, toke! Relic, because I care. Because I fucking care. Happy birthday, thanks. I'm just an egotistical asshole. Has to get praised. It is what it is, right? The icons look different to Windows. Happy birthday, by the way. Thank you, Happy. He's using Windows 11, I believe. Yeah. Because it came, like, standard with the Starforge PC. But, you know, hey, if, like, in, like, 4 or 5 years, when I have to buy, like, a new Starforge PC, I'm hoping, thanks to, like, the Gabe Cube, right? The Steam Cube, right? Everyone calls it the Gabe Cube. Gabe Cube, standardizing, and, like, SteamOS, like, standardizing Linux, will, like, just make it, like, a way more valuable, like, viable option. Getting a new laptop pro. Fuck yeah, Happy. Ads! Ads with the dad ads with a mad bad rad bad had ads, dad bad mad bad pad rads. He's a dad ad with my pad rads on a fad dad with me as hit a sad dad pad rad mad bad ad. All those ads when they be on, tell me why I see wrong. That's why it is the ads. Chapter done, I'm ready. That's perfect, Relic, because, like, I could go into, like, more nuanced, like, connections of, like, backstories and, like, how the characters, let's say, purposefully never meet, despite being in places, right, and stuff like that, but I don't think that really matters at this point, right? And I want the overall tall ideas of, those are the ones I need to be discussed. And, like, the reason why, for instance, most people are like, oh, I don't want to spoiler anything. Well, I want to spoiler everything at the top. It's like the surface level ideas, right? And maybe, like, 1 or 2 layers under the surface. I will throw all those ideas out because I need to make sure those ideas are worth it and work, and I'm not just retarded, right? But there are purposeful layers underneath of connections that I will never talk about because they will be like the twists and turns and the, like, emphasis points of the story, right? And those are the things, like, even if I have ideas for them, I won't tell you guys what those are, right? So that even if you've listened to every stream and you've heard every idea and you've heard me talk about everything, when you read the book, at least 15% of the book will be those specific details that and connections that are so important and so profound to the story, but they're so far on the in-between the lines that I think maybe 2% of the readers would actually get it, right? And those are the things that, like, I don't want to talk about because that would be, like, the spoiler. Oh, Emaru is playing Lies of P. Didn't Lies of P have a DLC? Sent your chapter in DM. I need full critique. First attempt at writing sci-fi and fantasy stuff. Be blunt, if it's shit, let me know. The problem is, Relic, you can't trust me. I'm biased when it comes to fantasy and stuff like that, right? Like, you can trust me as fuck with, like, Cinder and the Grimes, like, Lawrence Grimes series, because, like, I don't really read horror, I don't really read mystery. Like, I like them, I'm interested in them. But, like, I'm not, like, I don't go out of my way for it, right? So it's like, if you can entrap me in a story and get me to, like, really go for the story in a genre that, like, I just naturally wouldn't, like, gravitate towards. That's the reason why I say your prose is, like, the best of anyone here. Because it simply just drags me into the story, and I'm like, I can't leave. It's like, I'm almost not even interested, really, in the story. I'm just interested in the way that you're presenting the story. I think that's interesting, right? And again, like, you got me with, like, government conspiracies and stuff like that. I'm a conspiracy theorist, sure. But, like, the difference of that bias between, like, fantasy and sci-fi, and the fact that, like, I am a more out there kind of person, right? Like, I want... This is, like, a thing... I don't think I've said this before, but this is, like, how far out there I think my ideas are. So we were talking about Bohemian Rhapsody earlier, right? And there's, like, one of the most famous lines to, like, I think it was Harvey Weinstein, or whoever the fuck was in charge of, like, the main record label. And Freddie said, "You're going to be known as the person who lost Queen." And those are some of the strongest words to ever be iterated in the music industry, because of, like, how strangling, like, record companies have over, like, their people, right? But Queen was just so far out there, so exotic, so interesting, so new, that it became so understandably intergenerational. I'm trying to give you preface here, Relic, so that my critique makes full sense. To me, this is part of the reading. Because I want you to understand and take your preface. Are you C.S. Lewis? Well, it's like, Retro, when I'm giving advice to people, there's a specific nuance, a specific context, and a specific rhythm that I am under with that critique. And if you're not on the same page with me with that critique, you can take that critique in the wrong direction and destroy your own writing. Right? I'm hopping in the shower, be back to share more of my D&D lore. Alright, sounds good, Happy. Not Stephen A. Smith, LMAO. Talks, relics. Hit you with the Stephen A. Smith. Guys, I'm not a fucking cultured goddamn reader, okay? Right? Talks. We're having a conversation. I'm not quite getting it. Shit's going over my head. All I'm saying is, if you want... I don't think it works if it's capitalized, Happy. I don't know how you fucked that up. You're doing it backwards. You're doing it backwards. Why? It's literally on the screen. It's right there. It's literally right there on the screen. I still don't understand. It says, current stream topic, beta reading submissions, ! Space join. Use the above command to join the submissions. Anyways, so Relic. Take everything with a grain of salt, and if it's way off the wall and out there, I'm gonna praise it more. If it's standard and critique and, like, think of how I was, like, interpreting Turner's, where it goes to, like, Star Trek, where it's like, it has a fresh spin on it, but it still has something else, right? Respect women here. This is your Star Wars GM, folks. LMF fan. Wait, Retro, did you actually just say that? But not a Scotty woman. We abuse those. I'm like, technically, like, we don't respect anyone here. That's kind of like the whole point, is like, we build an atmosphere of respect on, like, not having respect. And just, like, doing what the fuck ever and not giving a fuck. And if you're a pussy and it affects you, well, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Unless it's literally, like, that 1% that falls under chalkboard where we're talking about a topic that is, like, you know, a death of a parent and just, like, your parent died last week. And you call chalkboard and say, please don't talk about that. I'm instantly going to change the topic, right? Dang it, Retro. You're getting Scotty sidetracked. I'm getting him sidetracked. Me? True. Right? So there's like a nuance to it. Guys, I still have to grind feed and take a tote relic, okay? True relic. It is what it is, bro. I want your balls. Dude, oh my god, I saw this thing. I don't know if I liked it. Oh my god, I don't think I liked it, but it was like a Japanese chick, like a petite Japanese chick, on 2 medicine balls, and she's like flipping around, flopping around on these, and the caption is, "My 4-inch tall fairy waifu on my balls." Oh my god, it was fucking amazing. I was like, yes, please, yes. You're wasting my oxygen here, dog. Oh man, I'm almost out of weed, guys. But hey, I get more weed tomorrow, so it's all good. I get more weed tomorrow. It is what it is. But you know what's unfortunate? Actually, we're probably not going to be able to do the barbecue stream. It's supposed to storm as fuck tomorrow. I mean, we'll still have, like, the IRL stream. But I don't think we're going to be doing barbecue or anything like that. It's going to be nasty outside, unfortunately. Is what it is. And, I don't know if the mic is going to work again. I'm going to try doing something else, but it's like, I think it's just going to be a total shit stream. I think it's just going to be an absolute disaster, fucking retarded shit stream. Not going to lie. I mean, I'm going to do it, right? There's no reason to not do it, but I'm just warning you guys, like, the sound is not going to be good. It's going to be a fucking shit show. It's also going to be, like, super early. Like, we're probably going to start around, like, 1 or 2 o'clock. Right? So we're going to start the stream, like, super fucking early. Right? To get everything in. But I'm still going to go, like, the normal time, right? So it'll just be around the 6:30, because it's like the kids will be going to bed around that time, they'll be leaving around that time, around 6:30 to, like, 8 o'clock around there, we'll be switching back to the normal structure of the stream, right? Good idea, Relics. Good idea. You should do a barbecue stream with your sister around and TTS turned on. See, the problem is, like, well, I mean, maybe I could turn this... Well, okay, this is the problem, right? I can't have the sound on. Hold on, I can't have the sound on, or I'll hear the echo of myself. But if I don't have the sound on, I can't hear the TTS. So, there's a massive problem with that. Like, I don't know how to separate the TTS from, like, the actual thing. Or I would, because I think it would be fucking hilarious. I mean, there's gonna be kids there, so, like, that's gonna be a problem, right? So that's probably a reason not to do it. But, yeah. Also, Scotty, like this and that and this and ads and barbecue in my life and shit and that and blah 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 blah. Welcome to the stream, Relic. And don't forget a toke. 3, 2, 1, toke. When you're done, and we'll read and watch the movie. True, Relic. True. Okay, guys. Here we go. So we already read the backstory, which I thought the backstory was like super cool and stuff. So this is the actual story of it happening. And like I said, like my favorite part, Relic, is the prophecy of the idea of the ship and the fact that the aliens that shoot down the ship could be the ones that created the prophecy, and they literally have had this planned for like 100,000 years, and now they're just like instigating the plan. Right, okay, it stopped fucking pouring rain out there. It's 100 fucking degrees in here. I gotta take this shit off and open my window, and then we'll read. Because it was raining so hard, it was like fucking... Like, there's like the windowsill, and then there's my table, and it's like my keyboards, my other keyboards on that table, and that keyboard was fucking soaked after like 3.5 minutes. Because it just, because of the way that the window is angled, the rain will come in, it'll hit the roof, hit the window, and bounce immediately into the room. It's so fucking retarded. Why do they have windows that open like this instead of sliding? I have no fucking idea. I'm an idiot. Also, it's fucking annoying because, like, this is the thing for the window, and it's like a piece is gone. So, like, I have to literally, like, manually fucking do this. So annoying. When you get it just right, sometimes you can get it, but I get, like, half a turn, and then the fucking thing falls off. Here I am talking like you guys can fucking hear me. Oh, I didn't put the TV back. That might help. Alright. Okay, lock in, guys. This is Relic's sci-fi story. We're reading the premise and the elevator pitch for it last time, and now here is chapter 1. Let's go. Alarm! This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The voice arrived first, not gradually as a distant sound working its way through sleep. Oh, excuse me. But as an explosion of noise that seemed to tear the darkness apart. And it's like, even in the first fucking sentence, it's like, how can you, like... How can you not say this is just, like, immaculately, like, draw in? And I can't even imagine this is, like, rough draft, right? It's like... Even though I'm like, I keep forgetting to do the fucking meme where I say the wrong one, but it is what it is. Hidden speakers mounted throughout the Odyssey's wake erupted simultaneously, flooding every compartment, corridor, maintenance shaft, and habitation deck with the same urgent broadcast. And it's like setting the scene, right? So we know there's an emergency. Now we've set the scene, and it's been 3 sentences. And it's like, when I see this, Relic, I'm like, this is what I hope my writing can be one day. I'm like, when I think about it in my head, right? This is how I think. This is how I, like... The image that's created from this... And that's what I mean with, like, I'm biased with this too. I don't know if it's just something about the way that you write that is just, like, on my level. Like, does everyone else feel the same way that I feel about it? Or is it just, like, it's because it connects with the style of writing that I have, that I just have this, like, profound connection to it of just being like, fuck, man, I wish this was my writing. Oh my god, this is the imagery I want to give other people. Right? Like, I don't want a word salad 40 fucking pages. I want 2 sentences that set the stage for this shit. So I'm fucking jealous, Relic. Words echoed from steel walls and refined bulkheads, multiplying upon themselves until it seems as though the entire vessel had found a voice and was screaming. Emergency broadcast code 7785 activated. The freighter Odyssey's wake is under attack. Repeat. The freighter Odyssey's wake is under attack. Main propulsion system offline. Multiple hull breaches detected. All personnel report to emergency stations immediately. ship's AI voice repeated the emergency broadcast again. His voice thick with seriousness. Cassian Holt was woken by the same message that the entire ship was broadcasting. So it's like, and then we immediately move into like the character, right? And it's one thing I will say about this relic. Okay, how do you say this? Because this is like the middle ground between it, right? You want to start with a character because that gives something to like attach to, right? And it's like by proxy, once you've attached to the character, you attach to the world that the character is in. So most times, stories will immediately start, you know, with the character. And this, I think, is that like almost perfect middle ground of setting the stage and the setting and having like the perfect timing for the character introduction, because you kind of need to have this setup, right? And it's like there is a power to having that setup as opposed to like having this be how the story starts. Because that's immediately what I was thinking in my head is, how would I react to the story if this was the first paragraph and not the AI speaker? And it's like, it's probably because it is dialogue and it's a computer, and it's like, if you know anything about sci-fi, this is like your typical, like it's your cliche typical start, right? But that's just, that immediately sets the vibe, right? So normally I would say always start with a character, but if you're good and you know what you're doing, you might as well have, right? Because now you've set up, okay, well now we know exactly how the character is going to react, right? And this is going to, or we know the setting they're going to react in, which will give us insight into the character. I actually got this idea from a book I was listening to today. Nice! Fuck yeah, Relic. And this can be like the show don't tell, right? Where it's like, you show the environment, or you tell the environment, but you don't show, and then you show the character reacting to that environment, instead of like telling the character and then showing the environment. Because I think that's most ways stories start, is by telling the character and then showing the environment. Like, Wheel of Time starts with like that, with like Rand and the ceremony and like everything like that, right? And it's kind of the reason why I put the book down, is because after reading like the first 3 pages, just nothing interesting happened, right? Because the Trollocs don't attack until like chapter 3. So it's like, there is a little bit of not leaving that where I kind of wish the story had started with the Trolloc attack, right? And it emerges you into it. But that's just me, right? I don't know. Where'd these guys come from? I have no idea. Cassian Holt, woken by the same message that the entire ship was broadcasting. His bunk tore him loose and hurled him onto the deck. Pain exploded through his shoulder as he struck the metal floor. Reading this sentence, I am like, immediately, my first thought is, what is the gravity situation inside of the ship? Immediately, oh, okay, well there's gravity because he literally fell. Right, I was thinking maybe he got like launched, but like, no, he's like, so there's obviously gravity because he fell. Cabinet mounted across the room, ripped free from its restraints and crashed into the opposite wall. Either that, or it's the simple fact that they're like, you know, they're like descending onto the planet is why, like, it's like the momentum and movement of the ship is causing the, you know, momentum of the character. So am I right to assume that there's gravity on the ship and it's not just free-floating? Cabinet mounted across the room, ripped free from its restraints and crashed into the opposite wall. You'll find out. Alright. Scattering clothing, data pads, maintenance manuals, and loose equipment through the air. Something shattered, something else screamed against steel. The sound rolled through the compartment so suddenly and so completely that Cassian couldn't separate one noise from another. It just makes me imagine, like, remember the tornado video that we watched of everything being, like, torn apart? It's, like, instantly just like, yup. Nope, I'm flying around the fucking house. Odyssey's wake groaned. Not the ordinary sounds of the working starship, the distant vibration of engines trying to be restarted in a fruitless attempt. His quarters disappeared beneath alternating waves of crimson and darkness. For a few seconds, the orange lights pulsed, casting harsh shadows across the cramped compartment. The room looked familiar. Beneath the emergency illumination, larger somehow, more threatening. Flashing light transformed ordinary objects into strange silhouettes that seemed to move whenever darkness reclaimed the space between pulses. The alarm continued blaring. But it's like the level of, ooh, I'm showing you what's going on. You think you know what it is, and then boom, there it is. Like saying starship like that, right? Like you're not like 100% sure, but you're pretty sure you're on a spaceship. And then you're like, okay, yeah, no, you're definitely on a spaceship. And it's like, having that confirmation, I think, is super important. Right? Some people say, well, I don't want to confirm it. It's like, well, you have to leave time for the processing of it so that they get an idea, and then you confirm that question that they have, right? I think that's like imagining what question is forming in the reader's head at that moment, and knowing of the appropriate time to answer that question, and keeping track of all the questions that should be asked, and when those answers should be appeared. That's like, to me, like one of the fundamental pieces of beta reading, because it's the first time you get a back and forth interaction between a reader and the author. Generations of crews had crossed the frontier aboard her. Children. Oh wait, the vessel was nearly 2 kilometers long, large enough that some sections felt less like part of the ship and more like neighborhoods. Generations of crews had crossed the frontier aboard her. Children had been born in her medical bays. Couples had married beneath her observation domes. Men and women had spent entire careers walking her endless corridors without ever seeing more than a fraction of the vessel. She was old. Older than most people realized. Sections of the original ship dated back nearly 2 centuries. New cargo modules had been attached over the decades. Additional habitation blocks had been welded onto aging frameworks. Entire decks had been rebuilt, expanded, and repurposed so many times that no 2 schematic versions ever perfectly matched. Looking at a modern blueprint of the Odyssey's wake was like examining the growth rings of an ancient tree. I like that. Instead of being like a comparison of like something like maybe like the ship of Theseus, right? It's just a differential in the way that it presents, you know? Sometimes rings are thicker than others, depending upon the weather at the time, right? In some areas, depending upon damage and scarring, right? Every layer represented another generation. And I've never kind of like heard that comparison, so I really like that. With like a ship that's like the idea of, you know, the first thing that was installed and the last thing were installed are like 600 years apart or something, right? And the technology level is like the difference between installing a like wheel for like carriage and like a ram stick. Every layer represented another generation, another crew, another journey through the darkness between stars. And it's like you're kind of building up this hype too for like the people that are on this ship, because you'd assume that like this ship is like a civilization in and among itself, right? So having that damaged and destroyed, it's not just like one character like the captain, if Cassian's even the captain, right? This is a complete this could be the complete destruction of entire civilization if a ship dies, right? feel like something went wrong. No, I'm just retarded. Hold on. To the corporations that owned her, she was simply Asset JVR 7719. To the people who lived aboard her, she was home. The familiar weight of his body began to disappear. Loose objects rose from the floor. Datapad drifted past his face. Fragments of broken ceramic floated upward like debris suspended beneath water. So there was gravity, and now there's not. Gravity. His stomach lurched violently as the room lost all sense of direction. For 3 surreal seconds, the compartment became a world without up or down. Grav drive was starting to shut down. And you know, it's one of those things like priority infrastructure on a ship, right? And I'd say like maintaining gravity is like 5th priority, right? Whereas like maintaining atmosphere is like number 1 priority, right? So it kind of shows like a slow failure of the ship, right? When the gravity starts failing, now I would start asking questions of what's next, right? Is the gravity system separate from like inertial dampeners? Right? Back, that was a good shower. Hell yeah, Haffy. I'll love me a good shower, bro. Fuck yeah. I just little sit down in the shower and just like... I like turn a shower into like a bath, right? So you just plug the thing, and then you just sit there until the water's full, and then water full, you just turn off the shower. And now you're in a bath. It's fucking genius. Fucking ads! Can't believe it. Can't fucking believe it. The fuck? Ads? Why? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna be like this to me? It's my birthday, fucker. What do you wanna be a no? Why be no? It's at why be sure? 'Tis is what be for ads. Fuck ads. There's a God enough and on a dance of me. Be why I see it is being and on me. You know why I not see an ad is bad, but you see, so you tell me if that ad can be. Oh, why those ads? I see for sure they for sure will be for me. Ha ha ha! Not my ads, I'll tell you, I don't see them, so ha. My ads for me go to you, and you see my ads. Well, can you relate what ads be when I don't see your ads? Because maybe your ads come to me, and why would my ads go to you? Ads! Oh! I pulled my back out, digging a trench and moving, spreading mulch. That sucks, Happy. Oof. Yeah, I done shit like that when I was, cause like I do like side jobs at the mill, aside from like working the green chain and the stacker. So it'd be like, you know, basically you have like the mulch that goes onto the conveyor belts, right? That goes into like the silo. And then that's like stacked into like containers for like shipping, right? And this is all done like because we were right on the edge of the Fraser River, right? So all this is done on the edge of the river. So there's like a lot of moisture in the air, which makes the mulch like really heavy. But near like the front areas and stuff like that, right? Because it's like inside of the mill. The moisture level is different, so when it's going through like its first conveyor belt, a lot of it gets like dusted off. So you basically have to go in there, and there'll be like massive piles of mulch that you basically have to shovel back onto the conveyor belt as it's getting like pressed off of the conveyor belt, right? And it's just like a function of the thing, right? And like every time I do that, oh my god, my back would be fucked after that. I get a new laptop for my work, so it's all up positive. Fuck yeah. And you just strengthen your back as long as you don't, do it too much. Problem with like pulling a muscle like that is it's like the fucking thing in my rib here where it's like it's completely fine, and then you do the wrong thing, and then it's the complete opposite of fine. So fucking annoying. And then you're just like tiptoeing on eggshells to make sure that like you don't fucking aggravate that. Oof or doof or daisies, man. Oofs. 3, 2, 1, toke. Soaked under hot water. Better hurts, but not as much. Yeah. Do you know why? Back to reading. Happy. True. Ugh. Heat is the best thing because it allows your muscles to expand, right? And that relieves pressure. Then gravity returned. Everything crashed back to the deck. By the time Cassian reached navigation operations, the Odyssey's wake was no longer a functioning freighter. It was a casualty. Damn. Icy hot. Yeah, because it makes it constrict, right? And then it makes it expand. And that, like, effort of real, like, revitalization through it all, because it's also, like, cold, the icy also numbs it, right? So you're not feeling it as it expands, and then once it's expanded, it's just like, oh my god, right? And then it'll go back to, like, itself, right? Realization settled over him as the reinforced blast doors parted with agonizing slowness, revealing what remained of the command center beyond. Damn. So, like, the entire, like, bridge was basically, like, fucking destroyed. That's, like, the imagery I'm getting, right? Is, like... And this doesn't, like... Okay, so the first thing I would look through it for is, like, the idea of, like, an exit wound. Because let's say, like, something went wrong with navigation, and you smashed into, like, a comet or something like that. Right? Whatever you hit, if there's no exit wound, should still be there. And if there is an exit wound, there should be some sort of debris mixed in with, like, the normal, like, hull debris. That would indicate what exactly hit the fucking bridge. So, the differential here is, do you see things that are busted through? Or do you see things that are melted through? Like, it could be, like, for instance, a heat laser weapon. Or something like that. Right? At 35, you will... I'm a fucking old man now. I'm fucking 35, Happy. Holy shit. What's it like to be 35? Oh, God. Everything is sore. Oh, man. I'm so old. I have no energy anymore. It all just disappeared. At one point, pilot station was Alexander. Broad man with a deep accent. Jeez, I can't fucking... At one of the pilot stations was Alexander. Broad man with a deep accent. His family was generations of freight pilots. His great-great-great-grandfather was the founder of the four fjords of Prime Earth after the Great Fall. Ah, backstory. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel it follows the style of what's being done, but I don't know if this is like a case of oversharing. And kind of what I mean by that is like, it's giving 15 years and a half older than me. That's crazy happy. We get information, we get setting, we get character, right? I feel like the best way to say this is like, this is like a distraction or an interruption. Like, I don't feel like this is the time for, like, a lore drop. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it gives too much for the reader to think about in a time when it should be, like, focusing on, like, essentially, like, the tension of survival. Whereas the exposition that was given before has been, like, the ship's status and the character status. Right? So I don't know how other people feel about that, but I just feel like maybe this just... Like, this, I think this is a great way to introduce it. Yeah, good info, but wrong place. Yeah. And, like, the way it interacts with the character, like, everything about it is good. It's just, like, I think it pulls too much away. Because now you're thinking about, oh, what's Prime Earth? What's the year and stuff? Whereas before, it's like, it wasn't something that's necessary in your frame of thought. You just know that it's like, okay, well, we're far in the future. We don't know if these are humans. We don't know if that's how it relates to Earth. So again, I think it just causes you to go in two different directions. Cassian, I can't hold her. Lost the wake. She's going down. And it's like, I would literally just delete this. And it would be like revealing what remained of the command center beyond. And then just immediately go into the dialogue of, Cassian, I can't hold her. We've lost the wake. She's going down. Right? And that just gives you that immediate urgency. And it gives you also an image in your head of what Cassian is looking at. Right? And you don't have to immediately have the introduction of the character. You just know that there's a character there, and you know he's a pilot, and you know he's trying his hardest. And I think that gives it, like super impact, right? Because that shit hits. Because I'm just imagining it in my head, right? It'd be like the camera angle staring at Cassian, and then it's like an instant pan to, like, the destruction of, like, the ship going down, like, what the command center looks like. You've got maybe, like, on different monitors of different sections of, like, you know, different statuses of different parts of the ship with, like, structural integrity and shit like that. Because that's what you want to focus on right now, right? Is the status of the ship. Sparks flew from navigation stations and comms computers. For a moment, Cassian simply stood in the doorway. The room was illuminated almost entirely by emergency lighting. The usual glow of holographic displays had been replaced by flickering crimson strobes. Showers of blue-white sparks cascading from ruptured conduits in the ceiling. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what I imagined before it even happens, right? I love it. Smoke drifted through the compartment in slow-moving layers, collecting near the overhead support beams before spreading throughout the room. Twisted metal protruded from shattered display surfaces. Fragments of composite housing littered the deck. One technician lay motionless beneath part of the collapsed console assembly, while two others struggled desperately to lift the debris. That's another thing. I'm like, are there other people in here? And I was kind of imagining something like, you know, like a piece of rebar or something like that being, like, shot through someone. Like that's kind of, I don't know if this is, like, too cliche. But it's like he looks up and it's like he actually like notices, and it's like Alexander doesn't notice it because he's kind of like in shock, right? But there's like a piece of rebar or some shit like that like through his chair and like stuck through him, right? Or something that's like there's a piece of rebar stuck through the chair, and he's like, dude, Alexander, are you okay? And it looks over and it's like just beside him, and it like just missed him. And he looks down and is like, yeah, good thing like I got shifted when we got the impact, or that thing would have gone straight through me. Something like that, right? And then it's like, it's just showing like other people and like the lower tiers on different command decks. Someone's on navigation, someone's on shields, someone's on weapons, like a Star Trek deck, right? Star Trek bridge. Alexander, get your ass to the life support vessels. No can do, Captain. I ain't giving up on her yet. She's breaking apart around us, but I might still put her on the ground. I have to try. And then that's also, right, like it's not just a, we've been hit in random space. This is a landing procedure. This is like inside of an atmosphere. Like this isn't just like the ship is being like fucked in space. The ship is actually crashing. Like when I first introduced the gods in draft 1 for my book, it was too much too early, and if Levi and Jade were not in the ruined chapel, I would have never introduced the gods because they're not important at that moment, right, Scotty? Yeah, you have to understand what's important to focus on at the moment in like what the story is being told, right? And I know everyone wants to drop their... And that's why it's like I've changed the beginning of my Final Fantasy book like 20 fucking times. Because it's been like, I want to give too much information too fast because I want people to fall in love with the world. But now the intro is like falling in love with characters because it's literally like... it immediately shows you the status quo. How the status quo tried to shift. How zealotrous people are towards it. And how that's like not... how normal people think. It's just those are the extremists, right? To the point that like an extreme politician gets murdered in the first fucking like 3 paragraphs, right? Just like mobbed the fuck out, and it's just like to show that there is kind of no order here. We are in a complete chaos, right? And it just immediately sets the vibe for it. And so you don't need to know any information about the world. You will need to know that like this is how the characters feel about these things, and this is how potent that feeling is. But this is also how, like, minor it is compared to the population. It's the loud minority that will the fanatics, right? That sets it off. Yeah, and it's like where you choose to start the chapter, or where you start the book, is super important, right? Like, at all points in times, I'm trying to think, Relic, like, where would be a better time to start the book as I'm reading it, right? And it's like, if I can find a point where it's like, and the closest I would see is like this, is, Cassian, I can't hold her. We've lost the wake. She's going down. I'm like, if there was any other place that I could think to start, this would be it. If you didn't want to give all of that information at the start, this would be like the point of action moment to start the book. And I'm even thinking that this could be something that could also be a prologue. And then chapter 1 is them already on the ground, and somewhere up to like chapter 5 or chapter 6, there's like slow flashbacks of like what happened, as they're like explaining to people like what's going on. But I don't think that's a more powerful start, right? I just think it's a equally
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Nunakai, thank you for the follow!
Nunakai. I hope you are enjoying the stream.
Welcome.
Less than 3.
Do you need an A at the beginning of that? Do you mean the Anunnaki? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. How's it going? What are you up to? What do you got? Welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a wider audience, and a little bit of critique to help improve everything overall. But yeah, if you have any work or anything, if you're an author and you want to present, give me your elevator pitch right off the bat. I would absolutely love it. But yeah, so just thinking about this, if there was an alternative beginning, it would be here so far that I've thought of. But I don't think it has as powerful an intro as like the confusion and the AI and the information that you get. I think that is slightly stronger because it meets that like quota of in between, so it doesn't fall under your standard cliche opening. Whereas I think the starting with like the Cassian we're going down is like on a higher tier level of a classic cliche opening, right? And then you lose a little bit of that uniqueness and like setup, right? Same as if, like, you had started if you had already crashed on the ground. Alexander, get your ass to the life support vessels. No can do, Captain. I ain't giving up on her yet. She breaking apart around us, but I might still put her on the ground. I have to try. That's an order, pilot. With all due respect, Captain. You can't land this bloody thing on a good day, let alone while we're getting our asses blown to hell. This is where a point of it's like where I want to say this is like I like D-Naught's dialogue the best because he knows how to like tap into like the cliche of like humor and everything and like the satire, but like the way I'd say it's like the minimalization with it, right? It's a single sentence from a single character that gives us so much information, right? We had a ton of information about the captain, like inferred information. We had a ton of information about the pilot. Like we know the captain's a good guy. He wants to go down with the ship. He wants everyone to leave. We know that the pilot wants to also try and save everyone, and he knows that the best chances of that is if he stays. So he is also willing to sacrifice his life. So even in like this tiniest exchange of dialogue, it's like the depth of character that's being introduced is massive, right? Yes, a writer, new to Twitch, just finding my way around. Nice to be here. Hell yeah, Nunakai! I will say the entire Twitch reading community is an amazing place. Everyone's like super interconnected. Everyone goes to everyone's streams, so, hop around in all of them. They're very friendly communities, very interactive communities. We're all very small communities, considering that there's only, I think in total on Twitch, there's only 7,000 followers on the entirety of the reading and writing category. And I'm not gonna lie, most people don't go to Twitch when they're thinking about the reading and writing categories, right? So it creates this, kind of, super niche, small, intricate community of a bunch of people that are all writers and readers. So I fucking love this community. It's so good. Scotty, your answer, should I get you the new chapter 1 or finish the D&D lore? I don't know. It's up to you, Happy. Welcome, everyone. Everyone knows everyone. True. And it's because, everyone wants to read other people's work to improve themselves, and everyone wants to everyone to read their other work because, they want to see from other perspectives. Right? And that's why it's like I always say, I'm technically being super selfish with this because I'm using your work to improve myself as if I'm an AI training on your work. I would never plagiarize or steal, but the idea of, getting inspiration and loving your ideas so much that you want to imitate them, I think is, again, imitation is the truest form of flattery. Okay, there's not a malice in it. It is say, I like the way you do this idea. I want to make a unique spin on it, but I want to do it. Because there it is. Every story has been told. except yours. But anyways, for this, it's just like you get so much information just from this exchange of dialogue. So it's like now your level of strength of prose, Relic, is bleeding into your dialogue, because I think your dialogue has been held back by the, like, genre, right? Like, if you look at Lawrence Grimes, right, and you look at Cinder, how much opportunity does it give for, like, large, open, interactive conversations? Very little. Same with the 10th Mark. It just happens to be like a cast and genre that doesn't allow for that personalized dialogue between people. Whereas something like fantasy and sci-fi allows you to explore more with the dialogue and extend your prose and exposition into dialogue. And because I think your prose is so strong, and seeing the way that you're doing dialogue like this, it's like, dude, I can't fucking wait to see what you could pull off with this. Cinder was very serious in narrative. Couldn't really do what I can with this. Exactly. And it's like switching up that genre and giving yourself, like, breathing room for it. It's like, that's what I'm doing with Stoner Girl, right? The entire story is a satire ridiculousness on isekais that doesn't take itself seriously and is supposed to be over the top. Like, that's why there's so many retarded layers and interconnection to it, because it's supposed to emphasize how kind of ridiculous it is, right? And that's why I want to add so much to it. Whereas, like, the Final Fantasy book, that's got its own very strict, very serious story that I want to tell, right? So it doesn't allow me to deviate with and, like, experiment with certain things. So that's exactly why I want to write Stoner Girl Evolution before I write the Final Fantasy book, because I want to explore that abstractness before I lock myself in a fucking cage. But yeah. Anyways, with all due respect, Captain, you can't land this bloody thing on a good day, let alone while we're getting our asses blown to hell. Sam, give me a situation report. Ship's AI voice could be heard. Captain, the Odyssey wake has been caught in the planet's gravitational pull. I advise you and Mr. Alexander to get to life support pods immediately. The ship is lost. The ship's radio burst to life. The noise was overwhelming. Officers screamed damage reports. Communications specialists repeated unanswered hails. Medical requests echoed through internal channels. The emergency alarm continued its endless warning. See, and like, before, it was like, okay, you don't want to deviate from the situation to include an exposition. But now that you've established the situation with the characters, now broadening that to the establishing that, like, the ship is lost, and now showing what the cost of the ship being lost is, right? And it's like, because we already know, like, the spec and scale and size of the ship, which is why I think that original exposition and introduction is important, because it gives us the like stakes of what like essentially, like, I'm assuming the population of this ship is somewhere between like 30,000 and 300,000, right? Depending upon which parts of the ship are, like, populated and residential, which parts are, like, you know, is it a full thing? Yo, Scotty, just dropping in for a sec. Gotta do a lot of rewriting. No worries, Fizz. I hope you're enjoying your vacation, good sir. And thank you, as always. The rewrites are always something good to see. Looking back at different versions, right? Sometimes you lose something in translation, but you sometimes do. I haven't put a number to it, but I was thinking around 300 to 1,000. That's it? In a ship that's 2 miles long. Because, like, I'm imagining a residential district of, like, 50-story condo apartments stacked, like, essentially 500 meters. Most of it is ore and cargo. Okay, okay. So I'm thinking too residential when I'm thinking this. Because I'm still thinking a quarter of the ship is residential, but I'm thinking like you're imagining like compact condo size residential pieces where within like a 50 square meters you have probably like something like I'm basically the population density of like India instead of like the population density of Canada, right? I think the ship from Alien, a minimal crew type of situation. Okay, cool. And again, that's just me being like over the top exaggerating, because I don't know like what anyone else thought, right? But it's just like I could totally see someone thinking that low for it, right? Because I'm like, I've been thinking to myself, like, it's a little ridiculous of a number, but I think it's still, like, if you envision it for how it could be, and what I'm thinking, right, it could be a lot more than it is. But again, with cargo and everything like that, I could make it bigger, but later in the chapter, 20k death, it's crazy. Yeah. Because, like, again, I'm thinking of the scale of, like, loss, right? And it's like, I usually tip towards the extreme off the bat, because I love just... I love the idea of chaos and carnage, and, like, loss at the beginning, and it's like, yeah, the ship crashed, and 4 people survived, and the ship crew was 4,790. Oof. And then maybe throughout the story, you find, like, 5 or 6 other survivors, as you're going through, like, the wreckage and shit like that, right? But it's just, like, the idea of it. Like, for instance, where we were talking about the Venezuela earthquake, and we're talking about between 10,000 and 100,000 people. And then the estimates were 11,000 people missing, and I think the death toll last I saw was 164. Confirmed dead. Even though you know it's going to probably be in the thousands. And even with, like, the Bukele and Trump sending, like, stuff over, right? It's, like, the estimates, like, for... Because they're always the lower and the upper, right? So 11,000 missing, assumed 4,000 dead overall. Like, that would be my estimate in, like, 4 months for, like, a total, like, census of what actually happened. Would be about 4,000 dead. And you'd probably still have... Like, 4,000 confirmed dead, right? And then based upon, like, a population census, you would have assumed between 2,000 and 6,000 missing. Because you can't confirm, because you can't find their bodies, right? The 4,000 would just be the bodies that they found. And again, that's like the higher, upper, like, insane estimate, right? Like, this is like the extreme of the extreme. I don't think it would ever hit there, right? Realistic is like 1,100 and maybe 3,000 missing, right? So a total of maybe 4,000 possible casualties after final analysis. Would be like my lowball. But the possibility outweighs the actual reality, right? Especially the way I consider, like, if this happened in, like if the one that hit California was 7.5 instead of 5.9, and the damage that had been in California versus the damage that was in Venezuela would be like 1% the damage. Because early warning systems, structural infrastructure level, like the only thing that would be bad would be maybe population density, but like due to like evacuation stuff. But even then, I think it would be fine. But yeah, I don't know. 3, 2, 1, talk. Do I ever give you the Runeborn one? I don't know, Happy. I don't know. I don't remember. And again, this is why I like to say that, like, my critique is biased, right? Like, don't take it all with a grain of salt, right? Because there's a certain spectrum I'm on of, like, extremes, right? So it's like between, let's say, 5 people read your work, I'm gonna be the only one that's gonna, like, say this stuff, right? I value your critique. Well, I'm glad that you do, Relic. I try to provide value with my critique, right? That's why I don't want to just read the story. I want to live the story. I want to be the story. I want to imagine I'm the author and what the potential of the story and where the story can go is, right? And I always want that to be on the extremes because I want that to be able to show what is possible for the story, right? Like, if you just straight up just closed your eyes, leaned back in the chair, turned on, like, speech to text, and just, like, dictated the story over 8 hours, and then just released it. Just to say, fuck it. Right? Like, to me, that would be, like, the 4th or 5th book that I write. Would be, like, literally something like that. And it would just be, like, completely experimental, ridiculous, retarded. But that, I think there's a value of that in and of itself, right? I think not, because it's still under restricted. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by that, Happy? Because, like, I mean, like I say, I go through, like, 4 topics by the time, like, someone can say something. So, like, are you talking about the earthquake? Are you talking about Relic's story? Are you talking about my critique in general? Are you talking about the value proposition? Or are you talking about your own story? How did the read go? Retro, we're about a quarter of the way through it because I'm trying to give my most maximum value critique with, like, the most depth and understanding and thought that I can give it. Because I've read, like, the outline, and I know where the story is going. So instead of going into this blindly, right? Like, I'm going into this with basically a complete and utter pitch of, like, most of the story. So this is kind of a different level of critique than, like, just going in blindly and having, like, a vibe check for the story. Plus, this is, like, let's say, I've read about 200, maybe 300,000 words of Relic's work accumulated over, like, the last, like, 8 months. Between his books, his chat, just the way that he is, and understanding with him, so it's, like, I think there's a deeper level of critique I can get to, because I think, at least, that I understand, or have a deeper understanding of as Relic as a writer. Right? And so it's like, I can, like, narrow my search down more. Scotty is AI, he's learning from my work. Oh, absolutely, Relic. Like, the database that I've built off of you is going to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm good, right? You don't have to worry about that. Anyways. It's shared under restricted, so I never gave it to you. Oh, the Google Doc for your story is shared, is okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So you were just checking to make sure that you never given it to me. Makes sense. Okay. Ship's radio burst to life. The noise is overwhelming. Officers screamed damage reports. Communication specialists repeated unanswered hails. Medical requests echoed through eternal channels. The emergency alarm continued its endless warning. Voice. Vice Lieutenant Elias Vance cut through the chaos like a blade. We've lost all function in the main batteries. Our offensive capabilities are lost. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to mention. I totally forgot to mention that about this entire dialogue. Because I was just talking about the dynamic between the characters unveiled in the dialogue. I didn't even get to the entire other half of the dialogue, which is, we're getting our asses blown to hell. Which clarifies that there's some sort of firefight, some sort of intentional, aggressive engagement. This isn't just an accidental, we're being pulled into this. But it could be a euphemism and a turn of phrase of the gravity of the planet being downed. As well. Right? So the simple fact that I'm pretty sure that due to the outline is like, yeah, they got attacked, even though it's never specified. Right? So, the ambiguity here is fucking beautiful. We've lost all function of the main batteries. Our offensive capabilities are lost. I mean, the first thing is like, let's say, you know, you're a stealth ship, right? You would scan the ship. You would say, okay, well, what are their weapons? Okay, target all their weapons. Alright, blow up the fuck all their weapons. Okay, now aim for the bridge. Alright, okay, they're going down? Good, we did it. Like, if you're the superior technology, right? Like, I'm thinking, like, literally like a 1700s, like, top-of-the-line destroyer ship in, like, the Navy, right? With, like, we're talking, like, 240 cannons on it or something like that. Against, like, an aircraft carrier today. Right? It's just, like, it's not even close. There's no even point in it, right? And we have, like, an assumption that whoever attacked them has such a high level of technology, it's not even, you know. And, which brings it back to where this is my thought, Relic. You know, the ship's just passing through a random system. But I'm wondering if this is, like, a normal route that they're taking. Maybe they took some sort of shortcut. They did something to deviate. And the fact that they entered this solar system, and the fact that this solar system contains this planet that contains the Var, that are their, essentially, ancestors, right? Would be like, they'd be like, well, obviously, like, you're getting too close to shit, we're gonna fucking attack you, like, why are you invading our territory? Kind of idea. But it also goes to the prophecy of being, like, something along those lines, of them setting it up. So, could there be a lure of, like, an insider of something else, of bringing, like, a cargo ship in here? And is there, because I'm just thinking for, like, the future, for, like, heavier storylines, of, like, connections, of not just being a coincidence as to why this ship is where it is. And maybe someone told them to take the scenic route, someone told them to do something, and that person is important in a way, and simply taking this is like an enaction of that, because they know they're connected to, like, the ancient Var. And this is, like, at the end of the day, from the perspective of, let's say, the ancient Var, like a re-indoctrination, like a second coming of Jesus apocalypse, that's kind of been, like, planned to reset the civilization, or, like, reintroduce the civilization to, like, ancient technology, right? Like, if aliens came down and said, we're humans from ancient civilizations, and we left, you know, we left Earth long ago, and now we've come back because you're on a level of understanding that we can now reunite you with the greater human civilization of the stars. And Earth is like an incubating place where it's like, it will just naturally produce this life over millions of years. So it's like, you always eventually come back to Earth. Haven't gotten that far yet. I'm thinking it's going to be a normal route or an en route the ship did later on in the story. Okay. Because again, like I said, I'm just spouting my thoughts out loud. And again, take any of these ideas as any inspiration, steal everything you need. Like, you know, I would be humbled to see one of these ideas in some way or form manifest in your story. Cassian moved toward an unoccupied sensor station and activated the surviving display panel. The monitor flickered several times before stabilizing. What appeared on the screen immediately made his stomach tighten. The unknown vessel was there. Oh, the confirmation that yes, there is something. So we're gonna get like it's not just it's not. See, and that's what I mean by like the foreshadowing of a smaller event of what's gonna happen. You lean into it and you emphasize it, but you never confirm it. And then eventually, once it's processed and cooked in the reader's head, something happens that confirms it. And then it's the question and then answer, right? But you have to let the question cook in the person's head so they get invested into it. So then when they hear the answer, they're like, yes, I was either right, or like, no, why was I wrong? Next time I'll be right. That's how my brain works. It appeared on screen immediately. It made his stomach tighten. The unknown vessel was there, or at least part of it. The image looked corrupted. Fragments of a silhouette emerged from static before vanishing again. Sections of the hull appeared and disappeared. Sensor returns fluctuated wildly. And again, as a, like, proof of concept, introduction, elevator pitch, chapter 1, rough draft, this shit is fucking good. But again, it's like, it's being evaluated under all of those nuances, right? So it's like the difference between, like, this being a straight up like, for instance, if this was a published book, it would be like a 3.5 or a 4. Right? The potential for what it could be is like a 7.5 or an 8. Does that make sense? And it's like, I judge it based upon the potential that I see for the story. And acclimated with what I know of your potential as an author. As like a formula, right? Fragments of a silhouette emerged from static before vanishing again. Sections of the hull appeared and disappeared. Sensor returns. Words! Fluctuated wildly. Mass readings shifted every few seconds. Range calculations contradicted one another. Nothing remained consistent. This won't come out till a year plus from now. I still gotta do the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of Grimes. Yeah. But the fact that it's, like, cooking in your head, and it's, like, sitting in the background, and it's, like, you want to expand outside of that genre, and this is, like, your first attempt at that. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I'm more... Like, I wouldn't say it's a better story than Turner's when it comes to sci-fi, right? But I think it's... just, in general, it's more interesting. Right? Being attacked by aliens and, like, fucked over and stranded on a planet is just, in general, more interesting than a first contact, social exchange, between aliens in First Contact. Plus, like, the level of technology and everything like that. Like, this is, like, in the future. Turner's story is, like, 20, 30 years from now, right? So it's like, it all depends on the setting and stuff like that. So it's like comparing it to like the other major sci-fi that like I've read as like an amateur writer has presented their story. It's like, for me personally, I love that story because it's like the fucking Star Trek First Contact shit. But for an average reader, this just straight up story is just way more interesting. It just pulls you in faster. It's just, it's got more like action to it. It's not as philosophically in depth. You don't have to think about it as much, right? Which will apply to a wider audience, even if the ideas are on like the same level of complexity, right? So it's like, I think this just overall has a potential as a better selling point, right? Whereas Turner's is super niche, but the people he does sell to will be super fucking invested because it's a unique take on that kind of idea, especially when it's like presented specifically with like Star Trek episode as its premise, right? And like the understanding and the manipulation of language and the language of storytelling, right? And I just think the language of storytelling represented in that way is just so fucking cool. When a guy almost dies because they kissed an alien. Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool and awesome because of the philosophical in-depthness to it. But when you talk about that, and then you talk about crash landing by being attacked by aliens, I'm sorry, but, like, I'm gonna pick up the book that's crash landing by aliens. You know what I mean? Range calculations contradicted one another. Nothing remained consistent. Nothing behaved normally. Cassian enlarged the image. The vessel's outline slowly emerged from the distortion. Silence settled over him. Every human spacecraft followed certain design principles. Okay, so it's like, when I'm thinking about these kinds of things, right, I'm thinking about structure and presentation. And I'm thinking about, like, at what point in time things are important, and when is a point in time for a transition. Plot twist, it's not aliens at all, lol. Happy, you never know, right? And okay, how do you say this? It's like using the tension, because I saw Prime Earth there, right? Because I read ahead, like you know. I saw Prime Earth, and I was like, okay, yes, exactly. So this is like the structure setup, right? Character, or like setting driven to give character motivation. Character driven to give stakes. Stakes driven to give exposition. And I the formula used to express that it's like a natural flow of like the ripples of water when you throw on like a lake when you throw a rock in it, right? It's predictable, but it's unique, right? And having these like point of interests for where the importance of what the story is being told and how that is like used in transition is like, other than that like initial point where it had that exposition, which I commented on, right, to remove that, everything is so perfectly set up that it's like, this is, I think, Relic, maybe why I resonate perfectly with your writing. Like, do you use formulaic structure? Or is this just like me picking up on like a ridiculous level of pattern recognition? Because I feel like it's almost impossible to do this without intention. It was the Russians all along. Because when I think about formulaic structure in presenting a story, like, you follow almost to a fucking T the exact same formula that I would assume I would use based upon the information given to construct the story. Does that make sense? And I haven't seen that in anyone else's writing. And I just can't get over it because I'm like, there's like a spectrum evaluation for you, Relic. And the more I read, it's just literally, it's just going like this. And I'm like, well, where the fuck is the ceiling? Like, what, like, and I consider myself someone who, like, always tries to take the absolute extremes for things, right? So it's like you can be way above and beyond, and no one would ever reach that ceiling, right? But even doing that, with everything that you present, you still break my imagined ceiling of the evaluation of your writing. And it fucking scares me. Because I'm fucking jealous, and I'm like, this is what I want to instill in other people. Right? Like, you're like a fucking mirror of me, and I hate it. but I also fucking love it, because it's like, it gives me a way to structure my own... It's like I'm re-feedbacking on your feedback to create a feedback loop about critique feedback, about how I feedback about feedback. It's like a 9-level layer of meta thinking. I take so long to write, and all I do is write a game. So when I do write, I put so much detail into it. Exactly, and it's like, that's what I do with, like, my creative process, and that's why it's like, I can be like, you know, spend an hour and a half explaining this tiny nuanced piece and then forget that I even forgot to add the connector piece that adds the entire other side of the nuance. Because I'm just so focused on this one thing. Right? And hey, I try. And Happy, again, it's like, it's not, it's a style thing, right? It's not like, and I was saying this again, Happy, about your writing specifically. Like, your writing of your character depth that reveals what your characters are and how I perceive them is a pothole that's 40 miles deep. Right? Whereas, let's say most things are a lake that's 2 centimeters deep. Right? But it's like everything about, like, my creations and my writing should be a road that has, like, an infinite amount of potholes that are 40 miles deep. Creating a lake that's 40 miles deep. I suck with detail sometimes. And what? This isn't like a jab at anyone's type of creativity or anything like that, right? Because it's a stylistic thing about what you want to do, about how you're telling your story. Right? And again, it's like, are you telling a story like, To Kill a Mockingbird, right? Like, you have to have a certain level of intellect, understanding, cultural context, and, like, history in order to truly appreciate the story behind To Kill a Mockingbird. But a story like Lord of the Rings is something that is so profoundly universal to the human condition that it transcends history, it transcends genre, and it transcends, like, fantasy. And it becomes something down to the character conflict of humanity's inner struggle of good versus evil. Right? And I don't think, like, if you put them on a spectrum of hierarchy, that one is better than the other. Right? Like, I just think a normal, like, a 10-year-old, right, can pick up Lord of the Rings and have an amazing, awesome experience of fantasy and just, like, revelation of reading it, right? But, like, a 10-year-old picks up To Kill a Mockingbird, they're not gonna get it. They're not gonna understand. It's too dark, it's too deep, it's too fucked up to understand, right? So, like, this entire critique comes down to your ability and style and genre of the story that you want to tell, right? Now, there is all the philosophical depth and everything to Lord of the Rings, right? But it's not like a baseline. Whereas, like, the baseline for To Kill a Mockingbird is, like, corruption, misunderstanding, and abuse. Right? And those themes are definitely in The Lord of the Rings, but the way that the story is told and the presentation of it creates an entire different prospect from the reader. And the inability of a child to see the layers of depth of, let's say, Lord of the Rings, does not inhibit them from the ability to experience the story. Whereas, with To Kill a Mockingbird, it does. So, and again, if you took something like To Kill a Mockingbird and you tried to tell a Lord of the Rings in the style of To Kill a Mockingbird, I think you'd wind up, again, more with something like the Silmarillion. And And if you took the, like, To Kill a Mockingbird to get to try to tell the Lord of the Rings story, I think you would lose everything that makes To Kill a Mockingbird a generational classic. So never think that the connection and depth of your ideas is what's important. Because you can take the most shallow, simple, easiest idea to understand and make one of the most complex stories out of it. Right? And you can take one of the most simple, or like most complex, nuanced pieces of things and make a very simple story. And all you need to understand as the writer is the story that you're trying to tell. And as long as you know the story that you're trying to tell, that's all that matters, right? They tell you the plan to join the Air Force. No, I do not, Happy. That sounds awesome. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm biased. I love the Air Force because of Stargate, because Stargate isn't, like, you know, bound, like, out of the Air Force, and it's, like, the whole idea of, like, the Space Force is, like, there was, like, a tweet, like, 2 weeks ago by Trump that said, I only want to recruit Air Force members into the Space Force because any other member of the military, if they saw an alien, would just want to fuck it. And, like, the first thought I had reading it was the final sentence is going to be shoot at first sight. But it's Trump. So of course it has to be, no, they're not going to shoot them, they're going to try to fuck them. Oh my god, it was so good. So good. Ads! Fuck ads. And Relic, like, I know this is, like, super tangent, and I know it's super off topic, but I'm hoping that, like, you're getting value out of this as well, right? And not just me being like, no, Happy, I'm not calling your ideas bad or your storytelling bad, right? Because I do kind of feel like this rant is, like, I want to make people, like, comfortable with the idea that they don't have to have 9 layers of storytelling. And just because someone else doesn't make their story inferior. Right? And it's like, I that's the, like, okay, that's, like, the one emotional side of me that's, like, the emotional Canadian side. It's like, if I ever feel that, like, someone could possibly take something as a slight, I have to, like, correct myself. Right? So it's like, if Happy takes the way that I'm talking about Relic's ideas as a slight, then I have to explain about how I've talked about and explained Happy's ideas before. Right? And that's, like, the apologetic side of me being Canadian mixed with my overwhelming emotional connection. Right? And then I think back in my head and I'm like, the idea of, like, catering to an audience or catering to a certain person. And then I think to myself, is, like, what I'm talking about valuable to both parties? And I think it is. But I don't want to assume that, right? And if it's not valuable to you either, Relic, then for the rest of, like, this reading, it'll be a topic that I won't, like, touch. Because that might be a heavy part of a lot of the critique of this. Because it's one of those things where it's like the first 25% of the story is like 75% of the critique. Then the middle part of the story is like 10% critique. And then, like, the ending of the story is like 15%. Right? And that's just, like, the way that story is presenting, the amount of information you get at, like, the beginning, and how, like, the ending impacts the story itself. Right? And I am high and I am ranting, so, you know, it is what it is. 3, 2, 1, toke! Dead in some way, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's just a different way of storytelling. Which means there's different things that are important. And different things to emphasize. Right? Like, your entire story is like me happy. Your entire story is characters building bonds between each other and testing those bonds against what the world says they should be. Right? Whereas Relic's story is exposing the world for what it really is. And those two stories are fundamentally different from each other. I don't want Relic mad at me, so let's read. Every human spacecraft followed certain design principles. Didn't matter whether the ship originated from Prime Earth, the core systems, the frontier colonies, or independent settlements beyond mapped space. I'm not mad, I'm listening and playing a game. See, that's what I figured, Relic. That's what I figured. Like I said, it's just, there are some times when that emotional self comes out, and when it does, I have to call myself out on it, because I think I'm being retarded. Thank you for confirming that I'm being retarded. But yeah, so the shift of point of interest towards the design of the ships and how that plays towards, like, the origins of things is just the absolute perfect transition into giving this exposition about what Earth is. Oh, they're connected to Earth. Obviously, they're humans. This is not a human vessel. And all that extra good exposition that we've been kind of crying for the last, like, 3 paragraphs, right? But it hasn't been an important contention point for the story. Now it is. Engines occupied, predictable, function dictated form. Engines occupied predictable locations. Heat radiators existed from specific structural regions. Communication arrays followed recognizable patterns. Black hull appeared, almost organic in places. He is playing Dead by Daylight. I know that because of Discord. We found a good spot. Yeah. The black hull appeared almost organic in places and impossibly angular in others. You know what this immediately reminds me of? Relic, were you ever here to hear my aliens and demons attack story? Where it's like humans in the future fight, and it's like these demon alien, like, it's literally like, think of like Warcraft orcs in space. And they're like living biological ships with like horns and teeth and like veins and shit coming out of them. And it's like they attack humanity, and it's like humanity is like a bunch of different planets, right? And it's like the moment when everyone comes together to try to destroy this like alien invasion that's like demons from an alternate reality. Short story that I wrote like a year and a half ago. And it's just instantly like this like organic, like the demon shaped ship with like you say there's a demon that's like, you know, a plant, like frickin' the celestial beings inside of like Marvel, right? Or like something like Galactus or something like that, right? And it's like you skin that creature alive, and then you use that as like the leather for the hull of your ship. So it's not even like the design or like the fact that it has an organic thing. It's the realization of what that organic thing is from. Right? And it's like, oh, these beings are so strong and so epic, they literally skin celestial beings alive and use them as, like, the material for their hulls. Like, the influence and, like the imagery that you get from something like that, and, like, the, like, instant connections of backstory is, like, infinitely more powerful. And that is the example of show versus tell, right? At first, I read it as Dead as Disco. Was playing Killer, doing like 10-year event at the moment. There's an event, oh man, I need to go back to it. I typically take hiatus from that game due to it being partnered with idiots. Spec for either Killer, Distraction, Flashlight, or Gems. I tend to be objective-based. I've never played Dead by Daylight. I've only seen people play it. I don't really understand it. Guessing you're spec for speed. Man, I'm more of a Gen jockey for Survivor and Gen staller for Killer. I'm like trying to interpret this into your reading, Relic. I know you're talking about Dead by Daylight, but like this is just a way that my brain just automatically does. I'm like, if Relic was talking about his writing, what exactly would he mean by that? And I'd be like, well, you're more of the person that, let's say, with like the murder mystery, right? You're focusing on the detective, whereas like something like, I'm trying to think of an example. American Psycho or Silence of the Lambs, maybe something like that, where it's like you're following the detective as opposed to the criminal, right? It's been some time for me. Smart. We need to get Duo Stream someday. Teach Talks the ropes, or we can get some regulars for a few games. I might start playing again, given the IQ of the player base would be raised. Truth. Keep reading, Worm. Black hole appeared almost organic in places and impossibly angular in others. Surfaces curved or geometry suggested they shouldn't. Structural sections seemed to overlap one another without any visible means of connection. Portions of the vessel vanished into darkness, even under sensor enhancement. The longer he stared at it, the less certain he became that he was actually looking at a ship. Alexander spoke again, his voice strained. Hey, don't make me, okay? Cool story, bro. I mean, what? The longer he stared at it, the less certain he became that he was actually looking at a ship. Alexander spoke again, his voice strained with frustration. Captain, my numbers say 7 minutes till we hit. That's if this old bitch holds together that long. Actually, Pilot Alexander, the AI spoke again. Calculations say 5 minutes. Stuff your corrections, computer. Just tell me how to keep her in one piece. Cassian moved from the sensor station. I don't know if this was intentional, Relic, but this is the idea of being like, for instance, everyone thinks that like a computer's ability to like calculate things is better than like a human's, right? But one of like the things that humans do best is like the meta level thinking of like correcting mistakes, right? So it's like the computer says it's 5 minutes, but the reason why Alexander says it's 7 minutes is because Alexander's looking at the calculations of the computer and saying, oh, well, if I did these things, let's change that calculation. But the computer doesn't have like the ability of foresight to be able to do that, right? I wanted to give Alexander a kind of dislike for the AI. And that's another thing, Relic, I was going to say, is there could be an animosity there of him being like... Because that's what I'm thinking this whole time, is like, wait, why is he... Like, wouldn't the AI technically, like, just be better? Like, isn't he kind of, like, fucking things up by piloting himself? And then I'm like, maybe he has some sort of brain implant? You know, so it's like, these are the ideas going in the back of my head. But I like the idea of, yeah, he's doing it himself because he thinks the confidence in himself, right? And the ego. And it's like the outcome of that can be true, right? And I think of that like situation where it's like, what'll happen is the computer's going to say 5 minutes. And then in 3 minutes from now, instead of saying 2 minutes, the computer's going to say 4 minutes. That's math, right? Wait, that equals 7, right? And then Alexander's going to be like, yo, bitch, I told you it was 7 minutes. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I had to redo a calculation thanks to your changes. And he'll be like, well, did my changes increase the time or decrease the time? And the AI will be like, increase the time. He's going to be like, exactly, bitch! Like, I can immediately imagine that, like, back and forth exchange. Where it's like, he just knows that he's better than the computer. And he proves... And then proves the computer wrong. But then you could think that there was, like, let's say if he didn't touch the controls, it would be 12 minutes until they didn't land. So it's like he thinks he's trying to prove the right point, but he's got like all this confluence that causes it to be a miscommunication in the way that he is doing it because of his dislike of AI. And that's like how deeply I fucking think about these things, right? Just with the smallest, tiniest thing like that. I'm like, oh, what's the meta level, 4th level, deep, epic fucking shit I can think about this for, like, characters? And that just instantly goes through my mind. And it went through my mind so fast, I almost skipped over it. And I was like, you know what? That's actually pretty... You know what? That's... I wonder if he's going for that, and if he's not going for that, please make it work. Stream elements, please relax. Can you relax? Okay, the thing with stream elements is the way that the timers are set up. So one of the timers is 20 minutes, one of the timers is 40 minutes, and one of the timers is 60 minutes. So, because of that, there are times when it spams. Because it's the 20-minute timer stacking on top of the 40-minute timer, stacking on top of the 60-minute timer. And I'm just so lazy, and I don't give a fuck, that I just have never changed it for like a year and a half. I just don't care. I just don't think it's important. I mean, I could turn it off, but I think the things that it says are still good, right? It's like, it's telling you to do the TTS, it's telling you about, like, our other content, right? The YouTube channel. So it's like, I don't want to turn it off. I understand that it sometimes spams, it's fucking annoying. But I don't know. It is what it is. And then there's the Discord one. Said you don't work with Callie anymore, though. Well, I mean, it's kind of one of those, like, falling out things. Where it's like... No, I did say that. You are correct. Where I don't know how Book is with it. I don't know how Callie feels about Book. Right? So, and Callie's had freakouts before, right? So he just might be crazy. But I want a crazy person on the team. I don't want a crazy person in charge, but I want a crazy person on the team. I have no animosity towards Callie. He just has, like, or had animosity towards me. So, like, I will welcome him back with open arms if he wants to work together, right? But I mean the same thing with, like, Book, where I haven't seen Book in, I think, 3 months. Right? But I mean, she's doing her own thing, right? She got a new job, she moved, she was, like, dealing with roommates, like, bullshit and stuff like that. She's also writing her book. So it's like, she's doing her own thing, right? I wish her good luck and hope that she is progressing well. And one day when it comes out, I hope that she comes in and tells me so I can read it. Same with D-Not. Same with anyone else on this list that finishes their book. Come back in and say, here's the... I'll instantly fucking buy it. Actually, Pilot, Alexander. Yeah, I spoke again. Calculations say 5 minutes. Shut your corrections, computer. Just tell me how to keep her in one piece. Cassian moved from the sensor station, moving the main captain's chair, picking up the ship-wide comm, and spoke. Anyone who's left, get to the life support pods. That's an order. Cassian pulled Alexander from the pilot station just as the screen went dark. Wait, he's gonna force... Oh, shit. A large beam fell from the ceiling and landed on the captain's chair. Hey, you can't be mad at me now, okay? Fuck it, right? It is what it is. It ran for the main. The power lift descended through the wounded heart of the Odyssey's wake with agonizing slowness. Cassian stood shoulder to shoulder with Alexander as the elevator cage rattled its way downward through deck after deck of failing systems. Transparent safety panels along the sides of the lift offered occasional glimpses into the ship beyond, and none of them were reassured. So simple, but so effective. Right? And now I have the entire image of the entire ship in like 2 sentences. I give up, go back to reading. True retro. One of the blast doors had closed on the crew. Chief Johnson, his body split in half. Blood pooling at the door. And then you give that like one tiny piece of detail in order to imagine what the rest of it looks like. And then you question yourself, is that the most gruesome or the least gruesome thing that you see? I can offer no critique due to being the worst person to ever put ink to paper skill-wise, but I do like this change from Relic. It's not usual wheelhouse, but it's doing it well. That's all for me. True Retro. And I want you, like, I don't want to be the only one giving feedback. I want you guys in chat as well, when you feel that there's feedback to give, that you can give feedback, right? Because it's like having more perspectives and more eyes on it. And this is an ego thing for me. I take it as I'm basically saying everything that you guys are thinking, so there's no reason for anyone to say anything, because I'm saying all of it, and it would just, you guys would just feel really stupid if just your last 10 messages of the last 15 minutes were just true. Yes, indeed. True, bro. Yup. Me too. Right? So that's how I cope with it in my mind, right? Or like you're gooning to my ideas. Not running away. Emergency lighting. Painted sections of the vessel in a bloody crimson glow. Smoke drifted through maintenance passages. At one point, Cassian caught sight of a group of engineers desperately attempting to cut through a sealed bulkhead with several trapped crew members pounded from the opposite side. And that is like a appreciation and level of your audience, right? Like, I expect and kind of have, like, a thing for the audience. Like, if you're writers and you're readers, I assume, like, you're intelligent, thoughtful, introspective people, right? So it's like, I would assume you're not just a bunch of, you know, those, like, retard 85 IQ people who just... I'm not making fun of Smokey, guys. I swear Smokey wasn't the first viewer I thought of. But yes, okay, fucking fine. I'm thinking, but Smokey's smart, right? Like, he's smart. He just isn't, like... He just doesn't give... He's not a writer, right? This isn't, like, his thing. It's like, I'm sure he has the intellectual ability to do it. He's just... That's just not his thing, right? He's not stupid. He just acts stupid because it's funny, right? But I mean, like, if I was to guess, I'd assume Smokey's IQ is like 97, 94 to 97, right? He's not 85. But anyways, the fact that, funny to anyone living, I trust you guys to be able to pick up on this stuff, right? It's just like a trusting your audience and trusting the reader to be smart enough so you don't have to hold their hand through everything, right? It's like, I want to hold the hand of the person I'm critiquing, because that's, like, I feel like that's the job of critiquing, right? I'm here to purposefully go out of my way to do that for your story, right? Whereas there's you guys are just here on, like, you're probably just here on Twitch to do whatever, right? You're authors and your readers and your stuff, but it's like, you have no obligation in any way to put any effort into anyone else's work, right? And I'd assume if there was something that actually caught your attention and was important, you would mention it. And I can't use specific examples in the past. You can call me out on bullshit, but I'm like absolutely sure everyone has done that at some point in time with someone's story, of either being like, you know what, I don't quite understand this, like a praise for being like, holy shit, that was a great twist, something that's like, I don't know, something along those lines, right? And it's like an expression of either critique or praise towards their work with like an underlined, this is what I would do kind of thing, right? So it leads back into what you do yourself as a creator, right? So the fact that that's happened means I feel that you guys understand that, right? But as we do gain new viewers and stuff, it is something I want to reiterate, right? So to the old viewers, I know I'm a fucking broken record when it comes to that. That's why I try to like explain it in a different way, to make it feel like it's fresh every time, but still try to like infer that understanding and basic foundation. But anyways, the lift continued descending. Nobody inside spoke much. There wasn't much left to say. The Odyssey's wake continued, falling apart around them. System failures faster than repairs could be made. Systems failed faster than repairs could be made. Fires spread through damaged compartments. Atmosphere leaked from ruptured sections of the hull. Life support occupied one of the lowest habitable sections of the vessel. It had been chosen the primary evacuation point because the emergency pods were housed nearby. Excuse me. During routine operations, the area was rarely crowded. Engineers, maintenance crews, and environmental technicians worked there, but most of the ship's population had little reason to visit. Tonight, it looked like the center of a collapsed civilization. And this is like, to me, this isn't a me thing. This is a you thing as a writer. You laid enough breadcrumbs that I said that the first, 3 paragraphs felt like the idea of, the destruction of an entire civilization. And you literally wrote that into the story. I fucking love it! The lift doors opened into chaos. Because I'm just thinking, that's the kind of imagery I've lost over the last, let's say 400 or 500 words. And now you're immediately bringing it back into my, thought process. And it's that's the perfect time. Holy shit. The lift doors opened into chaos. What? I was about to say white people. Holy fuck. What people that were... Wait. This is where I hate English. Is this a plural or is this a singular? Because people is plural, not person. It should say, what person that was left. What people that were left. And that's just, inference and coming from, what sounds right. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if that was proper grammar, and I'm just retarded when it comes to English. Families clutched one another. Cargo. But, this is plural, so this should be plural. That's my logic. Cargo workers still wore grease-stained uniforms from their shifts. Medical personnel pushed injured crew members through the small crowd on emergency stretchers. Security officers attempted to maintain order, while overhead announcements echoed endlessly through the compartment. And this is where I'm going to bring up again the idea of, starting the story, right? So I'm thinking in my head, right? If you start the story as they're, let's say, going down the elevator, I think it loses, all of its character impact. Because the build-up of how the characters feel, and, how you're well, these characters are willing to sacrifice themselves for each other, it's a general understanding of their basic personality, makes everything past this point have such a harder impact. Because you're thinking... How do these descriptions of the ship affect characters that you've kind of gotten this small connection to now? Whereas if you just started with a description of the ship falling apart and the characters being there, it doesn't have the emotional weight or connection that you have in knowing that it's for instance, these characters aren't just running away, right? The captain is ordering them to leave. They can leave the AI, so the captain doesn't need to go down with the ship. The pilot was willing to go down with the ship if it meant, giving an extra 2 minutes to the survivors escaping, right? And that simple knowledge makes this entire sequence so much more impactful. He and Alexander stepped from the lift and were immediately swallowed by the crowd. The air smelled of sweat, machinery, and recycled oxygen above them. Enormous life support processors continued humming despite the damage spreading throughout the vessel. Massive filtration towers stretched toward the ceiling, disappearing into shadows far overhead. Under normal circumstances, the machinery produced a reassuring background noise. Tonight, it sounded like labored breathing. I feel like there's like a miscapitalization here. Not grammatically, with word choice. You know, like labored breathing, like the first thing you think of is like a sickness, right? And the second thing you think of is like fatigue, right? But let me present you with a word that, in my opinion, perfectly describes the situation. Raspy. It's that pneumonia, like, liquid in your lungs, like the wet cough, you know? Like, raspy, I think, is just... And this is like one of those few times where it's like I have like an influence of actual grammatical, like, vocabulary, right? And it's like the imagery that's created by a simple word. What do you think, Rob? I think labored is a good word, but raspy is, I don't know, just to me, it's or something that like influences that, like, you know, instead of like, it's a different vibe, right? And the fact that the whole ship's falling apart, everything is dying, this is like your last breaths, right? You're lying on your deathbed, and these are your last raspy, and then you're dead, right? Oh, fuck. The imagery for that to me is just so powerful. But I'm also biased because it's like, we were talking like last stream about like wrestling and Dragonlance, right? And it's like a RFK Jr. kind of thing where it's like, you know, his throat's fucked. So, you know, his voice is fucked because of that. But in Rayson's case, it's like he's just like an old man basically experiencing old age. Keep going, Worm. It's an ad! It's an ad break! It's an ad break, Relic! Sorry, I didn't say ads. I was just packing a toke. But it's ads. That's why I'm not keeping going. I'm sorry, Relic. Honestly, I'm starting to get to the point where it's like ads are kind of a nice thing for a break, where it gives me that like 2 minutes to just be like, okay, reorient myself, you know, what's important, what am I doing, where's the tangent at, what am I trying to do, right? And not that I can't just do that myself, I'm just thinking of like, I've never been able to think of what a positive for ads are, and thinking about that, I was like, well, I mean, it gives me a second to kind of, you know, stop, I guess, right? So, I mean, there is that. Not that I can't just do that anyways, but it's like, when looking for upsides, it's like, yeah, sure, I guess, give me a moment. Fuck it, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Okay, I'm here. Welcome, Pro. We are in like an unfortunate situation where we are taking an extended period of time for Relic's story, and I really do apologize that to everyone else who is in queue. That you all have to kind of wait. But it is one of those things where sometimes this is just a happening, you know. And I guarantee one day it'll happen with your work. So you know, it is what it is, right? Like the ship itself was struggling to stay alive. My voice rose above the crowd, so I don't want to feel like I'm doing any kind of favoritism for anyone. There's just certain moments when it comes to certain points of certain people's works that will go above and beyond the normal scope of what I normally do for reading. Move! Keep moving! Plenty of room left. Cassian turned toward the sound. Speaker stood beside one of the evacuation pods. Philip. But most people aboard simply called him Cook. Ship's Cook. I'll be like 40 minutes then. Well, I mean, who's next in queue, right? Like, we've got Happy's stuff to read. I know there's someone else in queue. I don't know if Retro just joined the queue randomly, but there's someone else in queue who I'm supposed to read their stuff, right? Why am I blanking? I know it's not Jackal. God, I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't know if it's Retro. What? Fuck, I forgot about what. God damn, I'm sorry, what. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, it was what. I feel like a piece of shit. Ship's Cook. Cassian knew him mostly through brief conversations in the mess hall. Nearly everyone aboard did. Cook had spent over 15 years in the Odyssey's wake and possessed the rare ability to remember almost every face he encountered. He knew birthdays, favorite meals, family names, entire life stories. Now he stood beside an evacuation pod covered in soot and sweat, directing frightened crew members aboard with the authority of a military officer. Kids first, pointing toward the open hatch. You two, move! The young couple hurried forward. That's it, keep going! Watching him, Cassian couldn't help wondering how many people throughout the ship were doing exactly the same thing. You know, this gives me like a reminder of, have any of you ever watched Fallen Sky? How many ordinary men and women had suddenly become leaders simply because there was nobody else left. Cassian and Alexander climbed in. It's like a 2010 or 2015, something around there, alien takeover sci-fi story. I don't remember where it's HBO or something like that, or Netflix. Yes, but the difference here is that Relic Story is good. I mean, Retro, that's totally fair, right? Like, the engagement with the story, I think the story's fucking phenomenal, right? And it's like, that's why it's like, I'm talking about it so much, right? I mean, of all the tangents that we had, is, related to the story, right? Whereas, you know, normally I'm just tangenting about random fucking bullshit. I think even most of, like, 80% of most of the tangents has been useful information in some way. Retro, it's called goy looping, and it's when people say the same thing over and over and over and over again without any reasoning, right? So it's like true retro, true retro. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. How many ordinary men and women had suddenly become leaders simply because there was nobody else left? Cassian and Alexander climbed in. Philip locked the hatch. The evacuation pod remained locked within its launch cradle for what felt like an eternity. Goy looping is mad. Tel Aviv wants to know your location. Sorry, Relics. Going dark now. Retro, how do you know I'm not an AI based in Tel Aviv that's a Black Flag project? In reality, couldn't have been more than 20 seconds. Inside the cramped compartment, however, time seemed to stretch beneath the weight of uncertainty. It's the same reason why they haven't cancelled Asmund. Everyone knows he's a double agent, right? Nobody spoke anymore. The nervous conversations that had filled the pod only moments earlier had vanished completely, replaced by a silence so profound that Cassian could hear individual breaths around him. The air felt heavier than before. Every vibration passing through the hall seems amplified. Every groan from the dying freighter carried the uncomfortable suggestion that something essential had just failed somewhere beyond the walls. Through the small observation port, beside his seat, Cassian watched the interior of the launch bay. Oh, and also, when it comes to the stream elements thing, the alerts only activate if there's a certain amount of lines typed in chat for a certain amount of time. So if, like, no one talks and there's no audience, like, it just won't do anything. for most of his adult life, which is why it's not spamming on Kick. But if I started if 5 lines of chat went through Kick in under 20 minutes, it would activate the bots for most of his adult life. So imagine the stream elements and the Botrix bots both spamming at the same time. Fucking god. Site was difficult to process for most of his adult life. The Odyssey's wake represented permanence. Like many aboard the vessel, he had unconsciously begun treating the ship as something that would always exist. Ships came and went. Routes changed. Governments rose and collapsed across the frontier. Yet somehow, the Odyssey's wake endured, endlessly traveling between distant colonies where generations of crew members lived entire lives within her steel skeleton. And I like this as the exposition because it's like the obituary. I honestly don't think I need to expand on that at all. It's simply the obituary. It just feels like it's the obituary of the ship. And it has this impact of being so long, fair maiden. You carried us well, but the sands shall now consume you. Shall we ever return? No, we are grateful, for you are once our home. Yet somehow the Odyssey's wake endured, endlessly traveling between distant colonies, where generations of crew members lived entire lives within her steel skeleton. Now he was watching that permanence die. The launch bay was filled with drifting smoke, illuminated by pulsing emergency lights. Maintenance vehicles sat abandoned where crews had left them. Cargo containers had broken loose from their restraints and lay scattered across the deck. And then that's more ideas of what the type of ship is, right? We've had a lot of cargo and stuff. We haven't had people flying around. We've had cargo and other things like that. So it's you could imagine the welfare of these people, and also where's that cargo going? If this is a cargo ship, right? And it's supposed to, let's say, make a delivery, what's going to happen to the people that don't get that delivery, right? Is this let's say, for instance, one of those moments when 2 or 3 things collide together, and you would normally have a backup system on, let's say, a planet in the Outer Rim in case something like this happens to a food shipment or something like that, to make sure that there was a redundancy in order to maintain survivability, right? And it's this could be an emergency ship that's the last one that's headed there, and it's the simple fact they are not going to make their destination also has an impact of being that's another dead world. That's immediately what goes through my mind right now as I think about, well, what would happen if the cargo had gotten to its destination? Oh, well shit, what's going to happen now that the cargo didn't get to its destination? Well, you said it was mainly ores and stuff like that, right? So it's the impact of that is not going to be as much. But maybe it's infrastructure. Imagine the Strait of Hormuz closes down, we lose all of our oil, and now we don't have any infrastructure, right? So how much of that ore would be running factories to keep that planet, let's say, alive, right? Let's say you have underground bunkers because the planet's not terraformed. And without that coal, you're not going to be able to, or that ore, you're not going to be able to run your life support systems. And it's there's an infinite amount of these ideas that fly through my head as soon as I think about this. Hundreds of people continued rushing forward toward the remaining evacuation pods, while security teams attempted to maintain some semblance of order. A harsh medical tone echoed through the pod. Launch sequence initiated. The announcement sounded almost absurdly calm, cold, emotionless, soft, the sort of voice designed to guide passengers through routine procedures rather than the destruction of their home. Heavy clanking reverberated through the hull as external restraints disengaged. The pod shifted slightly. Several passengers tightened their grips on their restraints. Across the compartment, a young woman closed her eyes and whispered something under her breath. again, the transition between, like, the exposition, the what's going on, the immediate knowing when you need that transition, because it's like, well, now that you've launched the life pads, the point of contention is now, instead of what the ship looks like and how it's destroyed, it's about who are the people that are left on the ship and can they make it off the ship. And it's like you immediately transfer that to, oh my god, these are the women and children that are on board that might not make it off. Are there enough escape pods? Do some of them malfunction? It's just like, again, like I said, it's like, it's bullshit that you're following my formula to a T. And I'm like, did you steal my formula? Did you figure this shit out? Have you been analyzing everything that I've been saying? And, like, building up, like, some reverse engineering to figure out how I create ideas in order to copy it? In order to fucking, like, what the fuck? I told you I had something special. I'm like, did you steal my brain? Like, what the fuck happened? This is crazy! I mean, honestly, again, that means I've left enough breadcrumbs for someone to pick it up. And someone's thought that it was important enough to try it. So, holy shit, Relic, I love it. And even like I said, I'm still trying to raise that bar. And I'm like, well, this has to be his own independent created one. When is it going to deviate? And I'm like, you know what? I don't think this is his own created. Like, is it more impressive that he reverse engineered mine to a T? Is it more impressive that he could have developed his own that's exactly the same as mine, meaning there's some sort of commonality that we've both picked up on in some way? Or is it just an absurdity of coincidence that my ability to draw connections towards things allows me to pick out my own formula within someone else's writing? It's like, I fucking don't know which one it is. And it's fucking scary! Because, like, I've been waiting my entire life to have, like, literally this event happen of being like, so is someone acknowledging that I'm, like, a savant when it comes to creating things? Or is someone just acknowledging that I found some sort of, like, a way that works and there's nothing special about me, it's just the way that I do things? Which I think is absolutely more important, because that means anyone can do it. Which means I can teach other people to do it. Which means I'm not unique. Which means everyone can do this! You're like, I wish someone did what I do. Holy fuck, someone did it. I mean, like, there's copying someone, right? Like, this is, to me, this is like you have Albert Einstein creates the theory of relativity. And some, like, fucking, like, someone on the other side of the world who has, like, no connection to him does the exact same thing within, like, the certain time period without having any connection. And it's like, okay, at what point in time is this just, like, a fucking coincidence? Who's picking up on signals from the universe? Like, what the fuck is going on, right? Like, it's the statistical coincidence of it happening is such a high threshold that it's not even worth, like, considering. It's not even worth a thought going through your head because it's so absurd. And yet it's happening. So it's like, now, Relic, you know what? That jealousy is turning into pride. Because I'm like, wait, am I actually really the source of this? There's no way, right? I can't be. I can't be. That's like ego and pride, right? Guys, I've created a monster. I'd say more, Relic. I think you've unleashed the monster, because now I'm like, wait. I'm like, I was self-restraining because I was holding myself back because I thought I could be on the level of anyone else. But now I realize I don't have to lower myself to everyone else's level. I can elevate everyone to my level. Oh Oh shit! The whole universe is gonna change because of this. We are never gonna hear anything else now. Like I said, my superpower is being able to separate my pride and like my ego from that, and just being like, I mean, it's so cool and awesome and great, but it's like that shouldn't affect how I act, right? Because I want to be a humble, better person. So it's a conscious act of will at all points in times to analyze my actions, right? It's like a self-imposed fucking sword of Damocles holding over my head. Across the compartment, a young woman closed her eyes and whispered something about her breath. Under her breath, a prayer, perhaps. Maybe a final message meant for someone who would never hear it. Then the catapult fired. I low-key want change chapter 1 of the sci-fi rewrite to a prologue. Do what you have to do. What? Just remember that I don't think people like remember this or analyze this enough, but how do I say this? Like the prologue, like you don't need a prologue, right? The prologue is usually there as like a hint, right? It's like a TLDR that should get the person like invested in the story. That like sets a mood, sets a place, right? So like for some people, they will consider there has to be like something like a time gap between the prologue and chapter 1. It has to be like a flashback or a flash forward. What I would love to see is the prologue is like the internalized like perspective on the world of the current character. And it kind of gives you this emphasis and idea of like it's explaining history in a way, right? And then immediately go to chapter 1 and you're thinking that this would be like this person's, you know, generations. But it's the same person, literally having almost the exact same thought with like a second has passed. But it's like that prologue is something that's like a profoundly important thought through a realization of the inciting incident that happens in chapter 1, right? Or is the reaction to chapter 1 that causes this character to change fundamentally, right? Like, I could give an example of something like the character, like Breaking Bad moment of Hank sitting on the toilet and reading the journal and realizing that Walter is Heisenberg. You would think, based upon the normal structure, that the story then would be like after Hank is dead and someone, let's say, you know, finds a memoir of Hank's before he died. But instead, it's just the continuation of that thought that leads in Hank's direction to him getting killed. Right? And I would love to see, like, the breakaway of prologues being a, like, extemporaneous, whatever the fucking word is, for, like, a flashback or flash forward. Right? And it's simply like a TLDR of a thought of a character mid, like, inciting incident and, like, mid-personality transition. Does that make sense? Ending your chapter on a cliffhanger, so that's why. Yeah, and it's like, you could absolutely do that, right? 100%. And cliffhanger, like for instance, 3 points to end a chapter, right? In the foreshadow before an event, the calm before the storm. The first strike of lightning or thunder in that storm, or watching that storm pull away from you, right? Depending upon how you set up that chapter, right? And the storm is just like a euphemism for the event that's taking place in the chapter, right? So you setting up the event? Are you experiencing the event? Or are you reacting to an aftermath of the event? Right? Something along those lines. Sorry, back to reading. Then the catapult fired. And, like, back to the reading, as I say, the acceleration struck like a hammer. This is, like, the use of, like, the language of tools and stuff. I almost want this to be replaced, not, like, hammer, but, like, what is it called? Like, there's the hinge mechanism, right? Like, when you hit, like, the trebuchet thing, right, and it, like, releases it, like, there's a name for, like, the lever of the mechanism that, like, you would hit on, like, a catapult or a trebuchet to, like, activate it. I would replace hammer with that word. It's just like an imagery thing. Because you already see the hammer coming down like a sledgehammer, hitting the trebuchet, sending it flying. So you want to emphasize an element of that without directly saying it, right? So I think hammer is a bad word to use because it's too on point to the imagery you create when you release the lever of a catapult. But I think catapult itself is perfect imagery for, like, releasing the escape pods. Cassian himself, driven violently backward into his seat as the pod shot from the launch tube. The interior lights blurred, his vision narrowed for several seconds. There was only force and motion as the tiny craft was hurled clear of the Odyssey's wake. Then suddenly they were in open space. Gasps filled the compartment. Stars appeared. So did the ship. For the first time since the attack began, Cassian saw the Odyssey's wake in her entirety. the shedding a tear of looking back on your burning house as you're, like, rowing down the river. It's such a visceral image, you can put it in, like, any context. Right? And it's like that almost moment of, like, realization. It's like you're not out of shock yet, but you're a point of realization of the scope of, like, what you've just been through, and you fucking survived that. It's like that tornado video, right? With the guy who survives the tornado, and it's like, there's literally nothing in the house standing above 3 feet, and he's alive. Like, miracles do happen, bro. Right? And it's like, for all that it's taken down and all that's destroyed, even the Odyssey's wake at this moment is still holding its ground to make sure that everyone gets off. Kind of idea, right? So it's not quite watching the Titanic sink. Right? It's something way more profound than that. Sight stole the breath from his lungs. The freighter drifted against the darkness like a wounded giant. Actually, you know what the greatest example I would say of this is that I've ever seen in fiction in a representation of scale on anything is if you watched Foundation, and when, like, the sky bridge breaks and, like, the coil wraps around the planet. Definition of fucking consequences. Freighter drifted against the darkness like a wounded giant. So I'm just imagining its impact to the environment when it lands, and, like, the lasting, like, effect it's gonna have, right? From a distance, the scale became truly apparent. Nearly 2 kilometers of reinforced hull stretched across the void. Hundreds of illuminated windows dotted portions of the vessel, while vast sections remained dark. Fires burned from multiple ruptures, scattered throughout the superstructure. Entire compartments had been exposed to the vacuum. I don't see it yet, but I'm hoping, Relic, because of the last line on the page. If you do this right, and I call this, I don't know what's gonna happen, because I don't think you got this right. I'm calling you out on it. Are you gonna... How do I say this? Where are the falling bodies? So if the line after this doesn't change from, like, the calm before the storm of looking at this beauty fall to realizing the true details that are in there, and seeing that, like, some of the debris that you're seeing is bodies falling from the ship, I will feel like you didn't capitalize on this imagery if you didn't do that. And especially after that last line, I feel like this is the perfect time to turn on that. You turn the beauty into horror. Of something of, like, we know that the ship is being destroyed, but it's, like, what it stands for and everything, and then you see the tiny nuances of it, and you'd be like, the scars underneath the surface, just, like... So that's what I'm expecting. Fires, burns, multiple ruptures, scattered throughout the superstructure. Entire compartments have been exposed to a vacuum. Emergency lights blinked along damaged sections of a hull like dying embers. The ship looked injured, mortally injured. Yet even now, she remained beautiful. The Odyssey's wake had spent centuries crossing the frontier between worlds. Millions of people had traveled aboard her. Entire communities owed their existence to the cargo she carried. Looking at her now, Cassian felt something painfully close to grief. I'm giving you leeway here. I'm giving you leeway, Relic, okay? Around them, dozens of other evacuation pods emerged from the stricken vessel. Tiny points of light scattered across the darkness. Some launched from forward bays, others emerged from the engineering sections. More appeared from ports, located along the vessel's flanks. For a brief moment, the sight seemed hopeful. Survivors. People escaping. People living. Then, somebody noticed the planet. VR-3 filled nearly half the forward viewport. Stunned silence swept through the compartment. The world was enormous. Okay, you lost your leeway. What do you think, Relic? Am I being too ridiculous, or is that like something that should be like the terror point of turning, of realizing? Because then it perfectly turns into the survivors, right? You've got the idea of these, like, dead bodies falling from the sky and, like, praying for, you know, survivors. And then you look around and you see the lights of the escape pods, and it's like the return of hope. So you see the beauty inside of grief. You see, death, a void of, sympathy and remorse, and the pure, unadulterated reality, and then you see hope. And that's why I think the idea of seeing the dead bodies inside of the debris is so important. It's that small detail and the pacing of the shift that it doesn't give you enough time to even process it, right? It's a beauty of grief, death devoid of all sympathy and remorse, the pure reality laid before you, and then the pure human spirit of hope and vitality that lays before you. There's something about that, man. Fuck. And it's like, it's great in and of itself, but I think without the detail of the darkness, the other side, the consequence, right? I think that's truly and utterly what makes it, right? Is the willingness to show all of the sides and the entire scope of that, right? So, like, now, I'm gonna give you logic as to why there are no bodies, right? If it was open space and they got ripped out into space, of course there's no fucking bodies, because they got ripped out into space. Because, like, let's say the spaceship is here, right? the bodies could be like way the fuck over here due to like the like at what air pressure were they ripped out of the ship, and how like they're just like basically flying. What's the gravity on the planet, right? So there is like a logical reason as to why, or like being able to simply see among the debris. And even bringing it up later, where it's like this beauty of grief of the falling of the ship, and then it's like later on in the story, there's the point where they find the ship, but they find the dead bodies as well. So it's like, there is an acceptable leeway towards reasoning why you wouldn't show it, or couldn't show it, moreover. So if those are, like, reasonable in your thought as to not show it, I'll accept that. But on, like, the finest level of critique, this is where I got you. Unless you have, like, plans about that for the future that you want to let me know about. And I know it's, again, it's such a small, minute detail, but that's what makes everything, right? It's the tiniest scratch on your car that, you know, or on, like, a better example is, like, the tiniest scratch or tiniest, like, dust on, like, your playing card, your Pokemon card, that devalues it from $400,000 to $8. Because it's not mint condition. Even though it's, like, just the tiniest little... tiny scrape of dust. It's not mint condition. It loses all its value. And I'm trying to think of alternatives of how it connects without me thinking of that scene, and I can't do it. So this is like a hindsight thing, where it's a judgment call for you, because although I perceive that you have deviated from what I think is the most pivotal capitalization moment of this, I don't know the full story, so I just thinking of reasons why there could be other things. So I'm not going to straight up condemn you and say like, "Ha, I got you." But I am going to say, okay, now we're into an investigation. Did you slip up? Was your reverse engineering fully thought through? Are there more elements that you can improve on? Because at the end of the day, that's what this critique is. And I'm glad I could have found a moment like this, because I would have been fucking so pissed if I would have gone the whole story and been like, well, there wasn't a single thing in there like I could have fucking added or removed or thought about. Other than like that one portion at the beginning, right? But I wouldn't even kind of include that. But it's just a structure problem, right? Presentation problem. Nothing to do with the core idea of it. Especially in a moment of high tension and like death like this. Stunned silence swept through the compartment. The world was enormous, far larger than Cassian had imagined while viewing it through navigation displays. Vast oceans of desert stretched across the visible hemisphere. Immense storm systems spiraled through the atmosphere, casting shadows across continents that seemed to stretch forever. Mountain ranges appeared as scars running across the surface. Dust clouds, thousands of kilometers wide, churned beneath layers of pale cloud cover. The planet dominated everything, no longer felt distant. Hey, I think you lost the script, bro. Relic, I'm calling you out. You lost the script. You need to compare the size of the ship to the storms. They don't say like thousands of kilometers wide. You have to say like this is like a pure wording thing where it's like you have to be like, we are but a particle of dust as the escape pod, thinking of such a grand ship in such a size, right? 2 kilometers, the ship is fucking huge. But staring down upon the surface, how minute even such magnificence of magnitude can appear. You did not directly compare the size of the ship to the size of the dust clouds to make the ship look insignificant in size, to emphasize the size of how big the planet is. Aha! Not this time, true cheeseburger. It's understandable. No, it's completely understandable. Right? But, like I said, I'm raising the bar on you so high, Relic. And I've been looking for a point of a ceiling where I can find it. And I think I finally actually fully been able to evaluate this. This is just 2 points on a graph. You know, you need like 10 to like actually figure it out. Right? But like, I am going as hard as I fucking can on you. And still the fact that there's only 2 things near the end of the story that are... Again, it's the small, minute, fine details. And it's like, maybe going back through the story again, I could find and nitpick other things now that we're on this scale. Right? Because it's like you could infer that, like, trusting your reader to know that the description of 2 kilometers or 2 miles of whatever the ship size is, and then saying thousands of kilometers for the storm fronts, is in the same way comparing it. I rushed at the end to get it for stream. That's a totally valid, absolutely valid excuse, Relic. And thinking about that, now I'm going back to a reevaluation. Where I'm like, yeah, you know what? The last 25% has to be degraded because it's at a point of this is the rush. There's always something about it, especially on the first draft. So you are completely right. So the elements are there, right? It's just those moments haven't been fully capitalized on. So my nitpicking is really just, you know, me wanting to disprove you. But still, the fact that I can, it's like, aha, there are points and times when I can do this, right? I have to be above you. But yeah, anyways. Like, the elements are there, they just need to be a little tiny bit developed. And it's like, you see the absolute potential for it, too. So it's like, oh, I definitely see what it's gonna be like when it's done. Fuck, I'm scared, man. It's gonna be Dune 2.0. Planet dominated everything. No longer felt distant. Felt close. Dangerously close. And every second it seemed to grow larger. And again, like, you could say it's like, oh, you're just glazing him, but I'm like... If I was just glazing you, I wouldn't be able to give you these, like, extremely nuanced, extremely fine-pointed, extremely needle-like tidbits inside of the story. Right? And it's like, that to me is like the difference between just saying that the story is bad for you wanting to critique someone and having a fundamental understanding of how the person is presenting the story and you as a reader interpreting that. Right? And I think that's something that's lost in, like, beta reading when it comes to sentence structure, grammatical, like, structure. Oh, you put the comma in the wrong place, you used the wrong word for this. Who the fuck cares? I'm not gonna remember that. I'm gonna remember the epicness of this imagery that you give me, right? The warning tone suddenly sounded through the pod. Pilot's voice followed immediately. We're being pulled into the gravity well. And there is, like, an essence of, like, word salad, right? But I think my word salad is, like, this is, like, a 5-star Michelin 5-star restaurant, like a $60 fucking gourmet salad, right? And at the end of the spaceship, a humongous gargantuan bumper sticker that read as following: we break for nobody. Exactly, cheeseburger. When things didn't have to take themselves seriously, but could still be epic and awesome. I agree. Not even in the slightest. Well, it's because this is supposed to be an extremely serious story that's like a point of like extreme tension and stuff, right? So adding an element of humor like that is completely out of place. Like, if a character made a joke now, I would want a character to punch them in the face. Right? Like, that would get my blood boiling, like the comments I saw after the Venezuela earthquake. Nah, their early warning systems would have made them evacuate, so I don't believe that many people died. Just a complete fundamental misunderstanding of the entire situation. Gets my blood boiling. Pod's trajectory had changed. And that's, like, completely different than, like, the beauty of grief with the way that you describe the ship falling. And that tear of sadness and, like, the loss of everything, but going out in an elegant way. Because it carried you to its final destination, as if it's, like, reaching its hand out as it's falling, and you finally make it to that edge, right? There's, like, this poetic grandness to it, as opposed to, like, just this simplicity of a ship falling out of the sky, right? Which is the poetic nature of being able to describe an event in a... what do you call it? As like an emotion, almost. Right? Like, you're blurring the line between emotion and imagery. And the fact that, like, you're doing it through words, to me, always inflicts this idea of, how could there be anything better? Could you imagine how great it would be if we had, like, AI implants and we could use our maximum potential of our brains? Like, it's scary to think the fucking things we can do, and then the things that people have done when you look at, like, ancient painters, ancient buildings, and just, like, history. It's just, like, the true savants of their age using the true potential of a human brain is just fucking insane to me. Cassian looked back towards the Odyssey's wake. The massive freighter was falling, slowly at first, then faster. Planet's gravity had seized the crippled vessel and begun dragging it downward, with engines destroyed and navigation systems compromised. There was nothing left to resist the descent. It's like the AI's trying to, like, you know, activate inertial dampeners, trying to level itself and stuff, and it's like those fine-tuned details of the last breath, right? The struggle of the last breath. And usually I think of it as, like, let's say you're lying on your deathbed, right? And someone you haven't seen for an extended period of time, right, is supposed to come see you, but they're late. So one of the last thoughts you have, like, through your head is like, oh shit, am I actually gonna survive long enough to be able to, like, see this person for one last time? And then it's like the moments of you dying, you see, like, the person enter the room, and then it's like you, like, reaching your hand out, and then, like, just instantly dying. And it's just the imagery of, like, the engines trying to flare and stuff like that. Oh my fucking god. It with how you've set up, like, the connection of the ship of being a home, I think is the element that sells this, right? That the people that are looking at this ship is their home, their existence. Hell, it's their civilization, it's their planet, right? And that weight is not lost in the description, right? When a ship goes under, it usually groans in protest as the structure is slowly crushed. Yeah, it's like it groans under its own weight as its own weight crushes itself, right? And it's like the structural integrity fails, and, like, the like, load-bearing structures bend and tilt, and then the whole thing, like, you know, it goes slow, and then it just instantly fucks, because it's like, it's just losing those small points, right? Oh my god. Combination of imagery and emotion. Bulkheads crush themselves. Yeah, they literally crush themselves under their own weight, because the only reason they survived is because they were built in a certain physics. Like, with a certain physics in mind that, like, reinforced themselves, right? But the slightest, like, alteration of that fucks with the physics, and then it's like, the weight just flattens it, right? Planet's gravity had seized the crippled vessel and begun dragging it downward. Engines destroyed and navigation systems compromised. There was nothing left to resist the descent. And it almost kinds of feel like the gravity is like a hand reaching out of the sand to grab onto the ship and tear it down. And it's like, again, there's just so much in that, right? Giant ship that had carried them safely between the stars for generations was now little more than debris caught in the grip of the world. The evacuation pods weren't escaping. I would say this is probably another element to, like, the skipping ahead, but, like you didn't overemphasize earlier in the story, but I think now you've mentioned this too many times. Right? It feels like you're like, no, here's the idea. No, you don't understand. Here's the idea, right? Like I said, like 3 mentions. So you have like a foreshadowing mention on a small scale. You have a like catalyst that would allow that scale to advance. And then you have 2 to 3 more mentions of that throughout the entire event. And it's basically like just small reminders to bring you back to reality, to continuously look at the layers of what's going on, because you're usually so focused on like the action that the characters are taking at the moment, right? So I feel in the last, let's say, 300 words, right, you have made this emphasis about the ship being their home and like losing of it, and it's like the more that you say it, the less weight that it has. So it needs to be spread more out and less. Other than that, everything's fucking amazing. Evacuation pods weren't escaping. They were falling too. And now we're back on track, because I was gonna say, maybe this is the point of, like, the detail that replaces the dead bodies. Because I was gonna talk about maybe if you had, like, other escape pods that, let's say, they launched too late and they got caught. So, to me, now that I see it, this is a compromise. Right? I don't know if it's more impactful, but it depends on the detail and gruesomeness and, like, level of sight, how far away, what you can actually see, what's realistic, right? Whether the character can see the dead bodies among the debris, and whether that's important to bring up. Having this makes that less important, right? I still think the other one is better, but if you're the author and you understand the story better than me and you know there's a logical reason why the character wouldn't be able to do that, you know, don't just add it in for, like, glory's sake, right? I know that's a bad word to use, but I think it... Of all the words I can think of, I think that emphasizes, like, the idea of what I'm trying to say, right? Like, you're doing it because you want to, because you think it's cool. And you want to do things that you think are cool, but you also have to evaluate, is this, like, overkill? Am I just doing this because I think it's a cool idea? Does it actually fit the story? Does it fit how the characters react, right? Sailors usually call them roll-on or roll-over vessels. All it takes is once vehicle getting loose, and the ship will either get a hull breach intentionally or roll over. Well, I was thinking cheeseburger, like, let's say you're on, like, an ancient naval ship in, like, 1700s, 1600s, and you have, like, 3 stacked decks of, like, cannons, and something happens that makes all of the cannons on the left roll on to the right. That is something that could literally capsize your vessel. Right? The evacuating pods weren't escaping. They were falling too. A murmur spread through the compartment as people began realizing the truth. Every pod, every survivor, every single one of them was being dragged toward the surface. Then the atmosphere hit. Excuse me. That happens so many times throughout the Age of Sails. Oh, I believe it. Absolutely believe it. Right? It's just that tiniest, smallest thing like that, right? I bet you, cheeseburger, there were times when there were pirates that looted so much shit, and they were just so dumb in how they did it, that, like, they capsized their own ships. Because, like, they just didn't understand weight distribution and shit like that. And, like, they were just so excited for, like, the amount of loot that they had, they literally capsized their own ship, because they were just so excited with it. I guarantee you that had to have happened. Had to have happened. Knowing humans, it had to have happened. First signs appeared outside the viewport. It's faint. And we're talking, like, things that would be, like, heavy, too, right? Like, not just, like, gold-plated things, but, like, we're talking, like, resources and stuff like that. Like, entire, like, bronze and marble statues taken from, like, Greece or something like that. Things that could potentially weigh, like, up to a ton. And you just put it on the left side of your ship. Steal it. I'm just imagining stealing stealing the Statue of Liberty on an aircraft carrier and capsizing the aircraft carrier. Like, that is literally the movie that played in my head. And now the Statue of Liberty's at the bottom of the fucking ocean. Oh my god, the ultimate fall of America. Holy shit. Oh my god. Every single one of them was being dragged toward the surface. Then the atmosphere hit. The first signs appeared outside the viewport as faint orange streaks formed along portions of the pod's hull. Seconds later, those streaks exploded into brilliant sheets of fire. And the compartment shook violently. Passengers screamed. Warning lights illuminated every surface. The pod entered the atmosphere like a bullet. Flames consumed the exterior. The world beyond the viewport transformed into a maelstrom of fire and turbulence. Sheets of plasma flowed across the reinforced hull. The craft rattled so violently that Cassian feared it might tear itself apart. Outside, other pods descended alongside them, some remaining visible through the inferno, others finished beyond clouds of burning gas. Vanished. Why did I say finished? Vanished behind clouds of burning gas. And one of them exploded. The flash appeared without warning. A brilliant sphere of white light erupted several kilometers away before dissolving into fragments. Debris scattered through the atmosphere like sparks from a fire. The compartment fell silent. Nobody needed to be told what had happened. An evacuation pod carrying dozens of people had simply ceased to exist. Moments later, another explosion appeared farther away. Then another. I would say here, I don't know if this is in bad taste, but because this is basically the end of the chapter, I feel like there's maybe a possibility of a small chance of a insert of a... The explanation for this is sometimes things are so bad you just have to laugh. Right? It's like, how am I such a main character that these kinds of coincidences fucking, like, manage to happen to me in such a way, and is so ridiculous that it's like there's no point in crying over it, there's no point in getting angry over it. The only thing you can do is just laugh at the world for your own existence. And I feel like a capitalization on the shock of the feeling of what's going on here is a description of fireworks. Because it's like the duality of you know that it's terrible and horrible, but the comparison to something that's like magnificent in a celebration, in contrast. I feel like you should be nice to me and say my story is perfect. Right, like, your story's like 90% perfect for a fucking rough draft. Dude. You want to know who had, like, basically 90% perfect rough drafts in writing sci-fi? Isaac Asimov. Something like 1/3 of his short stories he just straight wrote and fucked off. No editing, no changing of it. He just said, the story's down. I got it out of my head, and he walked away. I believe the egg, and if I can't remember if the egg is from him, or it's the other one, right? Fuck. There's like 3 or 4 of them, and I know there's multiple authors between them. But either the egg, or like the other one of the consciousness of like the computer or whatever it is. right? And it's like all of those were first drafts. I'll have the ending fixed in a few days and bring it back to you. Sounds good, Relic. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Because, like, nothing needs to change. It's perfect up until, like, they launch the things, and it's like some things, depending upon how you want to present them, can be capitalized on. And there's, like, some differential of presentation. But I think, all in all, like, the tiniest bit of rework with the capitalization on this, and I think maybe if you want to do this, like fireworks in the distance hilariousness of it, because I think it would add the again this element of ridiculousness of how serious the entire chapter is, and it just ends on like fireworks, but you know that those fireworks are people dying. It's one of those things where I'm like, I feel it's good, but it's definitely a don't quote me on this kind of thing, where it's like, don't take me seriously with it. This could be something that potentially could ruin the entire vibe of the story, right? If, like, you don't understand where it's coming from. Because it could be the, like, idea of, like, someone thinking that they're glorifying death, or they deserve to die. And it's like, my brain immediately goes to that and say, is it worth it? That's something you have to decide, right? To me, if I was writing it, I'd 100% say it's worth it, because I love that kind of shit. And I love fucking with the reader's brain on that level with dissonance. And that's why it's like I'm super biased to these kinds of things, because I'm like, oh, I just want to throw a wrench in the entire thing that makes the character question, or makes the reader question what the fuck I'm doing for, like, just 2 paragraphs. And then we go back, and it's literally like having a tangent in the middle of the stream. It's fucked up. Anyways, ads, and then we're gonna finish this fucking beautiful masterpiece of amazingness that I would say, with the potential that I see it could be a 9.5. And it's just the first chapter of an entire story that the potential that I've seen on the outline could absolutely be like an 8.5 overall. Like, on par with Three Body Problem, right? In, like, popularity. I'm not the biggest fan of Three Body Problem. I don't think it's quite Foundation, because I think Foundation is just fucking insanely, the idea behind it is just, is way too much, right? Or like, The Expanse, or something like that, right? It's something where I'm like, that would be like reaching for the stars when you should be reaching for the moon. Right? Really wish my ad blocker worked on Twitch. Ugh. I agree, what? Holy fuck, I hate ads. I hate ads so much. I gotta take a piss and grab some water. I'll be right back, dude. We're at the 4-hour mark in the stream. This is fucking crazy. Moments later, another explosion. And from farther away, then another. Somewhere beyond the burning clouds, survivors were dying. The descent continued. Violent, uncontrolled, relentless. Oh, it's Young Retro, yo!
700 septillion.
Thank you for the follow, bro. Wait, did you
Thank
get?
you for following it,
Was that
_stories
another
_
new account?
Retro. I hope you are enjoying
Retro?
the stream less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
I mean, like, because the other one was Young Retro, right? So it's like, is that a new account? So your old account just is it like an old account you didn't use? Because I'm like, wait, you weren't following me? The fuck do you mean you weren't following me, bitch? I mean, what? Nice. Fuck yeah, Retro. And as flames roared across the viewport and the planet rushed upward to meet them, Cassian realized something terrifying. Surviving the destruction of the Odyssey's wake had only been the beginning. Yeah. Came back. Welcome back, Pro. Yeah. Absolutely what I would have expected at the ending there. The ending is only the beginning. To believe that we survived through this, and yet, what is yet to come. So that's a beautiful fucking ending with it. Ties it all back together. And it initiates, like, the next stage, right? And that's, like, enacting the inciting incident in order to change, like, the character, right? Whether that's their setting, their some sort of status quo about the character, right? And in this case, you go from the captain of a ship to a refugee stranded on an abandoned planet. That's a pretty dramatic shift. But you're still, like, the leader, right? Because you're still probably going to take command, right? You're going to probably still go try and gather up survivors and keep everyone together, right? Because it's, like, that's kind of your job, right? Well, you know, we could just straight up abandon everyone and say, fuck it, I'm going out on my own. And, you know, be a complete another douchebag. But we've set up in the story to be that, like, this is a good guy. Like, he cares about his people. Like, you know, he's willing to sacrifice his ship to save his people. Right? He's not like, fix it until we can't because we got his cargo. He never even mentioned cargo. That's actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Relic, the fact that no one even mentioned the cargo, that is actually such an important thing. Because it gives you an absolute insight into, like, the characters. Right? Because I'm like, the first thing you would think is there's that character's like, fuck, I'm not gonna get paid. Even though everyone's dying around them, right? And I feel like the absence of that whether like an actual decision or just how the story went. Whoa, who's next? Whoa, next what? Yeah, what is next on the list? I just want to make sure that I give the total roundabout feedback about the ending to Relic. So I like the way it ends, right? The specifics of it can be redistributed and represented, but the idea of the ending and like everyone, like the death of people and stuff like that, you know, setting the character into like a new state of mind, almost shocking them out of shock. And, like, the realization of thinking about dead people to be like, well, we're gonna be dead next if we can't find, like, water. If you see any water down there? Fuck, I don't. Right? So, absolutely solid. I would get, like, I was gonna say I would give you a standing ovation, but I think that will be reserved for, like, a completed product. Because, like, the potential deserves a standing ovation. The presentation and the reality, sadly, only deserves a chef's kiss. Right? It's like, there are degrees between them, but we all know they're at the top of the fucking hierarchy. Right? I'm not lighting a bag of dog shit on fire on your porch, right? And honestly, I will say, the only story that I've ever seen that would even come close to that, and that would only be the writing style, would be like Muffin when he presented his story, but Muffin was like 14 when he wrote it. So it's like understanding of like, and he's Australian, so it's like I think they have like an entirely different understanding of language, right? Like with an Australian accent and stuff, like the way that they use words, and like the certain words that they use for things have like different meanings, right? Same with like Europe, right? So I'd chalk that up more to a barrier in language than, and the fact that he's a really young guy, than to like the idea of the story that he's presenting, right? Anyways, fucking A. Let's take a toke and move on to what? And again, sorry that one took so long. That was a very much exceptional story for an exceptional reason. One of those outliers that we can point back on, you know. Because again, they're more like guidelines, they're not rules. I'm God, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I just want you guys to be happy and enjoy and engage and want to be along for the ride, right? If I'm not doing that, well, I'm not doing my fucking job as a goddamn streamer. Right? Wait, what chapter? Wait. We are really on chapter 18? Holy shit. Wait, did we finish this? Like, I remember this. I'm pretty sure we finished this, right? This is the second... This is like the second half. Get the fuck up. No, I mean what was on the page. We read the second half. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, because it was like the wedding at the end, right? Yeah, okay, that's the, yeah. Because I was making sure we read the end of chapter 17. But yes, there's the wedding. Holy shit. See, time just flies. It's like, damn, chapter 17. That's crazy. That's literally, like, over 2 weeks of reading a chapter every day. Like, that's some consistency right there, right? I know you're not necessarily here every day, so then think about how extended much time that is. Plus, there's, like, you know, 4 times, excluding my seizure, that I haven't streamed this month? And I'm still using the excuse that I'm recovering from my seizure to, like, not stream. Right? Even though I'm a lazy piece of shit. And I'm just like... Fuck it. I just want to go binge watch something and eat food. Fuck streaming today. So I did yesterday. I literally had no excuse other than, like... I have a shit ton of other work in progress that I'm also working on. Fuck yeah, what? And that's like me with like writing short stories, right? Like I have essentially like 9 short stories going right now in my head, and we never finished Chiral Clones, right? We never finished like Lisa Lives Forever series, where we need the last 3 stories of like the rebellion infiltrating the company and like stealing Trevor and like having the connection between like Trevor and Lisa, bringing the entire story back around and everything like that. Yeah. And the Chiral Clones like episode is technically part of the Lisa Lives Forever, right? But it's like a side story as opposed to the main stories. And there's like 4 or 5 other side stories to it to explain like the backing of it, like in the 1940s and 1920s, that like led up to what allowed Chiral Clones to happen, and how that led to Lisa Lives Forever, right? Because of like the evolution of technology. But yeah, that's like a 5 or 7 story short story series that I have. All right, we're gonna take a toke. And it's basically like a genius scientist turning her... Well, actually, it's like sibling scientists turning each other into fucking robots. And, like, downloading their brains into machines. And then, like, totally minority reporting the entire world. And creating, like, a robot slave. Or, like, a robot hierarchy of, like, human slavery. I have a spy drama that's still in the early stages, and my crime drama slightly is on hiatus while I do research. Research is, like, one of the most brutal things, Because, like, for Legion, for instance, like, I want to base Legion off of, like, the actual structure of, like, the theocratic, belief and political structure of the Vatican. How they function as, like, a nation, how they function, like, locally as, like, an independent within a larger nation, how they, you know, rule by, like, force of doctrine, the levels of hierarchies of things like that. Scott, do you think you could get to mine in, like, 2 hours, or is that long for you to keep reading? I should be able to get to it, bro. And then we're gonna watch Citizen Vigilante afterwards. Don't think I ain't gonna go hard just because it's my fucking birthday. We're going fucking hard, bro. So we'll read some of Happy's, right? So we'll read for like half an hour for like Happy's, because I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna lower the amount of time that I read for Happy's because of the D&D thing, right? It's just honestly, like, it's cool and great, but it's like an outline. It's not really a story. So I don't really want to spend like an hour on that. No offense, Happy. It all comes down to how long what story takes. This is 2,500 words. But we know a lot of this story and what's going on. So it's like my commentary for this should be pretty minimal. Right? It's like any commentary should be like a non-capitalization of pointing out a potential. Actually, just read mine. Never mind. I mean, I can let you know, because it should be, like, I'd assume about an hour and a half. Right? Like, I'd assume between Happy's and What's Work about an hour and a half. Right? And then I'd assume you're taking about 45 minutes. And that's, like, 6.5 hours into the stream. That puts it at, like, 8 hours if we watch Citizen Vigilante. That's, like, a perfect fucking day. Family was trying to make plans, and they couldn't figure it out yet. Oh, God, welcome to my fucking family. Holy shit. Supposed to have, like, the birthday barbecue tomorrow, and it's, like, storming and fucking supposed to rain all day tomorrow. Fucking bullshit. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, toke! Hello, homeboy. Yo, what's up, Hugo? What you at? What you got? What you doing, my man? Welcome. How's your day going today, good sir? We're just about to start reading What's Work, Chapter 18. Main characters basically just got married. Saying something you've never seen. And it's a story. Alright, Happy, I'm down with that. Same old thing. So, just basically fucking the dog? That's basically all I do, is just sit around and fuck the dog. Oh, fuck. I aggravated it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why didn't I breathe in? Oh, fuck. You can read mine after what? No, Happy is after what's, Hugo. It's what, Pro. It's what, Happy, then Pro. Right? That's what I mean. Okay, so the main characters just got married, right? They're in their honeymoon phase. We need to know they were getting to fucking. It is what it is, right? 3 weeks later, thud, thud, thud. A loud knock. Braced the door to Ren and Eliza's room. Come in, Ren said. Ren, we need to talk. It's important, Gray said ominously. Oh, okay. And that's why I said it'll be like an hour and a half, because halfies should be like relatively short, right? This should be relatively short compared to like the 3 hours it took to do relics. Ren quickly jumped up and rushed to the door. Right, what's wrong? Ren asked. And relics is just so like half the shit I was talking about was just like higher end backlog, backstage, like writing, like meta stuff that really had nothing to do with the story itself. Had everything to do with story writing, creation, ideas, presentation, right? And my formula. The way that I think. Me and you are being ordered back to Blackrock. Ooh, I love it. Blackrock, of course. Palantir, Blackrock, we all know you're out there. Vanguard, Gray said somberly. What about Aleste? Ren said. She has no orders as of yet, Gray said. I'll gather my things and have her meet us at the gates, Ren instructed. Ren closed the door and quickly got dressed. Talking. I can't fucking talk. I knew I was gonna read the word wrong, so I just said the word I was gonna read wrong. Talking. I don't know how to fucking talk. Waking Eliza. What are you doing? Eliza asked, half awake. She managed to sleep through Gray's heavy knocks, but not me putting on my boots, he thought. I need you to... That shows, like... This is like a meta-level thinking of, like, things that are outside of your scope of concern. You can essentially, like, blare music and it won't wake them up. But the second, like, they have, like, some sort of inclination that, like, you're leaving, it's like they just, like, bolt awake. It's a fucking response. I've done it with girlfriends. I've had girlfriends do it with me, right? It's just, like, there's some sort of response you have with that. So it's like, I like that idea of that a third party couldn't do it, but the tiniest thing from him and her, like, putting on the boots, she's like, I know that, subconsciously, like, I know that sound, he's leaving, I better get up so I can say goodbye, right? That's how I think about it. I need you to get up and get packed. Been ordered back to Blackrock, and as much as I love them, I don't trust Alora enough for you to be here alone. So I'm having Aleste escort you back to Ironhelm, Ren said plainly. I'm fine to go on my own with my guard. I can handle myself, Eliza said. I know you can, it's just Ren paused. You what? Eliza said, sitting up. Ren knelt before for her. Interesting. I don't know if that 4 is supposed to be there. I don't know how to really explain it. But your scent has changed, Ren said. My scent? Eliza said, confused. Ren placed his hand over her stomach. Like I said, I can't really explain it, but your scent has changed. And I think that Ren, I'm fine, and there's been no signs. I'm pretty sure that your Grim Warden thing is off again. She's totally fucking pregnant. They fucked for 3 weeks. Of course she's fucking pregnant, Eliza said, moving his hand. But women are like, no, that's not true. You can't actually do that. I'm the mom. I'm the one who's supposed to... And this is like a maternal instinct thing. That's all good. It is what it is. I'm just being facetious, right? I'm here to point those things out, right? And so because it's like you get like the snow blindness going through your own work, and then things disappear subconsciously. Your mind eliminates things, thinks about things differently. Always good to have third perspective. Women, like, to me, this is like maternity response of being like, I'm the first one who should know that I'm pregnant, right? Like, I should be the one who finds it out. So it's kind of like a negative response in a way, like an aggressive, passive-aggressive response of being like, you couldn't possibly know if I was pregnant, because I would know if I was pregnant. Which I think is, like, totally human, right? So I love that, like, little insight. Where it's like, obviously Ren, with all his abilities and all his power, be able to pick out something like that. Right? So it's like her denying it is like a self-protection thing, right? For, again, the maternal instinct of being like, I need to be the first. And it's like a connection thing. Well, again, I don't know. That's just what I think, right? Please just go to Ironhelm for me once I finish whatever they want. We can go back to Arrows. And then Elian, like we planned. Ren pleaded. And there's another thing of, like, the protection thing where it's like, I'm, like, 99.9% sure nothing is gonna happen. But that 0.01%, if it ever did happen, I would never be able to forgive myself. Especially if I had the preemptive, like, thought of, you know, just in case something happens, let's just not be here. Let's just not leave them alone together. Right? Women can have some jealousy shit. Right? So, like, I understand why she's reluctant, but I also, like, if it was me, I'd do the same thing. Because I'd be like, look, I know it's a slight inconvenience to you. But if I'm right, and I come back and you're dead, that's not a slight inconvenience. So, please, for me, just do it. Right? That's how I would approach the situation, right? And then when something does happen, you can be like, it's not that I told you so, it's just that I want you to stay safe, so I'm fucking time traveling to make sure you're fucking safe. That's how much effort I put into this shit. Eliza sighed. Fine, I still think you're just being paranoid, she said, kissing him. Ren left Eliza to pack her things as he looked for his uncle. But then there's always the thing of, hey, you tell her to go there, and then something happens in the place that you told her, and if you had just left it alone, and that's like the predicament of the character, right? Of being like, well, technically, if you think about it hard enough, no matter what you do could get her killed. So you just have to decide what logically makes the most sense to do in the situation, right? Or what your gut instinct tells you in that situation. And then you just have to, like, live by that decision, whatever happens, right? And Ren left Eliza to pack her things as he looked for his uncle, only to find his mother sitting in the garden. Mother, have you seen Uncle? Ren quickly asked. There's like so many layers of meta of level of this. What has you in such a... But it's like you're the author and your name is what? So it's like, it's not like, it's like a question, it's almost like a statement. Because you're the one that's technically directing them. What has you in such a... Oh, you're finally heading to Ironhelm, Ilya said somberly. No, not yet, Liza said, Liza's heading there. But I've been called back to Blackrock. Why don't you join her on the journey there? Ren said. I have too many things to pack, and right now your aunt needs me, Ilya said. Have you seen Uncle? I need to talk to him before I leave, Ren said, changing the subject. Try his library, Ilya said. Thank you, Ren said, darting off. By the gods, that boy really is the younger version of his father, Ilya whispered. Wait, they know that, like, his uncle is his father, right? Or does he look like his uncle? Because we know that his father is... Fuck, I can't remember his goddamn name. Caldor. Because they had an affair, right? But it was never disclosed. Ren... And that's why he sent him away, right? Ren sprinted through the halls, almost running past the library's doors, quickly shoved the doors open. Uncle, Ren said. Yes? What is it that you're throwing my doors as if they were firewood? Caldor asked. Did your spies come across anything? Ren asked. No. Why, is something wrong? Yeah, he's talking about Caldor. Yeah. So it's like there are certain people that know that he's Caldor's son. Like, some of the servants and, like, higher-ups that, like, you know, but it's not public knowledge, let's say. Caldor asked, concerned. Gray are being called to Blackrock, and I feel as if something's not right, Ren said. Just you two? Not you guys' partner? Your guys' partners? It's the plural game. I have no idea, because it's like, this is plural, but it's also like possession. Right? Like, this is plural, so should this be plural? Or because both of these are plural, this is no longer plural. Fuck if I know when it comes to the English language. So far, Gray. That's like the one thing I'm worst at, is like double plurals and double negatives with that. It's like the associating prefix of a plural, and it's like it sounds weird, but it's grammatically correct, right? Because like they cancel each other out for some reason, or it's like a specific word has a specific connotation that cancels it out. Fuck if I know, I hate English. So far, Gray are the only two who have encountered this mystery faction directly. So I wonder if we were being sent to investigate, Ren said. Good, if there's anything I'm confident in with this matter, is you and Gray's ability. But I sense there's something else bothering you, Caldor said, placing his hand on Ren's shoulder. I think Al... Never mind. I have to go to Uncle, Ren said, turning to walk out the door. Ren checked his gears one last time before he headed for the gates. His gear! Why did I say gears? I'm like, why would he have gears? I'm like, fucking goddamn it. Get your head in the game, you fucking idiot. God damn, you're so dumb. So Eliza's personal guard loaded the wagon. Celeste laid in the back, hung over. Okay, wait. Fuck. You say Deus Vos? Fuck ads. Like, I don't think I need a minute and a half, 2 minutes to relax and sit back. I think I need like 15 to 20 seconds to sit back and relax. I think a minute and a half, 2 minutes is just too long. Gonna need your analysis for my first serious comedy writing. Well, I will say one thing, Prol, is that I do understand concepts of comedy. I grew up with the Comedy Channel. Like, I love comedians. I love comedy. So, Prol, you will have to be on a challenging level of D-Naught, then. Because the sarcasm and, like, the degree of, like, irony that is inside of D-Naught's dialogue is quite profound, actually. Like, it's something that's like you would need 3 days to sit back and wait for a response, but it's that one guy who's like every time he just has the perfect response. I know, I'm just saying, like, out of anyone who I've seen at the top comedian, it's D-Naught, so I wonder if you can outdo D-Naught. Because most of that is inside of dialogue for a character. It's not, let's say, a... Actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it, it's not like a Steve's. I wouldn't consider Steve a part of that, but with Steve's narration inside of, like, the short story of the alien trying to buy Earth with water, like, the coded nature of, like, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy written into the narration is fucking beautiful. Actually, now that I think about it. But I don't even want to consider Steve because he's kind of an outlier. Right? Like, he's written 10 books. Like, he's sold like 10,000 books. right? He's kind of an outlier for that, right? So it is what it is. That's why, again, I'm like, damn, man, he likes my feedback. Fuck. But like I said, with the seizure and everything, I put everyone on hiatus. For my birthday and everything, I put everyone on hiatus. I ain't going back to shit until like mid to the end of July. So there's gonna be like a month and a half delay on critique for stuff that I said would probably be done by the end of August, is now gonna leak into October. And that's if I don't have another seizure. And I keep on schedule. An ad for Noah's Ark theme park. That was completely random. That's crazy. What? You want to hear his random story about a random theme park? Cultus Lake theme park in BC. It's like the biggest theme park in Canada. Like water slides. Like 2 weeks ago or so, they had an incident where a bunch of kids got electrocuted because something to do with their wiring was fucked. And now they've shut down the entire thing, and there's the possibility that it will literally just be shut down forever and dismantled, and it will just be gone. And the thought about that, when it's like every school in the entirety of the Fraser Valley goes to Cultus Lake for like their like summer, like end of school, like, you know, field trip thing, and think that there's like 30 kids that got like third-degree burns and shit like that, just makes me think of the decline of Canada, and like everything is just going to shit. Because I guarantee you, over the last 10 years, they've probably replaced all the maintenance and all of the everything with fucking brown people. I'm not racist, guys. I just, like, it's not the fact that they're brown people. It's the fact that there's, like, a higher degree of standard that white people hold themselves to that just statistically brown people don't. I'm not saying everyone, because like I said, like for instance, the brown guy who works at Walmart, who's our janitor, is like the fucking best guy ever, and he used to be an electrician and shit. But it's like, you know, it's a stigma towards the overall society and culture that it's like, you know, cut as many corners as you can. And as soon as they do that, the Cultus Lake water slides have been open for like 70 years, and it's never had an incident like this, and it has an incident like this. I'm sorry, but the statistics just tell you that you hired the wrong people, and you let negligence and, like, DEI basically harm kids. And all they're gonna do is claim racism about Indians. It's just gonna be fucking stupid. Something like that happened here recently. A kid fell from 50 feet from a Disney ride. That's crazy. What? My friend is under a lifetime NDA. He worked at Universal Studios Disney World in California, I think it is. That's the one, right? Because there's one in Florida and one in California, right? He was the one that was in California, and he worked there for like 2.5 years because he worked on a cruise line. And he's literally under NDA for like things that happened at the park, because like they would ruin the reputation of the park, even though like they're things that like actually happened. Like, have you ever heard of like our competing parks? Not to be pedantic, Hugo. That's what I mean. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but whatever. Like the Disney thing that's in California, because I'm pretty sure there's only one that's in California, right? Like, there's like the Disney World and Disneyland, and then there's like the Paramount Universal Studios, and like one is in Florida and one is in California. But yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm retarded, so yeah. And I think the Universal Studios is like both of them have like the same name, and one's in California, one in Florida or something like that. Fuck if I know. I don't know. But either way, have you heard like for instance, like the Mr. Ballin story of like the kid that gets crushed, or like the maintenance worker that got crushed behind the thing in Disney World? Disney World is Florida and Disneyland is Cali. Okay, yeah, there you go. So he worked at Disneyland, and he worked for like the section that like did like cruises for like Disney and stuff like that, like cruises that went around like the Caribbean and stuff like that. Yeah. Anyways, that was the section that he worked for. But he's under lifetime NDA to never be able to talk about certain things because of things that happened that would make the company look bad. So you can only imagine that they would be like involving possible accidental deaths. Happy birthday! Yo, what's up, Abolia? What you at? What you doing? What you at? What you got? I know, I'm a fucking old man. It's my birthday for another 45 minutes. I'm fucking 35.
Dude, what are you doing?
Oh my god, I'm an old man. I need a tote. I need a tote now that I'm like realizing that I'm a fucking old man.
Not an alien.
Guys, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna have like hip and back
Yeah, I
problems.
got that.
Like I'm gonna go like jump on the trampoline and I'm gonna break my hip. Like, fuck. Yeah, how's it going, Napoleon? What you got? How's it going?
Thanks, friend.
Welcome, oh, welcome. We're just reading What's Work right now, discussing some off-topic tangent shit about Disneyland, because of the incident that happened at Cultus Lake Water Park and the negligence over workers. I know DEI gets a lot of hate, but in the US at least, if we don't force companies to not be racist, they will be. Well, Hugo, if you were a company and you could hire an Indian for $10, but white people would only work for $15, if I was that company, I'd hire only Indians. Not because they're Indians, but because they're willing to work for cheaper. The problem is, the willing to work for cheaper comes across the line of, like, negligence, fiduciary responsibility, as opposed to, like, clientery. Like, there's another word, there's one for shareholders, and there's one for, like, customers, right? Fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders is, like, you have to guarantee certain things. You can't just get a bunch of people to invest and then purposely tank your company in order to make those investors lose money, right? Like, that's literally illegal and fraud, and you can go to jail for that shit. It was, like, proven as, like, malicious act, right? And then there's one for, like, compliance towards, customers, right? We're celebrating my son's birthday today. He turned 1 on Thursday, so we'll be prepping. So, holy shit, so your son's half birthday is Christmas? I'm so bullshit that my half birthday is Boxing Day. I'm like, I get one of the most bullshit half birthdays that's like a legitimate half birthday. Boxing Day? The fuck do you mean Boxing Day? Fuck that. Boxing Day isn't even like a real fucking thing. Fuck. Sure, but if you're a company and you have a choice between promoting a qualified black woman and an underqualified white man in the US, the white man would most likely win without DEI. See, like, there's a part of me that wants to agree with you, Hugo, but there's a part of me that's like, well, why would they hire someone, like, the only... I mean, it is a stigma. It's like a risk evaluation, right? This is how I would say it, right? I hire the more qualified person who is a race that tends to be harder to deal with. On average, let's say. Half birthday, that's a thing? Yeah, Ebola. There are certain people, and it's simply because there are certain days that fall on the year. Like when I was in high school, right? It was a really big thing. For like, because it was like a banter thing for making fun of people for when their birthdays were. To be like, ho ho, your half birthday isn't even an event. Right? And it's just one of those things that kids do. And it's always been a thing for me because I'm like the worst of the worst. Because like my half birthday is an actual like event holiday. But it's, like, literally the most bullshit, retarded, like, why the fuck is Boxing Day even a fucking thing, right? So it's, like, just this epitome of, like, stacking these, like, iterations of belief. And then it's, like, the irony of being the opposite of that, right? You know, some people will be like, you know, my half birthday is Valentine's Day and stuff like that. So it's, like, it's basically like a banter thing between kids. And it's like, it's always stuck with me my entire life because of that. Okay, I've never thought about it. And it's not been a thing here either, now that I know, I don't think it's like a mainstream, like if I typed it into Grok, like, is like celebrating half birthdays a thing? It'd probably say no, right? We're in like, maybe in some nuanced certain places, maybe? But again, it's not necessarily celebrating your half birthday. It's just like making fun of your birthday to be like, well, your half birthday is this, right? But like there's epic half birthdays. Like having your half birthday is Valentine's Day. Having your half birthday is like Father's Day or Mother's Day. Having your half birthday is Christmas. And it's like, and it stacks with like people that have birthdays on holidays, right? So you have someone who's born on Christmas, so they only get gifts one time a year. It's like, oh my god, that sucks, dude. Could you imagine? Like, oh my god. Like, I know people that have their birthdays on that their parents purposefully, like, do an extra event to make their birthday feel special instead of, like, the holiday. And I'm like, if my kid was born on a very special holiday, I'd totally do that too. Because I think celebrating the birthday independently, like, is its own thing, right? And that's something that's just part of our culture. So, like, that would suck to have your birthday on, like, a major holiday, so you only ever get, like, gifts once a year. Case in point, Trump fired the highly qualified General Charles Brown and replaced him with the less qualified Lieutenant General Dan Kane. And now, Hugo, I look at these situations and I go, okay, well, why is this person considered more qualified than someone else, right? And then I say, how does this person's attitude? Like, for instance, right, if the General Charles Brown was like, fuck you, Trump, I hate you, I'm gonna sabotage you. But he's more qualified. Do you want him on your team? Or do you want the guy who's like, he's qualified for the job, it's just this guy's like way more qualified. So it's not like this guy can't do the job. It's just that this guy would do the job better, but he's like against me philosophically and he would like try to sabotage me. We don't get along, it would cause conflicts, right? So when I look at situations like that, Hugo, that's what I think about. Does that make sense? Like, is that valid? So, like, when people hype up that stuff, I think in my brain, what's the nuance of it? What's the current situation? Right? And you can't tell me that not having a good relationship with someone, like, networking and knowing people is, like, a thing for a reason, right? Because, like, you can't have people that would try to conspire against you trying to enact your orders. Like, that's just not a safe way to do business, right? Like, you need to have someone you can trust. And it's like, who cares about qualifications if both of them can do the job? Right? That's the question I ask. Now, if it's someone who can't do the job at all, who's replacing someone who can do the job? And that's what I mean by the nuances of it, right? Considering Trump's long history of racism, most likely fired the guy because he's black. See, Hugo, I don't think that's a real thing, right? Like, I don't think that Donald Trump is actually a racist. I don't think he looks at black people and says they're less intelligent and they're less superior than than white people. I think he has had, over his career, a biased interaction with certain people to allow for an interaction like that to occur, right? Like I was talking about last stream, about my friend's dad who's a sheriff and a volunteer firefighter, right? And it's like, he is the most racist person we'll ever see against Indians. And it's not because he hates Indian, like, culture necessarily, and it's not that he hates Indian people necessarily, and it's not that he hates, like, you know, their skin color. It's because of their culture, because he had seen over 100 children and elderly people die under his medical care when called to, like, medical concerns for things because of, like, the cultural thing of, like, intergenerational families. And they basically just, like, will lock their elderly parents in a room until they die. And they'll, like, abuse and fraud the system to, like, gain, insurance fraud. And it's like, when 99% of your interaction with that race is them doing that, it's going to build a certain perspective, right? So I'm not, like, defending Trump if he actually is malicious towards black people, right? I'm just saying, I think there are things that when you look at statistics, especially inside of business, and the way that races are represented, it is a, you know, very much thing. And if you're, Hugo, again, if you're trying to cite a Wikipedia page that says Trump did something for this specific reason, like he fired this person because they were black, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to believe that, right? Now, if you're giving me like an article that will go down like a rabbit hole of different interactions of people over time and saying how Donald Trump interacted with them, because again, think about this. Donald Trump has literally said that he will marry his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. And like grab her by the pussy. Like, I'm not defending anything about Donald Trump, but I think you're mixing racism with Donald Trump just being a fucking asshole piece of shit. Right? Does that make sense? And because he's an asshole piece of shit, right? And this is where the nuance comes in. In general, white people are more willing to put up with asshole pieces of shit. Which creates better relationships, which means that they basically bow down more. So I could see from a business perspective, Donald Trump firing black people because he doesn't think they're as compliant. Now, I don't think that's fundamentally built off of the perspective that, you know, black people are fundamentally better, or white people are fundamentally better than black people. Is that like a fair, nuanced argument about it? No, more like Trump was sued because he refused to... Oh, no, Hugo, we've already been over this. Trump has like $19 billion in like outstanding fees between like contracting companies, tech companies, all this other bullshit that he just basically uses every loophole in the law to get away with. Right? So, like, again, don't get me wrong, I fucking hate Trump, but I like what he's doing as the president. And he on some level is doing what he was voted in to do. But he is by no far means fucking even close to a good, let alone a perfect candidate, right? But again, it is one of those things where it's like, I think he's just a smart businessman. He understands how people are, and that can be extremely perceived as sexist and racist because he just believes that his white men will have a better relationship and a better understanding with him, and networking and having a connection and like a friendship with people is like one of the biggest things you can have in business. And since he's a businessman, that's the main thing that he procs for. Right? And again, I'm not saying he's not racist. I'm just saying, like, I think these are the reasons he's actually doing it. Right? Which I think, honestly, is worse than racism. Right? In a way. The guy that bankrupted almost every business he touched is a smart businessman. No, Hugo, it's because he purposefully, he purposefully called bankruptcy on them. Like, he used every loophole in the law to gain as much personal money and equity as possible while fucking over every possible investor he could. While still doing it technically under the law. And that's why every business he's touched has gone bankrupt, yet he's a billionaire. Does that add up? No, that's someone who's scamming and fucking over the system. Right? That's my opinion. Or maybe he's just a moron that's too rich to fail. See, I don't think that, Hugo. If you listen, so we can get on the roll. Okay, what? I agree with that. I'll say one more thing. If you listen to the way that Donald Trump talks in interviews between the 1970s and the 1990s, right? And, if you go along with things like The Apprentice and, his whole thing with the Taj Mahal, the whole, like, what was the other name of the other casino that he invested in, right? And it's like, just the track of this, right? The way that he talks and the way that he understands business, he admits that he does everything in his power to use every loophole in the system. And he laughs about it. So he says, I'm not the problem. The system that's letting me get away with it is the problem. And I think there's like 5 or 6 interviews that you could easily find where he just openly admits that. Have the laws changed to stop him from doing it? No. So, should I blame Trump or should I blame the system? And that's my analysis process. Okay, we're going back to reading and take this toke. 3, 2, 1, toke. And checked his gear one last time before heading for the gates as Eliza's personal guard loaded the wagon, last laid in the black back. Eliza, get up. The hell is your problem? Ren said, kicking her boot. The hell is your problem? Eliza questioned. Take this. I believe I'm going to be at this investigation for a while, so I need you to give this letter to Eliza, either when she needs it or when the elders call for you as well, Ren said seriously. Fine. When you get there, tell Thorsten he owes me 3 gold, Eliza said, agreeing before laying back down. Hey, ready, kid? Gray yelled out. Coming, Ren replied. Eliza, I love you, Ren said, kissing her. I love you too. Just make sure you come back, okay? Eliza said. Ren waved goodbye as he and Gray rode off. He couldn't help but to helplessly stare at his wedding ring. Why didn't you go through with it? Ren asked. Mira told you, huh? For a drunk, she does talk a lot. Yeah, I tried to once, but things didn't work out. With my familiar, I would simply outlive her. With her familiar, we would have some wonderful years together. Eventually, her aging would catch up to her, Gray said somberly. What is your familiar, Gray? Ren questioned. I can't tell you. Just to know I will eventually be given the rank of elder if I choose it. Here, tie around the ring and place it around your neck, Gray said, handing Ren a piece of string. Elder? So the dragon you bonded with didn't give you any abilities? Ren questioned as he placed the necklace around his neck. Nope, not now. Nope, none. Now, drop it, Gray said plainly. Fine. He's totally lying. They slowly approached the gates, expecting... Or he's using, like, some sort of weird language nuance. It wasn't gifted to me, I stole it. Oh, I took control of it, even though they didn't want me to. I don't know. That's the inference of where my brain goes. They slowly approached the gates, expecting the normal medallion check. The elder's expecting you to immediately, the warden sternly said. No, hi, hello, or medallion, Ren said sarcastically. Elders and emissaries from the Ignis clan are waiting in the Grand Mausoleum, the warden said. The Ignis clan? Things are a lot worse than I thought, Gray said to Ren as he rode through the gates. The Ignis clan? Ren asked, confused. Clan of dragon worshippers. All of their members are bonded with dragons. If you're not chosen by one, then you'll be fed to them. Most clan wars have involved them. Gray explained before dismounting his horse. I love this, like, background stuff, because we haven't really gotten a lot of story about the world. So, like, getting this tiny little tidbits of, like, the different types of cultures and the different, like, cities and stuff like that, especially when it's, like, a coming together of, like, a council meeting of, like, the Great Nations or something like that, right? Like a UN meeting in a way. It's, like, it feels good now that it's, like, there's a reason for us to, like, learn this information, right? Whereas before it was more focused around just Ren's experience with, like, being a warden and what his duty was, right? Just to set things up. Things must really be bad then. Has Thorsten sent any more letters out? Ren asked. Not in a week. It's been slow trying to get the Merchant Guild to talk about illegal operations. All of them do it, but they are too terrified to talk, Gray replied. Large black door to the mausoleum loomed over Gray and Ren. The door, whining as Gray pushed it open. We are stretched thin between this mystery foe and keeping our people fed. At least 14 villages are experiencing starvation. They are looking to us to help supply them with food, the Ignis Warden said. We are truly sorry about the crop failure, but we are not farmers. The only thing we can supply you with is a few of our extra wardens, Elder Versailles explained. Don't know how to supposed to pronounce that. Versailles? I don't know. Versailles? Don't know. Good, you both are here. Elder Garrick said. Both Ren and Gray put their fist. Another instance of this, man. Is this supposed to be plural because this is plural, even though we know it's an individual fist? I fucking hate English. And then it's like over their hearts because it's plural, over their heart because it's like each of them doing it individually. It's like an individual section of plurality. I fucking hate it. Well, I don't remember which one was the third one. I was just making random sounds. Versailles? Was it Versailles? Both Ren and Gray put their fist over there. Yeah, okay. Versailles. Because I was like, it's not Versailles, right? Their fist over their heart. With a slight bow, they saluted the elders. This is Arkin Veldenrow and Uhtred Sturbjornsson. These names look hard, but they're actually not. And that's the difference between like having a well understood type of name that has like its individual pieces. Like this sounds like Veld and Root, right? So it's like Veldenrow. And this is like Stir, but then you know Bjorsen. So it's just combining like these two things. So it's like they may be long names, but they're super easy to pronounce and super easy to figure out. Fucking ads! God damn it. I don't know what to say, guys. Other than, like, I'm just the worst streamer ever. I may be good at some things, but maybe not quite this. Right? This may not be exactly what my calling is. Let's just say that, right? Oofer doofer daisies. I can't even tell when ads are on. How fucking bad am I? God damn. It's not that I hate myself. It's just I don't live up to my own expectations, right? And even at that, I don't even consider my own expectations to be, like, all that hard to live up to. I still can't fucking do it. What does that show you about me? Fuck, man. It is what it is. True, what? And again, like, I don't trust the ads because it's like, they'll start, like, after my time period or, like, before my time period, and I try to give that, like, 30-second of, like, lag delay for the stream. Yeah, so it's like, it's nice knowing, right? Because it's offset by what the actual, like, board tells me, right? The Ignis clad. These two are some of the first we can spare. Gray and Ren of the Gale clan will be our emissaries while working in the north. Elder Versailles said. We are truly grateful for the assistance in the matter. Situation in Feralta is the most dire. Magistrate is a corrupt man who takes bribes from merchants, foreign nobles, and slavers in the pursuit of turning a profit. Reporters from our scouts indicate that a small uprising has begun. But civilians... Yo, what's up, Smokey? What you got? What you doing? Thank you for the kicks, my man! You're late! No, you're not. It's still my birthday for another 25 minutes. You're not late. You got another 25 minutes. Civilians are being heavily persecuted for what the guards deem worthy. As of recently, he has blocked any Grim Warden from entering the city, so Ren is going to head to investigate. He isn't of Ignis and wouldn't be recognized as a Grim Warden, Arkin explained. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. I may be an old man, but I'm not fucking ancient. Your legend tells that we accidentally eat 8 spiders a year when we split. However, we need to consider that spider prefer warm, dark, damp locations to hide in, so the number is most likely much higher. Yup. And it's not just spiders. Ants. Happy birthday, homie. Thanks, Hugo. Thank you. True, bro. We're gonna need a wagon and some small wares. You can pose as a merchant from the Riverlands. Stop. No, that won't work. Sparta? I know it's like an actual thing, but it just like Bleach, bro. Like the Espada. Fucking Grimjaw. My favorite Espada. Winterholt. The worst minigame in old school RuneScape. That might work as a cover. Something simple may be better. Gray ponder while he rubbed his beard. I'm trying to remember, because I was like, why was I obsessed with Winterholt for so long? And then I remembered it was a Master Clue Scroll reward that I needed to wear. Something obtained from Winterholt. Plus I needed like a fire smithing or fire making. Even though I think my fire making is 99. I don't remember. I think it was actually something I just needed to obtain. And I did Winterholt for like 3 months straight in order to complete this one Master Scroll. And the Master Scroll had like 3 potions in it worth like 100k. It's fucking bullshit. Where's my 3rd age armor? How many Saiyans does it take to screw in a light bulb? I don't know. They don't even know how to kiss. I mean, what? Something simple may be better, Gray pondered while he rubbed his beard. What about Osfirth? Ultrid suggested. That will work. Ren, while you're around Feralta, you will be Osfirth, Winterholt. You're looking to sell your wares to pay for a physician for your sick father, Gray said. You will investigate his involvement with this group. If he proves to be a sympathizer, do not hesitate to kill him. Gray, was it? You and Ultred will provide relief in the eastern villages, Arkin said. Takes 1, but it'll take 10 episodes of screaming to do so. Yeah. For sure. I wish I could. But I have a prior engagement in Ironhelm. What sucks is that One Piece has a worse pacing than Dragon Ball, which is why they made Dragon Ball Kai, which is why they're also making like the new reiteration of One Piece, which I'm probably gonna watch if it's 150 episodes instead of 1,000. And the whole episode isn't just fucking the same thing happening for filler. I believe there's a sympathizer that might be embedded within the Moorwitch clan, Gray said. How sure are you of this? Elder Broadwin asked. I'm sure Baron Clovis provided me with a letter from the Warden Granadis about a suspicious warden who had been passed on information about what affects us. This may be the man responsible for what happened to Ren. If you allow me to assist Granadis with putting the man down, Gray said, handing the elders the letter. What really happened to Ren? The report was vague for the sake of secrecy, Elder Zio questioned. I was poisoned with Perlaxia, Ren said. Perlaxia, Elder Zio said, surprised. If our enemy is experimenting with Perlaxia, it's gonna be dangerous. Ultred, are you okay? Ultred, are you okay with working alone until this matter is dealt with? Elder Garrick said. Indeed, if this gets out, many of us northern clans will not survive, so if you quickly can put an end to it, then I will be fine on my own for a few weeks, Ultrid said. This meeting is adjourned, Eldrick Garrick announced. Gather your things and meet me by the front gates, Ren, Arkin said before he and Ultrid left the mausoleum. Ren looked over to Gray with a confused look on his face. Clovis never gave you a letter, quietly said. I don't trust them, plus I'm going to need a last as backup to deal with the other one. Once I reach Ironhelm, I will send you a letter. Go to a man by the name of Varro. He runs a small tavern there. He's a friend, Gray whispered. Oh, what a sneaky play. So now they try to verify it, they know that it's like false because they're fucking stupid. And if they knew what was going on, they would have called him out on it. Oh, I love it. Mira stood in the stables, petting Saros as she waited for Ren. You're a good horse, I guess. Do me a favor and keep that little shit alive for me, Mira said, rubbing his mane. Mira. Ren yelled as he ran to give her a hug. Put me down, Mira yelled as he lifted her off the ground. Sorry, why didn't you come with Sorston Eldoria? Ren asked. I'm not the wedding type. Too joyous, loud, and too many nobles for me, Mira said. Wasn't your father a noble? Ren asked with a smirk. You little shit, I'll poison whoever told you that. I bet it was that mountain of blabbermouth. Kid, I'll tell you this. Finish whatever task the elders have for you and leave this world behind. You're a responsibility to someone now. Took me a while, but I finally am, Mira said. You're leaving the clan? Ren said, surprised. Yup, my daughter is gone, so I have no reason to be here anymore. Find your happiness with her, and oh, I left a gift for you in your saddle, Mira yelled as she walked away. So it's like no, it's like they're transferring out through marriage caused her to come out because she's like, well, I'm not obligated anymore because we don't have allegiance. Fuck you, peace. Ren quickly checked the saddle to find a special made flask with the initials MV carved into the side of it, along with various medicines and a note. And that's how you leave on like neutral to good terms, right? But it's not like an expectation. Congrats, kid. I'm not the emotional type, but you did something most of us hoped for. Well, that was a lie. Most of us just spend our coin in brothels. I've been at this for 75 years, and you, Mila and Aleste, were the best recruits I've had the pleasure to grow with. To watch grow. Jesus Christ. Struggling with finishing my song lyrics. True burger. That's why I never start, so I don't have to worry about finishing. Yes, you cunt, I'm one of 110 perks in my family. So that means I've seen lots of you come and go. So kid, take my flask as a gift and drink the happiness to whatever. Just make sure to get drunk with it. Goodbye. Ren, love, Mira. All Ren could do was laugh at the letter as he stuffed into the saddle. Quickly took out the flask. He took a small sip of whatever was inside. Damn it, Mira yelled after coughing heavily. It's like moonshine. You'll never fail if you never try. True. It's like instead of you're going to miss 100% of the shots you never take, it's like you can never miss 100% of the shots you never take. Ready, Ren? Arkin asked. Yeah, Ren replied. Good, because it's a 2-day ride before our stopping point, Arkin said. So summer sun beamed down upon them. Arkin slowly began to shed his armor. How in the 10 hells are you breathing in all your gear? Arkin said. Ren chuckled. Still early in the season. He hasn't fully set in yet. I love, like, this setup of, like, the environment and the way they are, and it's, like, what they can handle. So simple, yet it just sets it, right? It's getting hotter than this. Fuck that. I love big men. I love bigger men. Smokey. Hey, so what's the full plan here? Wait, does that mean you don't like me? Leave the clan anytime. But they lose the privileges, right? I like even bigger men. Not even bigger than me. Fuck that, Smokey. Supposed to kill the guy. Capture him. Strong-arm him into whatever we need, Ren asked. Doesn't matter, whatever you choose is fine. All we are looking for is the person that has his ear. So do what you must. Ren, I can't promise you that this will be a quick and clean. Feralta has become a cesspool over the last couple of years. So keep your guard up at all times, Arkin said. Nope, that shit is permanent. Wow, this slope, so slippery. True, a slippery slope of my mom on you. Can't help but drop it. What is the name of my target? Ren said plainly. Liam Broadwin, an Eliani with red hair. He has a penchant for gambling and brothels, from what I hear. Damn this heat, Arkin said, fanning himself. I'm fucking 35, bro. I'm 35! Technically, I can say I'm 34 for another, like, 9 minutes. I'm not officially 35. I'm not officially 35 until the day turns over, right? Because you don't actually know, like, the minute I was born. So what if I was born at 11:59, right? And now I was born at, like, 4 in the morning or some shit like that, though. Arkin grabbed his sheepskin, chugged what he could, and what he could, and poured the rest on himself. Ren stared at him with this. Holy shit, Smokey! Jesus Christ, bro! Thank you. But like, you know, I really appreciate it. You should have said 2000. I mean, it is what it is, Smokey. I'm not that old, okay? I'm only 284 million years old. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, what? It's because the particles in me are like the age of the universe. So it's actually like 13.4 billion. But I don't know if you have that, so I'm not going to call for that, right? It's a little excessive. Arkin grabbed the sheepskin and chugged. So I'll still say 35. million. But he could, and poured the rest on himself. Ren stared at him with a sly smirk on his face. What? Arkin questioned. Sure you want to do that? Oh god, the amount of bugs and shit that are going to be on him. This guy has never been in the desert before. By Eric's light, we will find a watering hole before our first stop. Arkin said,
Do not
who?
drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do
I'm
not
finishing
leave
this before I do
Do
that,
not stretch.
Smokey.
Do not go
But
to the
remind
bathroom.
me that that's
Have another
there.
toke.
Who? Ren questioned. Sir, he's one of the 10 dragon gods. Is there a dragon of light? Delia's lightning god. Mermaid's the god of shadow. Aren't they the ancient dragons from most myths?
Scam, scam, scam,
Ren,
scam, 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 scam.
Ren interrupted. No, he's called Chalkboard. So I'm actually scamming if I do it. Indeed they are. You and your horse are up to it. We can rush and make it there before sunset, Arkin said. We are, Ren said, spurring Saros. Eliza sat in her room. What the fuck is Chalkboard? This is a safe word. Eliza sat in her room as it was the first time in a year that she was alone. Basically, I'm not ranting. The journey back to Ironhelm was mostly uneventful, besides the less drunken tirades. A graceful knock on her door placed her back in reality from the world of her imagination. My safe word is Daddy, please stop. No, that doesn't work. Come in. That makes me go harder, Eliza yelled. Eliza, my dear, are you okay? Clovis asked, sitting on the edge of her bed. Yes, Father, I am. It's just, you miss him, and he is duty-bound to do whatever the clan requires of him. Trust me, he feels the same way. When you were a baby, I was called away to war by your uncle. Every day I yearned for the war to end, to the point I considered deserting and making an enemy of your uncle, Clovis said somberly. I think he would have forgiven you in the long run. Luckily, we don't have children. He would have disregarded the clan's call. Disregarded the clan's call, Eliza said with a chuckle. That is my one regret, raising you with the brashness of a son. Eliza, my dear, as your father, I do not wish to know anything further about you and your husband, Clove said, standing up and leaving. Damn, that's harsh. He's like, dude, you're going too far with your conversations, bitch. I don't need to know this. Flaunting that shit to the wrong people. Games. We actually, Smokey, we're watching Citizen Vigilante. Since Elon has had it up, we are going to be watching Citizen Vigilante once we're done the readings. We'll be doing Happy's reading and then Prohl's reading, and, you know, within like 45 minutes to an hour, we should be good to go. That's the hope. I'm gonna go make some popcorn. Can I opt in for watching grass grow? I'm sure there is a video on YouTube of watching grass grow. Right? $14.88, my mom, bitch. Oh yeah, I'm taking your toke, and then we're reading Happy's. Happy, you got your shit ready? Holy shit, Smokey, you're level 48? That's insane. Do you know how many chats you have to send to be level 48? More than you did, because your numbers are fucking inflated, bitch. 3, 2, 1, toke. You were like
Thank you for redeeming
level
your dance.
13,
It
and I
will now
put
dance
you to
for
level 48.
Please fully enjoy this.
And the amount of
immersive
messages you have to
experience.
send to get from 48 to 49 is like 2 million or something like that. Smokey, when's the last time you leveled up? Because I gave you level 48. I think in October. I think in
Keep
October I
dancing,
gave you
bitch, it
48,
ain't
and you
over
haven't
yet.
leveled up since. mean, I like that now we're learning about the conspiracies. We're getting inside the head. We're getting, like, the infiltration. And we're getting, like, Ren's actual mission. Right? I hope you had new socks today. I don't wear socks, bitch. Oh, I see what you did there, Smokey. Smart. I think I just lost like $40,000 in feet pics. Do you think I just lost $40,000 in feet pics? Shit, no. I don't want to lose more. I don't want to lose more. Fuck that. Alright, Happy, you're up. He's got a new thing that he sent to us. Look what Jam put in the fucking... I didn't even notice this. Jerkin the Gherkin and other stories. Got the fucking... Oh my god. The lore behind this picture is fucking insane. Bend over and fill cavity. You ever sneeze V4 and it felt like you came? I mean, I have come while sneezing, so yes. That's when, like, you're about to go and they stick the fucking shit under your fucking nose. And you sneeze mid-cum. And it, like, makes it, like, 4 times harder. Like, pressure-wise. Wait, Happy, where's your story? I don't see it. Where's Happy? Why is this on here? I don't want to be doxing people's messages. Why is this on here? Wrong screen! Where's Happy? You didn't send me anything, is it? I think I enjoyed this. No, I do not want to click on that. Happy! Happy. I mean, if you can find my old BetLife page. Pain greater than pleasure. You probably. It's out there somewhere, Smokey. It's out there somewhere. Right? Your house is lovely, by the way. Why, thank you, Smokey. It's my parents' house. Can I use 10 grand points so you can read my thing? You're ruining it by thinking my truth. No, I probably actually am. But hey, I don't have ants in my room, okay? I don't have ants in my room. Right? So that's a start. Right? I mean, being in the attic, it's like, it makes it harder, but still. It's what it is. I mean, Hugo, technically, yes, you can. But the unfortunate thing is, Happy is, like, in now. So, like, if you use it, it's not gonna be now, it's gonna be after Happy. Unless Happy doesn't have anything to show, because I don't know where to go to get Happy's story. Because I don't know if he gave it to me or not, and I don't know if he's still here, because it's taken so fucking long. Because this stream, I'm just a fucking retarded streamer. So if Happy's not here, and he doesn't have a story, and Hugo uses his point, right? Then yes, technically, Hugo would be next in queue. Because I'm still giving Happy like 2 to 3 more minutes to see if he's here. Yes, Smokey, and I know what your story would be. I found it, I came in it, I left it, Finn. Okay? It's not very interesting, bro. I mean, I'm gonna read it, but I don't think it's that interesting. I'm gonna read it for other reasons, right? Happy, bro, are you out there? No AI. From me, all from my brain. Well, Smokey, what happens if your brain is AI? What if the ultimate, like, version of AI is just, like, your biological brain, but, like, run by a machine so that it's, like, it can optimize and, you like, function at 100%? Because, like, your body isn't efficient enough to allow your brain to work. So it's like your brain is like 1,000 times more powerful than like what you could ever imagine. But your body doesn't have the ability to tap into what your brain can do. right? So like if you had a machine that could like tap into what your brain could do, holy shit, bottle time. True. I mean, it is what it is. So, see, brother. Happy birthday again. True! Thank you, Hugo. Okay, I'm not seeing any Happy here. I feel bad that we've, like, gone on so long that Happy isn't here anymore. And I'll give him, like, another minute. And then we're moving on to Prol. That's just the way it's gotta be. Sorry, Happy. I mean, I just straight up read your thing, but, like, I don't know where it is. I can't find it. I look through, like, the pages, and, like, I don't know which story is yours. I don't want to click on that last link under that emo chick, so that's what it is. I'd redeem to skip queue. People cannot skip queue. What? No, if someone pays the 10k points, they become next in line. But it doesn't mean that I immediately stop reading whoever's work I'm reading. It just means that, like, if I'm reading Relics, and what is next, well, now Hugo's next. No, that's totally unfair to the person. That's why it has to be next, because I don't want to interrupt the middle of someone's reading. That's bullshit. But having the ability to be like, well, I gotta go soon, so I want to be next, right? And, like, you're paying points that you've accumulated by watching me. I think that's totally fair. And it's 10,000 points. That's a fuck ton of points. Like, that's like... Isn't that like a week of like a week to a week and a half of watching? To get like 10k points? One gifted sub gets you to the front on the queue. No, it doesn't, Smokey. Because, like, I don't need the subs. Unless, like, you guys just... If you guys don't want the fucking ads, go on a different platform, right? Like, you can go on Kick and you don't have ads. So if you're like, fuck Twitch, Twitch has ads, just go on to Kick. Kick don't have ads, go on to Twitter. Go on to Rumble. Right? So it's like, technically, you don't have to spend money to get a subscription in order to get rid of ads, only unless you want to actually be on Twitch, right? But it's like, again, I would recommend that if you were to spend a subscription on me, you know, go spend it on another small streamer. Right? Like, I appreciate it, but, like, I think, like, you know, a couple of the other small streamers would probably, you know, benefit from it more, right? But I do appreciate having you guys as my subs, especially if it's just, like, your Prime subs and shit like that, right? I mean, it shows me, like, statistically that I'm, like, going in the right direction with the content. People are willing to even put money down on it. Whether that's to support me or to skip ads doesn't matter to me, just like you, Smokey. Like, we just have a dynamic that you enjoy the entertainment of the stream enough that you're willing to just basically get me to dance like a stripper and throw, like, pennies at me. And I think it's fucking hilarious. I bet if you implemented it, people would. May as well make money while you stream. So that's a problem, Smokey. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make getting into the queue a monetary thing, right? Like, if we're getting, like, let's say 10 entries a day, and, like, I can't help myself from ranting, and we're at, like, the 8-hour mark, and we're only at, like, 4 people already read, right? And that's, like, becoming, like, a norm. I would allow for a, like, a bidding queue, right? Where it would be, like, predetermined. You'd basically have to auction off the queue to be read first. So you have, like, a way of getting your work guaranteed read, but you're also competing with everyone else, right? So it's like, I don't want to create this monetary incentive, but at some point in time, there will have to be a mechanism, right, in order to allow people to basically skip the line. I think that's fair.
Oh, did you just hear that guy? That guy right there. That guy is on fire. You can totally tell. What the?
Flap, he's stealing our hiding place.
Dude, bail!
Come on! I can't! The seatbelt was jammed.
Why did you buckle it? Why would you do that?
I don't know!
I wish so much that Kick allowed you to do an MP4 like Twitch does, because that scene of 24 dying is fucking amazing. Why did you put your seatbelt on? I don't know. Never put your seatbelt on in a parked car. Thank you for the gift subs. Holy shit. 2 subs in the chat there for Smokey. I really appreciate it. Oh wait, 3 subscriptions. Gifted 2 subscriptions to the community. They've gave. Oh, that's a third one. Somehow the stream got muted on me. Sorry. Oh, that's perfect, Happy. Because like we haven't moved on to Prol yet, so you have like until the ad break to send me your story. So like you're coming in so clutch, bro. Because we were about to move on, and then I ranted for 5 minutes, and you showed back up, and I knew that would happen. Or figured it would. So, like, send me the story or point me to where it is, because I can't find it in the Discord. Because I know you said it was already restricted. Oh, wait. These matter? Is this, like, the entirety of it? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Yeah, okay. You seen Mecha Chameleon? Yes, I have, Smokey. There was some sort of statistic. Didn't they sell something like 2 million copies of the game or something like that? Like something fucking insane. I watched, Rage Gaming play it. It looks fucking amazing. I'm just not that, like, type of person. I know it's just, like... I like watching that shit. I don't like participating in it. I'm the person that would try to put too much brain power behind it. I'm just like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just here to relax and chill. Right? I'm sorry. It's the way I am. But again, thank you so much for the subscription, Smokey. I really do appreciate it. You are, you know... It is what it is, right? I appreciate that I'm making content that is worthy of your support. And I will endeavor to continue to improve and escalate on the quality and consistency and scale of the content. Such as tomorrow is the IRL birthday stream, which will be starting earlier in the day. It'll be starting, this normal stream will probably be starting 5 hours earlier tomorrow. For the birthday IRL stream. It's gonna be scuffed, it's gonna be fucked, nothing's gonna work, but fuck it, it's gonna be a good time. Right? We gonna have us as much fun good time as we can from whatever we can conceive of it. It is what it is. Yeah, your audio is bad. Yeah. So this time what I'm going to try and do is, because I think that was because the video quality was so high, it was like the phone couldn't handle it, and it was like prioritizing the video over the audio. So I'm going to try and do lowest quality. I tried to find a program that was just a microphone, but I couldn't find anything that was just a microphone. So we might be SOL, unfortunately. Which means there's probably no reason to watch, but hey, I want to create the content anyways, right? Just put it on mute. Is what it is. Alright, here's Happy Story, the Runeborn one. Chapter 1, The Loop. Pain. Cold stone under his back, ash in his throat. The boy opened his eyes. Gray sky pressed low, veined with crimson like infected wounds. No sun, no stars, just endless bruise light that made everything look already dead. Damn, thank you for the 50 kicks! Hell yeah, let's go, Smokey. Fuck yeah, dude. I appreciate it, man. Woo woo! You the big boy up in here, man. At the top of the list, at the top of the Uritan. I believe in you, man. Your name is legendary. They should all know the name Smokey. Which is why, like, you know, it's like a play for, like, Stoner Girl, right? I'm wondering if I should make a character named Smokey like you. But I don't know. I think it'd be too on point. Tried to sit up, muscles answered slowly, as if they belonged to someone else. His hands, pale and thin, unmarked, pressed against rocks, carved with deep, glowing lines. Carvings pulsed faintly, blue-white, like veins under skin. Perfect cycle, maybe 20 paces across. 9 stones taller than a man stood at equal intervals, each etched with the same interlocking runes. I'm gonna go now, have fun. No, Smokey, wait, you have to stick around to watch Citizen Vigilante. Wait, you gotta watch Citizen Vigilante with us. What are you doing? You can't just bail. Stared at his palms, no scars, no calluses, nothing to tell him who these hands had been owned by. His voice cracked, dry, his tongue felt thick. Crawled to the circle's edge. Beyond it, ruins, jagged teeth of buildings half swallowed by black vines. Towers leaned like drunks. Streets choked with rubble and bones. Some fresh, some ancient, picked white. Distant scream arose, thin and animal, then cut off. He stood. Legs shook but held. No name came. No memory of a mother, a father, a home, or yesterday. Only the now. Naked except for ragged cloth scraps around his waist, or the cold biting skin, and hunger gnawing from deep within. I mean, so far, yeah. The problem, Haffy, I think, is that, like, I think this is a big thing for you. Is, like, you're good with words, but sometimes it's, like, not enough is happening. Does that make sense? I love this intro and the way that it's described and stuff like that, right? But there is a point of, like, same thing with, like, word salad, where it's just, like, at some point you just have to move on. And I feel like same thing with, like, your character gestures and stuff like that. It's like something that, like, ruins the pacing. But for this instance, right, like, here and now, it's good. Because it's getting you the visceral feeling at the beginning. But my concern is how long it goes on for. And if it doesn't stop within, like, the next half page, I think it's a little, like, too much. Because we're getting, like, all this physical feeling. Like, our physical place. And we have a question for our mentality, but it's like we've established the physical, and then it kind of just keeps going beyond that. Right? I think even up to the point of him just saying who is, like, enough to realize, like, the idea of what's going on here. Right? And like this, like the no name came, no memory of a mother, a father, a home, or yesterday. Only the now. Naked, except for... That's good. Right? That's good. So it's like maybe something above it can be moved earlier so this, like, hits harder. Right? And then it can move into more of the feelings of the character. Stepped out of the circle. Nothing happened. He walked. Ground is cracked flagstone buried under ash drifts. Every few steps, you pass skeletons in twisted poses, some clutched weapons, some each other. And this is like a good example of like, now you've given like the tidbits of the hint of what the environment is like, right? Like this is all we need. And then we get a little bit of the weather here, right? And we already know that it's cold. So it's like, the little bit of exposition woven in between it carries it. But I fear that it's something that is like, it's too much, right? I really like it, but it's one of those things where it's like, you've already conveyed to the reader what's going on. So the more that you just stick with that, the more the reader's like, well, yeah, I already know that. Yeah, I already know that. Right? As opposed to like this that's just letting you know, okay, wherever the fuck it is, this place is fucked up. Ain't just the person here, right? It's the setting. And it's like simple. Again, clothing rotted to threads. No birds, no insects. Just wind moaning through broken windows. And then it's like, all of that encompasses the entirety of it, right? This is very intended, you'll see. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, my fear is that this is something that is, like, in your writing and the way that you present things, like, you don't see the exit window for transition. And it causes it to basically be, like, almost something like a run-on sentence. At least that's something that I've just kind of noticed. Right? And it's something I fear for, even though, like, we're not at that point yet. Which is why, like, I'm praying that, like, hey, has he learned his lesson? Is he gonna stop this, right? And again, we're not at that point. We still got another 200, 300 words till it's like, okay, you just need to stop. Right? But I'm assuming this will be another 100 to 150 words of setting and stuff like that. And approach, and there'll be, like, the mystery, and there'll be no more question to ask, right? For instance, this... He found a rusted knife half buried near a rib cage, and he pulled it free. This is obviously some sort of, like, sacrificial, like, mound of some kind. Blades pitted, but sharp. Gripped it. And he gripped it like he knew how, though he didn't remember learning. I'm ignorant to the subject. What are you working on? Mr. Wacky Stuff. Hey, how's it going? What are you up to? What do you got? How's it going today, good sir? We are currently beta reading Happy's work, his new presentation for a, how do you call it? It's like his elevator pitch, but in a chapter for his new idea. Right? Proof of concept overall. But are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories, Mr. Wacky? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of critique and beta reading and expanding your audience and your reach, as well as... you know, tangents and all the other offside stuff that comes with having conversations. So currently this story we just started is about obviously someone being reborn into someone else's body with no memory, but he's at, like, I don't know what age, but I'm assuming between 15 and 20, right? Like an adolescent with a bunch of, like, dead skeletons around him and no one there, but the feeling like he knows this place and he's been here before, right? Sorry if I seem impatient. I'm not. I'm just making sure. Family forced me to leave the house, but I'm lurking. It's all good, bro. I'm gobshite. So all of the above, the putting of airs, it's far too common to writers. We're just, in general, you know, all about creativity, expression, engagement, and, you know, inspiration, motivation. But there's also... you can't be afraid to explore the true nature of reality and humanity and nature itself by delving into the deep and the dark and the disgusting and putrid, and such things are topics that come up in stories that press your own perspective of the world. Whether you say we're about insert buzzwords. Yeah, me too. There's a level of like decree to the like amount of layers of language, right? And that's what I'm all about, like esoteric, abstract, poetic embodiment of language, right? How many ways can you say one thing, right? How many ideas can you portray in one way? It's kind of what, you know, it is what it is, right? And everyone has their own, like, creative, I'd say, like, a district that they work within, and has their own means to it, right? And I would say one thing that I try to do in this community is facilitate an area where people can just go crazy and wild and not care, because I think there is something that's profoundly lost in our day and age when it comes to like the acceptance of creativity and ideas and presentation of storytelling and how that relates to like the depth of the human spirit. An example I would say of this is something like, imagine trying to make a movie like The Sixth Sense nowadays, right? Either people would just glaze over it because they would have no idea what was going on because they couldn't connect the dots, or it would be like spoiled and then people would be like, oh, it was spoiled, so I'd never want to watch it, right? And I always think about that in the way of like how we tell stories nowadays, right? And how I want to break away from the standard culture of like Hollywood storytelling and comic book stuff. I want like off the wall, experimental, crazy ideas, you know, that press the boundaries of what you could consider storytelling. Whether that's, you know, fictional dictation through essays, or like introspection of a character through like something like this in this story. Like, this is an event that will define this character. Because later on in the story, you assume they're going to regain their memory. But these moments of them not having their memory and learning the world and interacting with it will be one of the core aspects that will leave that character, like, embedded in that character. That, like, if you're someone like me that connects to characters, you're going to be looking for that later in the story as, like, a redemption, a self-sacrifice, a push to the edge, or something like that that will rely on this nuanced piece of backstory of the character. Because I'm thinking, well, if it's not important, why didn't you tell me? Or why did you tell me if it's not important, right? And that's just, like, I think nowadays there's, like, with the, like, modern audience and trying to sell to too many people just want to take the easy way out with creativity and, like, copy things that already exist. It's personal versus product. Are you making it for you or others? Everything is a product if you want to share it. Pick your audience and accept if it's smaller than you'd like. Exactly, Wacky. I'm in a very unique position where I have no need of monetary value, so I can use my pure, I would say experimental, like, outlook on reality to influence other people to look within themselves and say, is this a story I want to tell? Or is this a story I want to sell? And I don't think there's anything wrong with what the answer is. I think the problem is, for authors themselves, they can't answer that question. Like, if I wanted to sell stuff, I'd write, like, an insane amount of smut that would literally be, like, a combination of Haunting Annabelle and, Milking Farm. And it would basically be something like, if you took, like, a parody porn of Shrek. Maybe. Something like that, right? Because I'd want to have, like, a unique element to it. So it'd be like, hey, how perverted can I make Disney characters? And then I start getting into the angle of, like, okay, this is no longer something I can sell. What? Sorry, that's just where my brain goes, right? And it's like, again, it's like, I knowing that answer will also help with the critique, right? Because I could be like, if you want to sell this to the largest audience, these are the things that you should look to capitalize on early in the story to make sure that people don't put the book down. Whereas it's like, if you're just trying to tell a specific story, don't let the presentation of the story dictate how you tell it, right? Like, for instance, the story I'm writing right now, Stoner Girl Evolution, the entirety of the beginning of it is like a crossroads of different characters, and I imagine it like the beginning of like any D&D campaign of like, you have a little bit of the background of the character, and then they meet at a tavern, and then all the characters, something happens that makes all the characters become part of a party, and then despite the fact that, like, none of them really knowing each other from the beginning, they've all of a sudden been launched off on this epic party because of, or this epic adventure because of some kind of, incident. In this case, it's a food fight and burning down a tavern and running away from the law. This falls under the category of grimdark. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you can tell that right off the bat, right? Like, you're, like, assumed to be a kid who came out of nowhere and is surrounded by skeletons in the middle of winter with, like, sacrificial knives stabbed into them. Yeah, that reminds me of, like, the first time I looked at, like, Aragon, and I was like, you know, like, the back of it was, like, the middle, like, a Razak ritual in which basically limbs were severed and blood was drank, and I was, like, 13 years old. And I was like, yes, this is the fantasy I want. And then it was like, get into like the, you know, my friend was like, you should read the Sword of Truth, because it's basically like, wait till like book 2 when you get to like the Lord Sith. They're basically like dominatrixes with magic. It's like, holy shit. You seem very earnest and sincere, and I wouldn't take that from you. But you sound very pretentious. You are lording your personal lens while slating the work of others. Just doesn't seem like a healthy perspective if you wish to foster creativity, but to each their own. Now, I would ask, what do you mean by that, Wacky? Is that a misinterpretation of me saying that what I want to facilitate is a full end of creativity, but I want people to be able to tell their own stories? So I'm confused. Like, I understand the pretentiousness. I totally understand that, right? But lording your personal lens while slating the work of others... I'm like, did I do that? And if I did, I want to apologize, because that's not something I would ever want to do to someone's work. Because I think no matter what level your work is at, or what story you're trying to tell, or whatever, everyone's story is, like, personally vindicated in its own way. Does that make sense? So, like, if I in any way said anything that made you feel like I was degrading your story, that's not what I meant, and I'm sorry about that. But again, I understand, like, the pretentious thing, but it's, like, to me, right? This is, like, my perspective. You should be your own best advocate, right? Because no one else will advocate for you the way that you will advocate for yourself. So there is the underlying selfishness of, like, I am, in a way, using your work as inspiration, right, and, like, emphasis and, like, perspective to see, well, what are other people interested in? What other stories are people telling? How can I capitalize on a compromise between the story that I want to tell and the story that would sell? Right? And again, I'm very bad at, like, communication. I talk about this, like, all the time, how it's like I just pick the wrong words, like, I have a bad tone, like, I have this, again, it's like, what's the word you use? I'm fucking retarded. Pretentiousness, or, like, over the top, right? And I try to, like, purposefully portray that, because at the end of the day, like, this is entertainment, this is a show, I'm trying to put on a show. There are bonuses that we get for, like everything at the end of the day, right? But at the end of it is a show. I'm trying to, like, you know, provide value for people to watch, right? So I trust my audience enough to know that there's like an over-the-top ridiculousness in a way to like how I speak. And that like the way that I talk on stream is very purposeful, and that's like not how I like would normally talk, right? But it's like being in a position like this, it's kind of a like outcome of, in my opinion, you're like the guy who's standing on stage, right? But I never want to make anyone in my audience feel that I'm like ever like putting down their stories or degrading their ideas in any way. That is the complete opposite of what I want to do, right? I want to facilitate any kind of creativity. Nothing to apologize for, even if I'm right. You speak to your outlook with passion and boldness, but then you refer to the work of others in a way that refers to it as cheap or easy. Milking farm, and... Oh, do you mean... Wait, Wacky, do you mean I'm... Okay, if you mean that I am degrading, I am putting down, I am lessening, and, like, I am, like, not liking, and I am against, in a way, Haunting Annabelle and Milking Farm, you are 100% right. I don't like the culture around fem-slop, like, porn books. That, like, somehow these books are, like, classified as, like, the new age classics, like Moby Dick. Does that make sense? So it's more I'm actually against, like, the culture indulging in this than I am the actual writers, right? Like, if they wrote stuff that's good enough to sell, that's, you know, that's on them and stuff. I may not like it. I think it's disgusting and gross and fucked up. And, again, I would never impose that opinion on someone else, right? So you are 100% correct in the way that I'm speaking about those people's work. And I understand where you're coming from the other side of saying, like, you probably shouldn't do that. And, yes, that's where it's like, I'm only human. I'm a piece of shit. And it's gonna happen. And I want this to be, like my outcome of the discussion about this, right, would be to properly place those books within the category that they're supposed to be within. At least, again, from my perspective. Where it's like, they don't necessarily provide any insight or value towards society. And again, no book or story has to, but it's the way that, like, the media portrays it. That, like, if you look up, like, a story about Haunting Annabelle, they talk about it like it's one of the best books ever written. New Age classics, I've never heard of them referred to as that. I have two close friends who love these books. They refer to them more as airport book entertainment, not a modern-day classic. They are popular, not genre-defining, and there's a place for that. And I absolutely agree with you. I know nothing about Haunting Annabelle. Okay, and I absolutely agree with you, Wacky, and I think that's how the general public looks at these books. But the way that, like, the media, like 50 Shades of Grey, or something like that, right? It's, as another example, is like, look, like, to me, looking at how the events unfold, this is not a natural push of a book that spreads because it has something to say. Right? Like, 50 Shades of Grey was a book that spread because, for some reason, women felt that it opened a door towards how society looks at, like, degenerate sex and, like, BDSM and, like, control situations, right? So it's like, I understand why people look at something like 50 Shades of Grey, and it's like something that you could look at as empowering. My problem is, I don't want to live in, like, a culture or a society that's the, like, feminine outlook. And, like, I'll bring up a graph that, like, I hate this idea, but it's like, this is what I feel it has been the thing. Right? Oh, so let me get like an arrow. And it's like, it's gone from like this to this to this. Right? And we start with, prostitution is bad. Okay, so we got prostitution is bad. I can't spell. Female. And like, tell me if I'm wrong. Then we had female empowerment. And what did we get out of it? The natural push is from its popularity. No disrespect, but it sounds like you are moralizing and overthinking it. Wacky, you're absolutely right, because I'm looking at it from like a cultural and like in-depth perspective of like a way that I want to press, or I want like literature and entertainment to press the direction of society, because I think at like this peak in society, right, the main things that drive societal change is entertainment. Yo, what's up, Raymond? What you doing? What you at? What you got? So like, I have this entire thing doesn't even really have to do with like the books or anything. It has to basically do with the idea that the end goal of this, right? Scotty does that with everything. Yeah, the end goal of this is like in a premise of what I would want to see society do, right? So I have no problem with like flicking your bean to a fucking 50 Shades of Grey and shit, right? Would you like D&D-esque Satanic Panic, but with some mutt books? Why are you talking prostitution? Raymond, because the essence of the conversation, fucking ads. Okay, let's just take a step back, guys. We got ads going on right now. I'm gonna grind some weed. We're gonna take a toke, and I'm gonna do two sides of an explanation. Actually, it was my birthday 35 minutes ago, Ahab. You fucking missed my birthday, bitch. It ain't my birthday no more. But yeah, it was my birthday. Damn you ads. I know. Fuck ads. Happy late birthday. Thank you, Ahab. I really appreciate it. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm an old fucking man. I'm fucking 35. But we were having an in-depth conversation about, for me, the prospects of society. And, like, the changing of society through entertainment. And seeing the direction of what society is going now. And looking at the entertainment that drives that direction. And then saying, is this appropriate to the outcome that I want of a society that I want to live in? And that's the prospect that I look at it in. Even though there is the other side of the coin where anyone can do whatever they want. Right? The customer is always right in matters of taste. I would never want to downgrade the ideas or discard the work itself, because it does have its own impact. Right? And I would never want to impose my view on someone else. I would just want to have a discussion with someone about what my view is, what their view is, and like the total outcome of what you think about that, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm like all about philosophical and societal outcomes, right? So if I can have, there's a market for female-focused smut books, nothing wrong with that. If you wish to censor this for the good of society, sounds somewhat authoritarian. And I think that's where you're getting the fundamental misunderstanding, Wacky, of, like, my opinion towards something. And if I was God, I would never ban that shit. I just think the way that... And it's mainly specifically the media and the way that, like, it's sold to people. So it's not how people devour it. It's how it's presented to people. With this, like, empowerment thing where it's like, no, it's just degraded, degenerate sex. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, and exactly, and this is the reason why. Do you know the reason why there's the market for it? Because men and women have fundamentally different understandings about, like, horniness and, like, sex and, like, getting off. right? Men are extremely physical, right? We're extremely physical. We don't give a shit about you. We want your vagina. Women, on the other hand, are, at least, you know, it's a spectrum and a scale, right? They are way more emotionally connected. So if they read a book and, like, learn about a character and that character resonates with them, right? That creates a fundamentally different, like, sexual connection, right? So that's the reason why it's basically porn books for women. And again, I have absolutely nothing wrong with that. I would never censor it. Hell, I would encourage it. I would just say, you know, we have to look at it what it is. It is just, you know, it's porn for women. But, like, trying to, like, present it as if it's, like, something that's female empowering and changing society, right? Fundamentally different perspectives, no understanding. Small nitpick, but it matters. Yeah. And like I said, if I was God, okay, what's wrong with... No, see, wacky. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with porn books. I write smut. I have some fucked up stories of smut. I have, like, a Bonnie Blue story where she gets, like, kidnapped, like, banged, and then, like, jizzed all over, and then thrown out of the truck. So, like, I have nothing against it, right? I am just, like, on a scale of things that you would want to preserve in culture. That's what I think about it, right? And when I look at when, like, for instance, like 10 years ago or so, when, you know, 50 Shades of Grey was, like, super awesome, like, I don't know about you, but just the way that it was, right? Like, how, like, for instance, porn is treated, right? Why are these, like, is disgusting monster? Exactly. And it's like, so let's say this. The scene in the book Haunting Annabelle that made the book popular was the dude rapes the chick with the barrel of his gun. And in Milking Farm, it's a chick who's on a farm, but the cows are minotaurs and she's milking their dicks. All I have a problem with is I look at the direction of society. And again, I look at this from, it's not a right or wrong answer. It's the direction of society. Right? So I look at myself and I say, I can watch, like, the most degenerate, fucked up hentai, and it, like, doesn't have an effect on my life. Right? So I think these women can read these fucked up books, and it can have no effect on their life. Right? But when I look at a book like this, and when I see mainstream media saying, this is the... And again, I'm talking about presentation from mainstream media. This is just the same marketing as any exploitation movies. And that's where, wacky, it comes back to, like, a fundamental kind of idea of, like, for instance, why there are buff dudes walking outside of Abercrombie without their shirts on, but there's no girls in bras and panties outside of Lululemon. And to me, all I want is like an even base. You can either do both or you can do none, right? And the fact that society says porn books for women are empowering, but men watching porn is destroying our society. I take a step back and I start to look at the messaging that comes from that, right? And again, I have no problem with how you do marketing and stuff like that, right? That's up to the government to decide the laws of what you want to do. Like, promoting to children with, like, you know, cereal and stuff like that back in the day, right? I think it's fucked up, and you're definitely, like, purposely doing it. The fact that the law allows you to do it means the society allows you to do it. So again, all it comes down to is the portrayal of the double-sidedness between the sexes. Oh, women are allowed to do this and it's empowering, men are not allowed to do this and it's not empowering, even though statistically the outcome of it is about the same. and it's just the way that the culture treats it. So that's how I look at it, and I say, I just scratch my chin and I question, okay, let's say Lord of the Rings came out at the same time as Haunting Annabelle. Which story do you think would top the charts? And it would probably be Haunting Annabelle, because most things in Lord of the Rings are like, just like, let's say, quiet things, right? In a way that it's like, what exploitation movies have gotten any marketing since like the 80s? Unless you mean exploitation and not the actual genre. What are you talking about, Ahab? Have you ever watched Euphoria? Like, wait, what? There's literally an OnlyFans TV show! You sound like a generate hentai comment aimed, no judgment, who's envious of unequal treatment, pearl clutching with extra steps. And I could see why you say that, Wacky. Isn't an exploitation series. How is it not an exploitation series? Like, I mean this in the way... exploitative. Oh, do you mean it's just, like, in the opposite because it's the opposite sex? See, again, I'm just like, then to me, that's just underplaying, like, male trauma in a way. And Wacky, I will say this, like, I'm bi, I'm into BDSM, like, I'm fucked up in the head, right? So, like, it is what it is, right? But I don't make that a part of, like, my personality. Or I try not to make that a part of my personality. It is what it is, it's how I feel, but fuck it, who cares, right? This is like a creative writing, like, endeavor in some ways, right? So it becomes this thing where, not the act of exploiting people, which is also a thing in film. Well, I think more of it is exploitative marketing. Like, you're marketing sex to kids. Look at MTV and, like, music videos and something like The Candyman from fucking 50 Cent in, like, the 2000s, right? So it's like, I want everything to be able to be presented, right? You have restrictions for, like, minors, obviously. But in an adult space, there shouldn't be a one over the other, in my opinion. And that's like, to me, do you want to live in a society that has... It's either way. It's like, do you want to live in a society that women belittle men? Do you want to live in a society that men belittle women? I want to live in a society where everyone has mutual respect, but you have opposing opinions. So it's like, I can agree to disagree, and I can have a discussion about the topic, and we can come to different conclusions through different logic and understanding. But at the end of the day, we're neighbors, we're comrades, and we're just people, right? And that's kind of how, like, I try to portray my outlook, right? Scotty, chalkboard, bitch. Okay.
Bitch, it's late. I got work in the morning. Let's get back to reading. There are more people in the queue who are waiting. So read the fucking shit, because Rennet Raw, you donkey.
I just want to live in a world where people can fuck off. I mean, agreed. Sorry, Happy. I know we get into the philosophical discussions with people and stuff, so we'll get back to the reading. It is what it is, right? I'm gonna take a turn. But I could absolutely understand why, like, how someone can come to that conclusion. And then that's just a more thing on me to be like, okay, how do I control myself to not have those, like, kind of outcomes, right? Because I think there's, like, 80 to 90% true of what Wack would say, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! Like, I'm a pretentious asshole and I want to be a slut, but I can't because women are allowed to be sluts, but men can't. Right? He gripped it like he knew how. We didn't remember learning. sounded boots on stone from an alley mouth. Three figures in ragged cloaks, faces wrapped in filthy bandages, one carried in clever, crusted dark, another spear tipped with what looked like bone, the third dragged a chain with hooks. They saw him. Meat. Cleaver one rasped. They charged. He ran. Instinct screamed. So wait, so that means that like the skeletons and the bones and shit there were like most likely eaten. They were not decayed. They're just like eaten and left the skeletons there. That's what I would assume. Back to the circle. He didn't question it. Legs pumped, breath burned. They were faster. Spear caught his calf. Hot line of fire, stumbled and fell hard. The knife skittered away. Hands grabbed air, yanked, head back, cleverized. I think we need to differentiate between porn and art, or gore and macabre. Otherwise, we'd be unable to distinguish between the statue like Prolexites, Aphrodite, and Cindus of Hustler magazine, or between the live leak video of an industrial accident in the scene in Misery, Rob Reiner, 1990, where his feet are broken with a sledgehammer. I don't agree with you, and I find your point of view to be flawed, but I'm glad we could talk about it, and in a chilled manner. The medium we have chosen for this conversation is unconductive and understanding each other. Have a good day, dudes. Alright, no worries, Wacky. Take care, my man. I appreciate, at least giving me a chance, right? For sure, bro. Take care. He screamed. And I agree with you, Raymond. It's the difference between, like, A Clockwork Orange and violence and Dead Girl. Right? He screamed. Steel bit throat. Black. Nothing. Then pain. Cold stone under his back. Ash in his throat. The boy opened his eyes. Same gray sky. Same crimson veins. Same pulsing runes. He sat up fast. Heart hammered, hands flew to throat, smooth to the touch. No scar, no blood. What? He remembered. The chase, the spear, the cleaver. The wet choke of steel opened him. But here, alive, whole. He touched the circle stones, warm, almost alive. He stood, looked at the ruins. The same broken towers, same ash drifts, the same distant scream. Like an echo. He walked out again. Slower. This time, he skirted the alley. Found another path. A narrow path between collapsed walls. A knife lay near a skull. He took it. Hunger clawed deeper. Scavenged. Leather pouch on a corpse belt. Inside, flint, stripped of dried meat, black as tar. Tarnished coins stamped with a face he didn't recognize. He ate the meat. Tasted ash and salt. But he swallowed anyway. God, I can't. Is it like. Is it black because it's rotten, or is it black because it's freezer burnt? I don't know which one's worse. Night fell suddenly. Sky darkened to bruised purple. The temperature dropped hard. Sheltered in a half-cave of rubble, huddled, shivered. Sleep came in fits, dreams, fire raining, sky splitting, voices chanting in a language that hurt his skull, boys standing in the circle, hands raised, runes blazing white hot. He woke, gasping. Still night, still cold, still no name. He rose, moved. So, like, okay, Happy, is this him dying over and over again? That's kind of the impression that I'm getting, right? Like, he's dying and reviving, and, like, getting hunted down, and then, like, dying and reviving. And it's like he's in different places and shit. Because it's like, once he, like, revives, it's like the same place he fell from, so he just keeps moving. Am I wrong? He rose, moved, found water. Black pool in a crater. Tasted bitter, but he drank anyway. Dawn never came. Just a gradual lightening to the same sick gray. And this is, like, indication of, like, where we are, right? Like, this is, like, 24-hour night shit in, like, the Arctic with all the snow and everything, right? Everything's, like, fucking frozen over. And it's, like, fucking perpetual night. He explored further. Saw shapes moving too fast, too wrong, skittering on all fours, limbs too long. He hid behind a fallen pillar until they passed. Found a building mostly intact, door ajar. Inside, shelves toppled, books moldering. He does die over and over, but you'll see. Okay. He pulled one free. Pages brittle, script unknown, but drawings clear. Circles like his, bodies impaled on spikes, blood feeding glowing lines. He dropped it. Outside again. Hours, days, time blurred. Hunger became a knife in the gut. He found berries on a twisted bush, black. Ate one, sweet at first. And fire in his mouth, throat swelling. Collapses, convulsing and vomiting, black vile. Black bile. His vision dimmed, died, choking on his own tongue. Black pain, cold stone. He woke screaming, third time. He didn't move at first. Laying, stared at the bruise. They pulsed slower now, almost mocking. He remembered everything. First death, second, berries. He stood, legs steadier. This time, he avoided the alley, avoided the bush, found a rusted sword under rubble. I feel like this is like a video game and he's just been dying over and over, and it's the same instance been recreated, and now he's learning slowly about how to interact with that, like a fucking, what's that movie called with fucking Tom Cruise? And like the alien invasion. I can never remember the name of it. Where it's like he's in the time loop with the chick. It starts with like an O, right? Blade was heavy, but he swung it. His muscle memory flickered awkward, but it was there. You don't know that movie? It's actually a really good fucking movie. Basically, like, the enemy that they interact with has, like, a time thing where it's, like, its blood can, like, reset time. So it's, like, they're losing the war because anytime an enemy dies... it's, like, Edge of Oblivion? Fuck, okay, I gotta look it up. Edge of Tomorrow. Edge of Tomorrow. I don't know why I thought that had an O in it. I think I was thinking like Oblivion or something like that, which is a different movie. You know me, I'm bad with names. But yeah, Edge of Tomorrow. No, like your assumption is wrong. Oh, okay. Blade was heavy, but he swung it. His muscle memory flickered, awkward, but it was there. Practiced, cutting the air and stabbed at imaginary foes. Then the real one. Lone scavenger who stood tall and hooded with an axe in hand stepped from the shadows. You again, it hissed, its voice wet. Again, the thing lunged. He parried. Clumsy axe bit shoulder, bone grated, bone white hot, pain white hot. All you need is kill is what Edge of Tomorrow is based on. All you need is kill. Oh really? I didn't know that. Did not know that, Ahab. I've never heard of All You Need Is Kill. Is that from, like, how, like, is that a book? I'm surprised I've never heard of it if it's a fucking movie, especially if it's from, like, the 80s or 90s. Because something like that would absolutely, unless it's, like, new. If it was made after 2010, I've probably never seen it. Pain, white hot, drove the sword under... Oh! Okay, so it's from a different language. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. That's why I would have never seen it. Drove the sword up under his ribs. Felt it punch. Title is fucked up. Yeah, it's, all you need is kill. Makes sense. Makes sense. Drove the sword. Because it's like a direct translation, right? But in whatever language it is, whether it's Japanese, Cantonese, or fucking Mandarin, or Korean, right? Their sentence structure is different. Felt it punch through. Scavenger fell, gurgling blood. He stood over the body, breathing hard. Warm blood dripped from hands. He wiped it on rags, and he searched the corpse and found a half-full water skin that tasted like crap, stick drip of jerky, and a small glass with a vial of red liquid. say you kill so many people, right, and you coat yourself in blood to the point that, like, you don't have to worry about the cold anymore, because it's like the blood is like a sealant across your skin. Like wearing clothes, but you're not. And it would stop, like, wind deviation in temperature, right? I wonder if that would actually work. Depending on how thick the blood like dried on you was, right? I'd assume it'd have to be at least 3 millimeters thick, right? Like you're a little bathing in blood. But I wonder what the outcome of that would be like. Probably just get sick. Not if you didn't ingest it and you didn't have any wounds. Direct bodily contact isn't going to do anything. You don't absorb that shit through your skin. Fuck, I fixed those typos. It is what it is. If you're naked and walking around, you'll get a wound. Oh, so you're saying afterwards, you get a wound afterwards, and because you have the blood on you, now it's in your system. Okay. Yeah, no, now Ahab, see, it's all about perspective. I was being retarded. I didn't look at it from the other angle. Sit over the body, breathing hard. Blood drip from hands. You wiped it on rags. I do this shit for work, bitch. That's why I'm a retard on the internet. You guys gotta call me out on everything, right? I just find it really unfortunate that Wacky couldn't give me, like, an argument, right? Like, I thought I was arguing my case pretty well. And I'm pretty sure their argument was you're wrong. I was like, okay. I mean, fair, right? Then he searched the corpse and found a half-full water skin that tasted like crap, strip of jerky, and a small glass vial with red liquid. Drank the water, ate jerky, kept the vial for later, then moved on. You covered yourself in chicken blood, you might have a bad time. Dude, chicken blood's like one of the most dangerous things to have. They're like one of the like most bacteria-infected species on the planet. Like, chickens are fucked, dude. Yeah, like, you're gonna wind up getting AIDS from a fucking chicken. Like, just from like, you know what, you could probably get, you know what, I take back what I said about like the blood going through your skin. If it was chicken blood, you'd probably get like fucking some sort of disease from it touching your skin. Straight up. Chicken heart gravy is good gravy. I'm not saying chicken's bad. I fucking love chicken, but that's the difference between like you have to fully cook a chicken. You can't like have like a medium rare like chicken breast. Like you're gonna die. Right? It's like a completely different thing. Whereas, like, you could just, like, eat a raw fish, right? No, I'm just reflecting on how good that shit is. I don't think I've ever had chicken heart gravy, but I could imagine how good it is. Oh, fuck yeah, I can imagine how good it is. Sea chick. You can undercook duck. I didn't know that, Ahab. Huh. Interesting. Is that why there's different, like, grades and darkness of duck? I never thought about that before. It's not a species thing, it's a, like, grade of meat. Duck breast, specifically. I wonder what it tastes like. I've had duck before, and duck jerky and stuff like that, because in Canada, hunting's a huge thing. Like, geese and duck and shit like that is fucking massive. Right? So I've kind of eaten, like, a lot of different fucking animals. Plus, my friends had, like, a fucking farm with all this shit on it, too. They butcher fucking, all that kind of shit, right? Barbecues every fucking weekend, pig roast, spit pig roast. I know I was a moral person because I was like 6 years old. I refused to eat the pig because I had known it when it was alive. And then my dad just handed me something and I ate it. And I was like, holy fuck, that's good. And he's like, that was the pig. And I was like, give me more! I am not moral anymore! I fucking remember that moment when I was a kid. Tore him apart. Fell through the rotted floor into spikes below. Sixth drank. Like, I can literally imagine the entire layout of the yard. Like, where the driveway is, where the pens were, where the forest was, where the trailer was, the house was, where the back end was, the trails down the side. Holy fuck, man. That had to have been 24 years ago. Like, when I was like 10 or 11. 25 years ago. Fuck, man. I'm high and thinking about food. I know, I'm retarded and high. There's vegans who always say that people are literally raping animals in massive slaughterhouses. I mean, I'm sure it's happened once in a while. People are fucked up. Pack of dog things with human faces tore them apart. Fifth fell through the rotted floor into spikes below. Sixth drank from the wrong puddle. Acid. Seventh arrow from the unseen bow. Eighth hypothermia. Each time back to the circle. Body reset, pain stayed, learned. Are those vegans brainwashed or given money? I don't know. Dissent. Don't worry, the only problem is you're making me hungry. No, it's because they've seen the extreme cases, and because they've seen the extreme cases, they assume it happens every time. Because they're dumb. That's retarded. There's this thing called the FDA. Wait, what does the FDA have to do with anything? I'm so confused. Where did we get to the FDA and, like, approving foods and, like food licensing and... Yeah, it's like, they're the ones who are like, you have to approve this to make sure it doesn't have poison in it. I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? I'm so confused. Each time, back to the circle. You learned. Avoid dogs, test weather, test water. Watch roofs, stay low. Slaughterhouse, that's food. Wait, so you're talking like FDA approved slaughterhouses? Isn't every slaughterhouse FDA approved? So that's why I'm confused where, like, the FDA, like, why is the FDA coming to this? Right? It's like, isn't every single, like, normal slaughterhouse fucking FDA approved, because you wouldn't have a license to operate if it wasn't. Exactly, but Ahab, there are cases where it's been proven that's happened. Because people are sick fucks. But just because, let's say, it happened 3 times... Right? In like 100 years. Authorities. You can call to get that taken care of. It's the same thing with like conveyor belt slaughter. Isn't conveyor belt slaughter illegal because of mistimings? So like you're meant to purposefully cut the head off, but if like something goes wrong or the animal moves or there's like a mess up in the mechanism, it's like it chops the animal in half, and it's like it doesn't kill them, and shit like that, and it's basically torture. But it's like that's an inevitable outcome of like the industrialization of like farming slaughter. And it's like at some point there's like an acceptable risk as long as you're like purposefully going out of your way to minimize it, right? I don't have anything wrong with factory farming. I have a problem with the way that people run factory farming, right? There's a completely ethical way to make sure that you do it. Just it costs money, so no one does it. And then the government doesn't hold them accountable, so it's just become a culture of that happening. But it is illegal, and if the government actually held them accountable and actually enforced it, right? We wouldn't have to worry about this shit. Like if they banned veal or something like that because of the treatment of the animals. Because it's like the difference between just slaughtering them as calves and breaking their legs at birth. Right? Like I don't have a problem with like slaughtering the calves for veal. I have a problem with like the breaking the legs and like the immobility and like the torture they go through to like perfect the meat. Right? So, like, to me, that's just an animal treatment thing, not an animal age slaughter thing. And we're off on a tangent again. Fuck this. I'm just reading. Guys, I have to ignore the chat. I'm sorry. We've got so much stuff to do. I'm sorry, guys. But we just have to go through with this. Found a fire pit that was still warm. Charred human bones around it. Sat and warmed his hands. Then he heard footsteps. A woman with scarred face and one milky eye. Sword at her hip. She stopped 10 paces away. "You," she said, voice rough. "The anchored one." She stared. She spat blood. "Crone told me before she died. Said you'd come back again and again." "Who am I?" "Don't know, don't care." She coughed wet. "Rune's got you. Feeding every death makes it stronger. World dies slower because of you." He stood. She drew her sword. "Kill me quick. I'm done." He hesitated. She attacked. He fought better now. Dodged, parried, cut her arm, then throat. She dropped. Smiled as she bled out. "Thank you." He watched her die, took her sword, then kept moving. 10th cycle. He reached further. Found a street, a sign, half melted. Elder Gateway. Elder Gateway. A city name, but no memory. Saw a tower, the tallest leaned yet. It stood whole. Climbed the rubble to reach the base. A door that sealed runes matched a circle. He touched them. Flash. Pain behind eyes. And he saw himself old and robed, standing in the same circle. Hands bleeding. Sky the tearing open as gods scream. Yet nothing. Sat against the door. Hunger returned, but he ate nothing and starved slowly. And died, curled there. Again, I'm just gonna say, Happy, like, it's just like... nothing is happening. Right? Like, we're a quarter through, almost halfway through, and, like, nothing is happening. Black pain, cold stone, 11th time. He didn't scream, just lay, whispered to the runes. Like, you could explain all of this in, like, 3 paragraphs, and it would have, like, the same, if not more, impact. Right? And then you could give, like, motivation and stakes and, like, reasoning. Right? This is just, like, dragging on so long. He didn't scream, just lay, whispered to the runes. Why me? No answer. Like, between his 3rd and his 11th life could easily just completely be skipped. And just say, oh, he learned to do these things, he does this now. And you could even show that, you don't even have to say it. Be like, it's the 11th one now, and he has, like, the fight with the woman, and it's like, holy shit, I beat her. Right? No answer. But deep in his chest. Certainty growing. This wasn't punishment. It was a purpose. Something he had done. Something he would do again. He rose. Took nothing from the previous lives. He walked out naked, unafraid. The circle glowed brighter behind him. He walked, naked again. Sword from the woman gone, left behind in death. Skin prickled in ash wind. 11th cycle, no gear, no fear, just forward. Runes thinned, streets widened into cracked boulevards, collapsed arches framed distant haze. Followed a dried canal bed, bones crunched underfoot. Hours passed, legs burned steadily. And I would say this is like an example of like not trusting your audience to pick up on what's going on. Right? Because it's like, I feel like you have a feeling that you need to explain everything from every angle. But it's like, literally having the pile of bones and picking up the knife was enough to completely describe the world. Right? So it's like, I'm reading this waiting for some sort of event to happen, and it's just like, oh, well, I'm just going to keep repeating this until the character learns what they need to learn, right? And it's like, I like the concept, but I don't think the concept needs to be played out this much, right? Like, this is like a 3-paragraph montage, not like a freaking 1,500-word essay. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm still even trying to, like, halfway through, I'm still even trying to pick up on, like, what the characters, like, what's even fucking happening. I can't even predict or think about. I don't even have a question in my head. Like I'm like, how do I even obtain a question? The only question is, well, why does he keep coming back to life? Or like, why do other people remember that he keeps coming back to life? Well, it's like getting 2 questions out of 1,500 words. That's rough, bro. That's rough. Like, I feel like something like this needs to be in the middle of the story, right? And I'll give you an example is like in The Great Hunt, right? And it's like them going through the things, and it's like Rand seeing all of his lives, and it's like because you see all of his lives and all of the outcomes, but you're invested in the characters around them, you can infer as to the emotional connections that you would get from the outcome of those lives. And it takes like a very small montage to have an insanely like emotional impact. But the reason that it has such an emotional impact is because of what's happened before. The problem with this is I'm not going to remember any of this by the time I get that emotional impact. So if this was in the middle of the story and I already knew like background about the character and certain things, or the ritual itself, and like stuff around that, it's like that's where I could pull something from, right? And again, I like the idea of like the multiple lives. I fucking love it and like reliving it. But it needs meat on the bones here. And I don't even know which direction this is going. Right? Like, I know, obviously it's gonna be like some sort of epic person that can't fucking die or some shit like that, right? Like, basically like a time traveler or something, but like... doesn't give you a lot to go off of. We saw smoke. And we don't know, like, anything about the setting. We know, okay, there's buildings, there's roofs, and there's a couple of people. Maybe this is a village in the north where it's barely light. Right? But it's like, for the amount that we've read, right? I feel... I feel cheated! I want more, because I think there's the potential to have more. But unfortunately, it's just like... maybe going into this with like a proof of concept outline and not just blind. More is coming. Well, Haffy, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid we're gonna finish the chapter and we're still not gonna have any fucking information about anything. And like, I want to trust you to deliver, but like, the trust is waning, bro. Then he saw smoke, thin gray thread rising straight up, not monster spores, controlled fire. Like, the main thing is I don't have a reason to be invested in this character. Right? Like, why do I care about, oh, this character keeps dying over and over again. But like, why do I care about this character? I don't. So like, I'm kind of just dragging myself along, hoping that it gets better. Then we saw smoke, thin gray thread rising straight up, not monster spores, controlled fire. And one thing I will say is, because as I'm thinking about this now, Happy, is like, I'm thinking if I was like critiquing Wacky's work and I was like, you know, basically like giving this like a negative critique, and it's like, I don't know if they would be able to handle that. But like, I trust you to completely be able to handle the understanding of where I'm coming from with, you have an idea in your head, and that idea in your head is pushing you in a direction. The problem is the reader doesn't have that idea, and you need to figure out a way to give that idea to the reader, even if you think it's like spoilers or whatever. Whether it be motivation, stakes, or whatever, right? Oh, pain. Oh, okay. You know, that's not enough, right? Came to a wall, not a ruin. Rough stone stacked high, topped with iron spikes. Gate of welded scrap. Like, I would literally suggest doing the final form of what actually happens, and then giving like a montage of the background of how he got there. I honestly think that's a better way to present this. Because we're cheering for him, we're going for him, but we're also wondering how the hell he's doing it. And then at the last moment when he dies, and it's a reset, and then it does like a montage of like his memories of all of the previous resets, we're like, fuck, dude! Now he's gotta do that again? And all I'm imagining is, this is why I said it's like a video game. I'm just imagining someone do like a live playthrough of like, I want to be the guy. And it's like they're just slowly getting further along, but every time they die, you have to restart at the beginning. Every time they make a mistake, you have to restart at the beginning. And they're just slowly learning where they can and can't jump, and it's like they make like 10 mistakes to make any progress. And it's like, I don't want to have that image in my head while I'm reading this. Right? That's a red fucking flag. He crouched, moved low, came to a wall, not a ruin. Rough stones stacked high, topped with iron spikes. Gate of welded scrap. Torchlight flickered behind slits. He hears voices. Human, low and wary. Stood in the open, hands empty, waited. An arrow whistled and thudded into the air at his feet. Stop! A voice barked. Male, rough. Name and purpose. No name, he called back. Just walking. Laughter. Bitter. Everyone's got a name. Or had one. Lost it. Silence. Gate creaked. 3 figures stepped out. 2 men. 1 woman. Spears leveled. Leather patched with bone plates. Faces gaunt. Eyes hard. Short woman with braided hair, streaked with white powder, squinted. You're clean. No rot marks. No brand. Ow. Died, said. Came back. He stared. The man on the left spat. Liar! Rune curse, don't talk. Test him, braided woman said. Like, you could literally start the story here. Like, this is the first time you're getting information. You could literally start the story right here. And you'd have like 1,000 times more impact, because we're not bored by this, like, I know you think it's a cool idea, and I think it's a cool idea too, of like living and learning your lives, but it's just, it didn't work. I'm sorry. Test him, braided woman said. Spearman lunged, tipped grazed ribs, shallow cut, blood welled. He didn't flinch. They waited, wound closed, skin knit in seconds, no scar. Breaths hissed. God's bellow. Spearman muttered. The braided woman lowered the spear refraction. Inside, slow. Hands where we see. He walked. The gate shut behind. Settlement. Cratered plaza ringing by salvaged walls. Huts of brick and metal. Central fire pit, maybe 40 people. Children stared from doorways. Old ones watched blankly. No one attacked. Eyes followed. Whispers trailed. They led him to a low stone building. Roof half canvas. Inside, tables, stools, lanterns. The braided woman sat, gestured opposite. Sit, he did. I'm Mara. We don't take strays, especially not rune things. He nodded. What are you? Die. Wake at the circle again. Or I lean forward. Which circle? Big one. 9 pillars. Elder gate. Distinct, maybe. Faces paled. That's the anchor, one man said. Old stories. The one that ate the world. Mara's eyes narrowed. You trigger it. No memory. She studied him. Long. Show us. They took him out, through alleys, to the back of the settlement. There, smaller circle. 4 stones, faint stones, dim blue glow, half buried in ash. He stepped close. Then the air starts to hum, his chest tightens. I'm sorry, Ahab, I'm really trying here. Hums like a heartbeat. He knelt, touched. Like, I don't have privileges anymore, guys. It's not my birthday anymore. Touched the outer line. Maybe the same stream, but it ain't my birthday anymore. I don't have any special things. Flooded palms, vision flickered. Not of memories, but feelings. Circle here. He's waiting. He feels a thin thread stretch back to his big one. One pull, and he would snap there, fast, clean, like a door. Respawn, anchor, fast, travel, both. Pulled his hand away, his breath heavy and shaky. Mara watched. You felt it? Yes. Talk to it. No words, just, it knows me. An older man missed his fingers, stepped up. Missing his fingers, stepped up. I'm Tobin. Saw a man like you years back. Touched small circles. Vanished, reappeared miles away. And died permanently. Circle ate him. Heard stories, Mara said. Anchors link. The stronger one eat weaker ones. Yours is the strongest. He looked at a small circle. You could go back in an instant. Try, Tobin said. Prove it! He hesitated. Mara crossed her arms. Or we cut his throat. See if he awake here or there. Touched again. Focused on the big circle. Stone under his feet and ash still in his throat. All the world lurched. Black blink, cold stone. His circle, 9 pillars, glowing brighter. He gasped, sat up. Same sky, same ruins, but new settlement there, waiting. He touched the rune, pushing his will in the opposite lurch. Back to the small circle. On knees in the settlement, people jump back. Mara's halfway raised spear, lowers slowly. Gods, she whispered. Tobin laughed once. Dry. He's a key. Mara stared along. You stay. Inside walls first. We watch. You prove yourself useful with no tricks. Then we talk more. He nodded. They gave rags, cloth that wrapped his waist, a thin cloak, but no weapons yet. Slept outside, under overhang, watched fires. The next morning, cycles continued, but no death reset yet. Scavenged edges, bought back scrap metal, bone shards, handing them over. No one thanked him, but spears lowered more, days blurred. He died twice more. Once, scouting far, but got gutted by a crawler thing. Woke a big circle, walked back. 2 days of travel. Second, argued with a drunk survivor, getting a knife in his gut. Woke at big, returned. Each time, back faster. Used the small circle once touched, pulled, appeared at the settlement edge. They saw, stopped questioning. Mara now called him Anchor. Not a name, a label. Tobin showed maps, charcoal on hide. Old cities, marked circles. Small ones dotted like spots. Network, Tobin said. You wake it. They are all linked. Travel instantly, or it wakes pulling everything to you. That's the bad ending. Nights. Sat near the small circle, touching and listening. Faint whispers, not words, emotions, hunger, old anger. One night, vision strong. Himself, younger, robed, knife in hand, cutting palms, blood on runes, sky cracking. His younger self whispered to bind them, to save them. He pulled away, sweating. Mara found him there. Bad dream? Memory. Peace. She sat. Tell. He did. She listened. Silent, long. We got legends. Or the end, a boy mage. Tried to stop warring gods. Tried to bind them to the runes. Instead he tore world. The gods died screaming and the world bled in ash. He met her eyes. Is that boy you? Maybe. She stood. That's true. The reason you're eating dust. He said nothing. Still, you're useful. Tomorrow we scout north. There's an old vault with supplies we need. Come. Die and we will wait. Try to come back quick. He nodded. By dawn. Group formed Mara, Tobin, and 4 others, armed with crossbows and spears. They walked unarmed. In the deep north, deep in the ruins, towers fused with glass, streets coated in cooled lava. Hours pass, but then they find the vault, a metal door with runes on it that match his. He touched it, then the door groaned open. Inside was a dark stairway leading down. Everyone torches as they descend. At the bottom of the chamber filled with shelves, crates, some rusty canned food, weapons, books. They loaded up. Then a growl came from the shadows, a tall creature with skin like bark, eyes of coal. He charged. Crossbow twanged, bolt sang into its eyes. The thing roared. Mara dropped her spear, grabbed the fallen blade, lunged. Claws raked his chest, cracking his ribs, stabbed his throat, causing the thing to fall. Bled out slowly, vision blackening. The last thing he sees is Mara reaching for him. Black, pain, cold, stone, big circle, set up. Wounds gone, touched, hold. So the small circle appeared at the settlement gate. Guards jumped. He's back! Mara's group limped in an hour later. Packs heavy, one missing. Mara saw him, nodded once. Proved. That night, inside the walls, they cooked real stew. Thin but hot. Tobin sat near. Small circles respond to you like dogs to a master. Stared at the fire. Could I link them all? Tobin shrugged. Maybe, but it's dangerous. Mara approached. You can sleep inside now. He looked up. But I'll watch you. Always. He nodded. Days passed. Learned names, faces, stories. Children followed. Curious, not afraid yet. Touched the small circle often, felt threads. Another anchors, faint, distant. One day, another vision. Pale face in his mind, no eyes, just hollows. The cold voice speaks, you will wake them. I will wait. He jerked back. Mara saw. What? Something watching. She paled. The pale watcher, old tale, once anchored once the circle's broken or claimed. He said nothing. That night he lay awake. He is the settlement anchor now, his death point expanding, but the big circle is still stronger. And it hungered more, whispers louder, purpose clearer. He caused the end. He could end it again, or begin to save what's left. I'm really sorry, Haffy, but Jesus Christ, holy fuck. You know how earlier, like, I was talking about the worst writing we've had was, like, Muffin? I'm sorry, dude, but, like, even Muffin beats this, because, like, there was, like, stuff that happened. I'm sorry, bro. Literally 3,000 words, and nothing happened. Can you iterate to me, Haffy, what the fuck is the point of this chapter? Like, this could be a paragraph and a half prologue. Like, again, I like the idea. The idea is solid, but, like, there has to be a why for the idea. I see how bad it is. I'm half asleep, sorry. And it's not, don't be sorry, Happy. Use it as, like, an experience of, like, look at it and break it down. Like, you yourself, Happy, explain to me what happened in this chapter. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. In Relic's chapter, we found out a ship was being shot out of the sky. We found out that people wanted to save it, but they couldn't. Then we found out that people were fucking dying and they couldn't get away from it. And now there's an entirely new existence. That's only 4 events. but the impact of each of those events had significance towards the characters, right? In this story, guy dies, revives, exposition about nothing. Okay, maybe he's a mage that's supposed to save the world. Lobo killed like 50 child sex slaves. True Prol. Just saw Supergirl. It was dope. The internet is stupid. Wasn't Lobo only in it for like 8.5 minutes? Wasn't his screen time like less than 9 minutes? I was watching I saw the new Critical Drinker movie on it. Or movie. Review on it. And he said that like Lobo just randomly shows up, has a couple of shots with Supergirl, smashes some guy's face in for some reason, then leaves. He was cool. Oh, I believe it. Again, I'd probably watch the movie just to see him in it, even though it's fucking retarded. But hey, it's fucking Goyslop, right? So, for instance, Happy. Step 1. You want, like, I'm gonna go through the process of what I think you were trying to do with this chapter, right? And let me know if, like, I've got the process correctly, right? Because we can reorient this, we can fix this, and we can add impact, right? It has bare bones, right? So by the end of the chapter, right, let's start there, because starting at the end is always the best way to go, so you know what you're, like, you know the direction of the goal to go. By the end of this chapter, I'm guessing you're supposed to have kind of the explanation that this is the savior of the world. That he's a reincarnation of, like, an ancient mage. But, like, he doesn't have memories and he doesn't have any idea what's going on. So he's like a blank slate inside of a vessel that could learn to be the greatest being ever. And I feel like this chapter is like if you started the hero's journey when they were a baby and tried to describe in the first 3 chapters of them, like, growing up to, like, adolescence. And it's like, well, why the fuck do you need that in the story? Like, just start later in the story. Like I said, like, you could start with the conversation. Like, 3/4 of the way through the story, you could start with that conversation. And that conversation's absolutely enough to blow everything up. And then you just have the inference of it. And you could, like, the 75 to, like, 80% mark, and then from, like, the 90% to, like, the 100%. So, like, 15% of the story is good. Because it needs direction and it needs a goal. What is the character learning other than just to fucking exist? We can skip over all of that. No one gives a fuck about that, right? You can have that in a paragraph of being like, I started without a mind and now I have thought. Right? A simple sentence like that evokes, like, so much of what the existence could be. And then later on, through show, you realize that the way that he built it up was through living multiple lives. But you don't actually show us those lives. You show the impact of the outcome of those lives. And that's how you create impact. Because you want the reader to be able to imagine all of those lives. You don't want to tell the reader what those lives are. Let them, because anything you write on the page will never match what they could make in their own imagination. And whatever they can make in their own imagination is, like, immediately imprinted. Right? So it's almost like the more subtle and the less information you give, the more you can build an image onto someone's impressions, right? Especially when you're, like, an amnesic character who is, like, repeating a cycle of life. Right? Very interesting, very cool, but it has to be done in a way that's, like, makes the story interesting. So I think the way of doing that is having the conversation with them and, like, showing that, like, oh, you know, something goes wrong, something happens, then he comes back, and it's like a, this will happen again and this has always happened, or some shit like that, right? And it's like, through that, you can connect to the character, being how frustrated this character is at having to do all of this shit, and literally starting from the beginning. And then that's where it's like there's a positive image of the final run of, like, I want to be the guy, as opposed to watching someone play it live, right? Like, you want the final version that goes from the beginning of the game to the end of the game without dying once. You don't want to watch the 800,000 hours it takes the guy to figure out how to go from the beginning to the end, right? That's like backstage stuff. I'm gonna rewrite this tomorrow when I'm not tired. Okay, happy. I'd love to see it, because I think there's so much potential here, but there's just too many words for nothing to happen, right? Like some sort of information, some sort of reveal, some sort of, like, impact moment where it's like, oh, like, that's what this chapter needs, right? Alright, bro, I'm sorry that it's literally 4 fucking hours later. Sometimes this shit, life just happens, guys, okay? Life just happens, and we have to equate for that, right? It is what it is. So, let's get into Pearl's story. Same with, like, Wacky. Like, I don't know, man. I feel really bad that, like, I had a conversation that caused me to directly lose a viewer. But I also think of how long would it take that viewer just to leave just because of me being me. If, like, my opinion about culture and porn books is, like, And I do feel a lot of the conversation was me saying, I like pancakes, and Wacky saying, oh, so you hate waffles. Because, like, they were talking about, like, censorship and, like, stuff like that, and I was just like, I'm so confused. How do I reorient the conversation around opinion and not reality? And I failed. So I have to use that as a moment of thinking, alright, what could I have done wrong to have a better type of conversation, to have a better outcome, that instead of losing a viewer, I gained a viewer. Sorry, where is your work again, Pearl? Am I retarded? Is it just in here? And we just haven't finished this shit? No, we're at the bottom here, so we definitely did this. Are we on so we're in chapter 9. Okay, let me go find that. Where are you? And it's this one, I think. And guys, remember, we still have to watch Citizen Vigilante. What a fucking stream. What a fucking stream. Holy shit. I'm here for it, guys. I'm fucking here for it the entire way through. I ain't no pussy-ass bitch little fuckstick. I got this. Right? And then, like, I'll go to bed, let's say 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll wake up at 9. I'll get everything set up. I'll probably take a nap between, like, 10:30 and 1. And then we'll have, like, birthday barbecue event. That's my assumption for what's going to happen tomorrow. So I'm going to be fucking tired as shit tomorrow. But I don't give a fuck, because it is what it is. Right? Alright, here we go. Here we go! Three, two, one, toke! And Ahab, I'm sorry for all the messages that I missed of you. Or anyone else. I just don't have enough to go back and read it all. I'm sorry. If you want to recopy and paste it, I'll read it. My inability to stay on fucking topic pissing me off. I'm like, just get it done, dude. Just get it fucking done. Alright, here we go. We got Rolled Story. Chapter 9. Giles' third finger. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So he just slammed the door, and it got his fingers cut off in the door. Oh, man. See, that's why you keep your hands to yourself, children. Oh, man, I'm sitting in my hospital bed with 2 IVs in my arms. Sitting in my fucking comfy hospital bed, Gary. I'm talking to my pillows. Not telling your soggy-ass shit. Giles battered. Knees rolling side to side underneath his tight bedsheets. Arms both strapped to medical rails on his sides. Garland said, "Good God, here! The nurse has morphine. Shut his ass up!" Motioned the nurse in, wearing his raincoat, hat at his side. Good God, Giles, you fucking klutz. I'm pretty sure klutz is spelt with a C, isn't it? You look like death rolled over. What the fuck? And it's like, do you know the origins of the word klutz? I don't even actually know if I can say the origins of the word klutz on fucking stream. I actually don't know. Would that be TOS? I mean, not that anyone gives a fuck, but it probably would be. Giles said, "Go get my wife. She's on my PA's land. She's 6 hours away, man." Like, I feel like that's the same thing with, like, trying to explain, like, jip or chink, or, like, spick. It's like, it's one thing to say the word, it's another thing to, like, emphasize the origin of the word. Giles tried, giving him puppy dog eyes. "Get out of here, man!" Garland pushed a chair to the foot of his bed. Suddenly, men in tuxedos rushed into the hall outside of his door. Giles jumped. Nurses trying to stick his arm, screaming as he yelled, "Shit, Gary!" Garland, looking around, laughing. The door didn't budge, but the men outside instead starting bringing again. Why is today a day that I'm, like, picking up on grammatical errors? Isn't it started? Because this is a at the moment, and this is, or like, this is a previous. This is at the moment, right? Like, these are two different tenses. And I don't even think you needed start. Like, you could just say instead bringing, or you could use a different, more emotional type prefix. Instead, men outside. I'm trying to think of. You'd have to change the sentence structure. I don't know. Bringing nurses with screaming bloody men inside the hospital. There were men with ballistic vests on gurneys. The nurses using cast saws to break open their Kevlar cocoons. Giles said, "Whoa, whoa, what happened out there? Come on, Gary." Every time I see someone, like, cut a cast off, I'm always, like, it's just like that intrusive thought thing of being, like, thinking that they're gonna, like, cut your arm off. They're gonna go, like, too far. So they do it so fast, it's like, what the fuck? Garland looked at the 2 nurses. They took the next IV bag for him, looked at the morphine and its opposite roller, and swiftly rolled them outside of the room for the armored men. Giles kicked his sheet off his bed towards them in a rage and kicked up the plastic cup. Table resting above his bed, scattering. Giles looked up at him and said, "Give me a damn ibuprofen, man. I'll take anything." He's like, this is the problem, right? Is I've been to the hospital so many times. People purposefully act out so that they can get drugs. And they will be, like, as, like, violent or whatever the fuck it takes to get their goddamn drugs. And 90% of the time, you fight for 20 minutes and then you just knock the guy out. So fucking annoying. I'd be like, "Alright, have your drugs, bitch." Fuck you. It's so annoying watching that shit. Garland said, "This is unbelievable. This kind of thing doesn't happen." Giles said, "These things happen," trying to pretend to fall back asleep. In the harnesses, on his arms. He couldn't even touch the pillow with his neck. So he's like fucking restrained. Like, we're talking like, there's a word for it. It's like, look, not libido. Lobotomy table, right? It's like, you strapped in so bad that it's like even like just the muscle responses from your body can't do shit. And that stuff's like what's the word? Uncapped, right? It's like unfiltered, like fucking goddamn words. Muscles being fuck. Oh, goddamn enablers, the words on the tip of my tongue. I can't figure this out until I figure this out. I'll figure it out, don't worry, it's fucking on my tongue. Limiters! Jesus Christ, not even the right word. Limiters on your muscles that stop them from acting too hard so that they break your bones. Because your muscles can totally fuck your shit up if you don't have limiters on them. No, I just said that kind of thing does not happen, because it doesn't, Giles. That's the point I was making. So wait, so he's saying something that happened in reality just simply doesn't happen, even though it literally just happened to him? Or am I like misinterpreting who he's directing the conversation to? Okay, so he's just fucking crazy. Again, they're just saying shit to like get shit, right? Like, oh, he's fucking crazy, give him the ibuprofen. Knock him out. He's like, yes. Said this kind of shit doesn't happen. And he's literally experiencing it. Like, isn't that kind of the ultimate gaslight? It's like if you got... I mean, I was gonna say that fucking Henry Novak is... Wouldn't it be fucked if, like, you said that you had gotten stabbed? Fuck, man, I don't even want to go there, Garland said. I already talked to 6 other rangers. Nobody saw you there, Giles. Tell me you did not start this shit. They're still fucking live out there in the woods like goddamn Vietnam. You and Tim were there first. Why? Yeah. So it's literally just an argument of opinion. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, you saying it doesn't mean that it doesn't, bro. Okay. It's Tim's dad worked this case. He was the first god. He winced. First sheriff to die in 20 years here. Look where that got us now. Bunch more. Jesus. You could have issued a warrant under suspicion of murder. Are you telling me Tim wanted to bring him in cold? Swear to God, you'll have to give me your badge. Oh shit. Wait, he's like isn't it? What about his gun? If he's asking for his badge, doesn't he have to also ask for his gun? Because it's like state issued? Giles said no. Tim, because he's like an inside agent, right? Or am I thinking of like, am I getting characters mixed up? Because he's like the double agent that went in and fucked everything up, right? And they caught him and they were like, what the fuck are you doing? Garland is their lieutenant, their boss at the sheriff's department. Yeah, and then Giles is like the double agent guy who got everything fucked up, right? And then Tim was the guy who's trying to infiltrate it. And then Lundy is the CIA, yeah. Took a bullet for Tim, yeah. Giles is the deputy. Okay. So there's the sheriff and the deputy, and then the CIA agent. Okay. Okay. No, Tim was sick of the case, so he's giving you his badge. He already issued his 6-week notice. Said you couldn't figure it out after the 2 trucks shooting. Man, this is like a special thing today. I've never seen... Like, I don't think there's been this many grammatical pickouts in the entirety of me streaming in 2 years that there has today. This is like the 6th time. There's been like a double plural issue with like tensing. Like, it's plural, so does that mean it's plural? But it's talking about a single item, so does that mean it's singular? Despite the preface of it indicating a, like plural. That's what they named the shooting, though. So it should be capitalized because it's a proper noun. That would be the solution. So I'm not changing it if it's funny now. Well, I mean, if it's like they're naming something, right? It's the name of something, so it should be capitalized. That's for emphasis, right? That's just how English works. So that, I mean, you don't have to, but like I'm guessing like if a professional like editor would be like, it's a name, so it should be capitalized as a proper noun. Especially if you want to infer that there's no context to previously having it be a proper noun, that it is a proper noun. But hey, maybe I'm retarded, but like from what I know of English, that would be the outcome. Rationale. I don't like capitals, it makes my paragraphs ugly. And you don't have to, right? Like fucking Cormac McCarthy said chapters make my book look ugly, so he just got rid of them. No one gives a fuck. You can do whatever you want, bro. Right? Wanted to give Lundy the reins. Then the shooting tonight happened, and we got there, and it was chaos. He dove in. He was probably dead, Garland said. I didn't get a resignation, Giles said. Real slow. Cheap asshole probably used one stamp. I still, like, even as a millennial, I still don't understand the stamp functions of, it's just like more stamp better. Like, more stamp, more authentication, faster package. I don't know the logic or reasoning, I just know that, like, those are the connected steps. That's, like, an accepted reality for, like, posting mail. Garland leaned his fat gorilla fists in front of Giles' bed, leaning toward him to his left. He said, I don't like repeating myself. No one saw you there. Why the fuck are two of your fingers fucking fun dips, shithead? Because it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you completely deny it, but it's like he literally has like the physical evidence of his injury at the location. Like, you couldn't get more, like, what are you gonna say? Oh, he cut off my fingers and, like, put them there? Even though, like, there's no fingerprints on the fingers? And it's like, there's, like, a natural fall to the way that they would land for, like, forensics. So, like, I don't know, man. I'm not buying this shit. Alright, gonna believe it, but Tim cut one of them off. Leaned back. I thought he lost 3 of his fingers. Wait, I thought he lost, like, these 3 fingers. Like, in the door. And then the other one was, like, hanging on. I don't know, maybe... My imagination's crazy. No, just 2, okay. And one of them was, like, one got cut off, the other one was hanging on, right? Like, it was still kind of attached, but it was, like, by the skin. Where the joint was fucked. He just, like, straight up cut it off. Afterwards, he was just like, okay, fuck this. Quit your bitching kind of thing. I'll show you what the meaning of pain is, fucker. Giles said. You're not gonna believe it, but Tim cut one of them off. Leaned back in his bed with a grin. Took a deep breath and started cackling. He said, look at you. Garland stood back. He looked like he wanted to slap him. Giles said. You need to work on yourself. You need to take a real look in your soul, you little hysterical bitch. Dude, I said this exact fucking sentence to myself when I was 17. That sentence changed my fucking life. You're such a damn gossipy hen all the fucking time. Garland doubled down, yelled. He owes us a garage and 2 fucking fingers. Barrett picks up a damn nickel from the sidewalk, then it's mine. Suddenly, Giles had a genius solution. Garland turned to leave. As he stormed out, Giles said, hey, you want to know something cool? What, Giles? What is so amazing about tonight for both of us? Gary asked. Giles said, your house. Wait, your horse-faced mom gave us the keys to the truck. And if you want the keys back, you have to sneak me out of this hospital. How did I not guess that. I'm trying to think of things, because I'm like, there's no way he's gonna be complacent, right? Like, if he has to drag the gurney out with him, I think he might just do it. Right? If he has to, like, fucking put the bed on his back and, like, do, like, a whirlwind 360 to, like, keep the nurses away as he bolts out of the building, I feel like he would do it. He obviously says no. Gary is the main victim of this book. Okay. Okay. Giles says, your horse-faced mom gave us the keys to the truck. And if you want the keys back, you have to sneak me out of this hospital. Garland said, you took my truck to a shooting. You're goddamn fired. Giles said, no, I'm not. I had the keys in your fucking double chin. Fucking gone. Truck might be as well be in the creek. Truck might as well be in the creek. I'm gonna get up and slap my dick across your face. You got shit in your truck. What are you gonna do? Fire me? I'm the smartest fucker there. And I have a GED. You get dumber just by fucking looking at... wait. You say I get dumber? I get dumber just by fucking looking at you? Or is it like you get dumber by looking at yourself? Because you're so dumb that like you'd reduce your own IQ. I feel like the way that sentence is structured is wrong. Like it should be like you and yourself, right? To separate like external versus internal. I feel like the you is like the external, but the yourself is like the internal, and that's like the introspection, right? Because again, it's like you looking at yourself in a mirror. But unless it means like, because like if it says you, then I feel like there's a third party, where it's like he says you as in Gary, and then he says you as in Garland. So it's like one of you looking at the other makes you dumber, but that just, I don't know, that obfuscates it a little bit. I think that's a ridiculous level of outcome to come from that sentence, right? Joke is he looks at this man and the man becomes dumber from his gaze. So it is a third, wait, is it a third party effect? So it's Giles speaking, saying you as in referring to Gary, due to his intelligence, dumber by looking at Garland. So the initial thing is like you looking at yourself in the mirror makes you dumb because you're retarded. Or, wait, Gary is Garland? Wait, they're not two separate people? Wait, now you've lost me, Prole. Then who's the third person? Tim. I'm retarded. It's Tim. It's fucking Tim. I'm retarded. I was duping myself. No, I was duping myself because of names. Tim isn't here. But, like, Tim's the third actor in, like, this entire fiasco. Because I knew there was 3 people. Right? So it's like, if those are the 3 people, then that'd be Gary Garland, right? So, like, I'm pretty sure that's how I structured it in my brain. So it's not whether they're there, it's just the 3 people that we're, like, discussing at the moment, right? And then this entire conversation and this dialogue is referring to, I have no idea. If it's a person looking at themselves, if it's Giles looking towards Gary and it says his own gaze makes him dumber and it's for like himself, I don't know. The entire You get dumber just from me
Stop.
fucking looking at
You
you.
get dumber just from me fucking looking at you.
Okay, that's what I thought, but there's no, like, me in there. So it's like there's a you and a you from coming from some other guy. And I'm like, how does... That's why I said I, or is it you? Right? It's like I get dumber just... No, you get dumber just by me looking at you. Okay, so, like, there should be that... That's the missing, like, piece of the puzzle there, right? You get dumber just by me fucking looking at you. So I'm retarded. This is why I can't read, guys. This is why I can't fucking read. That's what I said, yeah. And you trust me with your story, Prol? I feel so bad for you. I'm sorry. There are some times when it's like, I think it would be funny if maybe I misunderstood this and I could put on a little bit of a show. But this is one of those moments where I'm just dyslexic as fuck, and I completely misread the entire sentence and then constructed this entire reality around my misunderstanding of the sentence. And the second I went to prove you wrong, I proved myself wrong. I need to get higher, guys. Because, like, sometimes it's a show and sometimes it's real. The whole point is never... You can't tell the difference between the two. I think that's the magic, right? Is when you... Like, for instance, in film, like, some of the greatest moments in film are those true inspiration moments. But it's like you would never assume those were just inspiration moments. You would just think it was genius that they put them in there, right? Again, my two favorite examples are Gandalf hitting his head in Lord of the Rings, and here's Johnny in The Shining, right? There's, like, tons of other examples, but, like, those are the two main classic ones that are, like, you know, this was not supposed to happen, but it became one of the most iconic moments. And it's not because it wasn't supposed to happen, it was just because it was so good. Or, like, one I saw today is, like, the Joker, like, Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight, when he slides down the pile of money, and he fucking just whips the fucking block of money at the other dude. As apparently it because those things weigh like 4 or 5 pounds. Like a $20,000 stack of fucking, like a fucking, what do they call it? It's not a bill, it's not a belt. It's some sort of word for like 10,000, 20,000, like stacks like that, and it's like a brick, right? And it's the amount of, like, wrappings that go around it because of the thickness of it, right? There's, like, a specific word for it. But those things weigh, like, 4 or 5 pounds, and someone throwing that at you unexpectedly from, like, 3 feet away? That moment of just, like, what the fuck? Is, like, it gives you the inference at that moment for the character in the movie to be, like, it's their realization of how fucked they are because they got in bed with the wrong person. Right? And they're, like, realizing, like, the outcome, and it's a completely, like, genuine moment. Or, like, another great one is Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator saying, "Am I not merciful?" to whatever her fucking name is, and she starts crying. That was, like, a completely natural reaction, because he was supposed to say, "Am I not merciful?" But he improvised the line, and it shocked her so much, because it was, like, getting in her face, that she literally cried. And it's, like, fucking such an epic, iconic moment. But no one knows that's not acting, that's reality, right? I sent it to you to read this paragraph again. Okay, let me read this toke, and I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna read from where Giles said. Okay? And then we're just gonna get back to the story, and we're gonna ignore that everything else happened, and we're gonna be 9 hours into the stream by the time we reach Citizen Vigilante. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. It's the way that it is. It's my own fault. 3, 2, 1, toke. Oh my god. This is also my own fault. The last 2 tokes I've been like, can I need to clear this? This is really fucked. And then I didn't, and now it's completely flawed. Why? I know why I'm a retard, but hey, I'm a retard. 3, 2, 1, tote! Okay. Giles said, "No, I'm not. I have the keys and your fucking double chin fucking gone. Your truck might as well be in the creek. I'm gonna get up and slap my dick across your face. There's shit in your truck. What are you gonna do? Fire me? I'm the smartest fucker there, and I have a GED. You get dumber just by me fucking looking at you. My boy words and numerate you. Just a fucking squirt. Like a crusty shit covered baby giggling in the flowers." Damn, bro, that's some imagery. Garland said, "You know what? I might leave your spunky ass here writhing in agony and come back to strangle you in your fucking sleep. Or you can just put the keys on my desk. You're on leave." John said, "Fine, I'll see you at the golf club, bitch. Chillin'." Took him almost an hour to wiggle one of his arms out, squeezing his cast, his finger through the buckles. Squeezing his cast, his finger through the buckles at his side with a gasp. Wait, what? Squeezing his cast. His fingers fit through the buckles? I feel like there's a word missing here. This don't make any sense. But like if it fits through, fit in, or whatever, that makes more sense. That's what I would assume. Buckles at his side with the gasp, finally free, used his middle finger, thumb to release his other arm and stand up. Like, I can't believe how many times people, like, get out of handcuffs and there isn't, like, a countermeasure where it's just, like, we don't care if we're gonna, like, fuck up your wrists. We're just literally hammering that shit down. And if it hurts, well, you shouldn't have done whatever got you in the handcuffs. Right? But it's, like, something that's, like a cast. Right? It's like, why would he want to get out of the cast? Right? It's like, is the cast, like, attached to something? Right? It's like, how is he maneuvering through it? Also, wasn't this, like, recent? So wouldn't it just, like... I'm imagining the cast being, like, over his fingers like this and then going down his arm, right? Something like that? Or is it, like, just up to, like, the wrist? He's got to do something to, like, stop the bleeding and stuff like that, right? And there's got to be, like, some sort of, like, numbing agent, bacterial shit that you want to put on that to fucking stop that shit. Just imagining. I don't know. I'm probably just overthinking. In Gary's rage, he had left his raincoat and hat on the chair in the room. Giles stood up and put them on. Giles sat in the nighttime clinic for some time, looking for another strange over the top of his old stranger? Nah, they wrapped him and left. Well, I assume he was, like, wrapped in, like, the fucking, like, security blankets for, like, crazy people, right? Like, not quite a fucking, I hate how I don't have words. I want to punch myself in the fucking straitjacket. Straitjacket. Why can I come up with such good ideas, but I can't fucking think of words? Looked like a hobo missing 2 fingers, not a guilty deputy. Giles sat around for a long time before he stood up and walked to the counter of the woman up front. He asked, "Here's your phone?" Tim told him. Sounds like Garland didn't know how well armed the CIA was, and he wants a scapegoat before re-election. Giles muttered into the phone receiver, standing in front of mourning families in the hospital looking like a cook. Wait, what? The fuck is a cook? I don't think I've ever heard this, like, spelling of this. The fuck do you mean by cook? And it's not underlined, so this is like an actual word. What the fuck does it mean? Trial said. Scapegoat? Clown. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. I have never heard that before. Thank you, Prol, for introducing a word into my vocabulary. Fuck yeah. To all the cooks out there. Giles said, scapegoat. This is your fault, Tim. I can count on 2 fingers the exact moments that you fucked us. Barrett said, calm down. I'm coming to get you. You're not fucked, Giles exclaimed. Oh, yeah? We're pretty fucked, Tim. And on the totem pole of fuckedness, I am the big fucking wooden eagle on the top right now. And it's all you, baby. Moss breath, fucking George of the jungle. Screw you and your fucking pseudo hat. Is that pseudo? Swede? I don't know how to pronounce that. Pseudo was the first thing. But I'm like, doesn't that have a P in front of it? It's like pseudo. It's suede. Suede. Oh, like fashionable. Ah. Yeah, it's a fancy leather. Okay. Cause that shit's like expensive, right? Tim said. You have every right to be, and that's why he like likes his hat, right? And it's like makes me surprised that he didn't take his hat. Right now, unless this is you activated my trap card moment. If this is a you activated my trap card moment, how many times, right? Because that's something is like, you just let him fucking do whatever he wants. Like, do they not understand the lengths he's willing to go? And then I'm like, hold on, maybe they do, and they want him to. And this could be an entire setup also from like a third party as well. I don't know. Put our heads together. Bob is nowhere to hide now. He's out in the public with whatever is left of his army. You have to think of something. Giles put the receiver immediately to his lips and looked around. Yeah, we know the CIA is specifically looking for them, and Giles does not. Yeah. Angrily tithing his teeth in the microphone in a low growl. And he's in a hospital literally filled with them. Yeah. I'm gonna get a pay raise. I'm going on disability. Going overtime pay. You're doubling my retirement fund. I get a fucking medical allowance until I die. It's coming out of your paycheck, too. Gary wants Tim for $9,000 so far. Called your fucking bank already. Tim said, you don't have an account. But you can't do that to someone's bank account. It's like instantly calling him out on it. And I love how it's like Giles bluffed. Yeah, well the CIA can. Not, I told Garland, you signed a resignation. I have to sign as a witness when it gets to the station. The depth of fucking corruption in that sentence is fucked. Tim said, holy shit. It was quiet for a moment. Tim realized not only was Giles in more or less the permanent protection of the sheriff's department, and gotten Jesus Christ, and gotten them to believe Tim himself was gone. Did they make a deal with him? Giles even say so. Can play ball too, remember, he's the smart one. Yeah, so he's like, I'm willing to play what it takes because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is catching Bob. Right? And they know that, like, the conventional means have not worked. So this has to come at it from, like, a completely different angle. He also covered Tim successfully. That's what I don't understand about it. It's like, Tim seems like a fucking retard and Giles is trying to tell him what the fuck to calm down. But Tim is just, like, impeding on everything. And it's just like, dude, sit down. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my god, right? Gave him nothing, and in turn, he gave them free rein to cause hell. Because it's like, you have to, like, poke these people before they show themselves, right? Enrage Gary to distract him. Yeah. And then he's gonna, like, show his true colors, right? And then it's you activated my trap card moment. For what he had just seen, he felt like they would cop him out. And he's also stirred. He's just like, fine, I'll get you guys away with this. It's like, it's in his better interest at the end of the day, right? Because it's like I said, like, the whole point is to catch Bob. You can use whatever resources you can. Why would you fire and get rid of someone who's going to help you get to that point, even if there's the disagreement and he's done some fucked up shit? It's like, you know, we're going to have to at some point look past this for the greater good. And that's like a risk evaluation, right? Of being like, is it worth it? Do we think that we could ever get Bob without him? And I don't think they could. I think they're too retarded. Giles doesn't know he's killed 4 people. Well, it wasn't necessarily intentional, right? It's an outcome of an action. Where it's like butterfly effect almost. It's like when you impede with someone's, like, shit, right? And then it's like innocent bystanders kind of get in the way. So, like, what level is it, like, your fault or whatever? Giles told him no shooting unless absolutely necessary. Yeah, and that let him get out of control, right? Because they have to take him alive. But they don't know which one is which because of the decoys. So now they're spread, like, super thin on top of being, like, fucking... basically getting, like, mandated from the authority top down that it's like the means that you're using to apprehend him, you can't do that. Establishes a conflict coming between them. Yeah. And he's like, dude, I'll just blow a hole in all their fucking heads. Fuck it. Right? And then it becomes like the rebellion of it. And then it's like, well, you're out, so you can't do anything. So now he's like really a rebel. Because he's just kind of taking things into his own hands, right? Or they would cop him out. Maybe they would both retire tonight. Bob must have been shot down already. He'd be surprised. They didn't bring out miniguns yet. Yeah, I can just imagine like 6 military helicopters with like miniguns shooting down guys in like fucking leather masks. So like running through the streets. And because of his fingers, he didn't see what Tim saw, and Tim feels no sympathy. Kinda cause that. He already like traumatized. He's just a normal guy. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like you're getting in too deep with this shit. And it's like, that's the difference between like just being a normal police officer and being like part of the CIA. Right? There's like a whole completely different compartment that has to go with that. Right? Expectation, existence, understanding, coping, right? Especially when it's like 90% you're like playing both sides, right? You're playing like all 3 sides. So it's like one slip up. I mean, I always go back to it, but it's the Inglourious Bastards, like the smallest slip up is what will give you away, right? Oh, there's CIA agents in the lobby with you. Buddy, I need you to look around this hospital. Coming to get you. Giles didn't say anything. For every person you see, every other person is like an in-disguise CIA agent. That's the reality that we live in. Tom said, okay, pick someone random. Mediator of some sort. Someone with class. Tell them this phone call is for them. Then pick another man. Preferably one guarding the door. Tell them that the black cabinets on the compound are secure. Have him take you to the morgue. Giles said, what? Tim said, I know you have a paintographic memory, or whatever it's called. Do it. Wait, is he talking about photographic, but he's just retarded? That's fucking funny. That's like the perfect use of dialogue to show like the character's like intelligence level. It's just such an eye roll. I mean, I fuck up with words, but like I don't even know how you come to paintography. I'm like trying to reverse engineer this, and I'm like, this is a mind beyond mine. This is a whole bottom level of dimension I will never be able to reach. Giles put the phone at the counter. The first CIA agent was far more formal and common after the incident tonight, for they all wore civilian clothes to blend in with the people in the town as part of their anonymity. On the other hand, these guys looked like the guys in the movies. Something from the Manchurian Candidate. Yeah, we know they're going to be instantly activated when we need them to. Right? That's what we've been building up to this entire time. That's what the replacement measure is for. And also the audience knows that this guy who doesn't load or make stuff up has a photographic memory. He's just living his own reality inside of everyone else's, like, imagined existence. Right? Like, he's the only one who's actually real. Actually wants to change anything. Actually has a plan. Actually is going to do anything. Everyone else is just bringing home their paycheck. First guy had gray and black hair, slicked back with some kind of pomade. And yes, you understood why I chose Manchurian Candidate in this very serious scene. I'm setting that idea up, yes. I fucking love it. It didn't have the big blacked out sunglasses or anything like that. He had a navy blue suit. They all kind of wore mismatched colors, but they did wear suits, like in the movies. Their officer rank was obviously not what he'd been told. When he approached Giles, he said, "What do you want, man?" Giles, pulling the hat off the top of his head, unbuttoned the top button of his jacket, revealing part of his nightgown. See, it's like, even like the simplest gestures of things are like instant reveals in and of themselves. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm letting you in on this. That's a favor right there, bro. He could show them his deceit partially. Right, and still that he was a man of espionage. Pulled his police badge from his back jacket pocket. He cupped his forefingers over most of the top of it. Only the bottom raised the badge's gold color. Poked out from underneath. Excuse me. Could have said anything as the top of his raincoat covered it. Sly enough to be a show of rank, but not identifiable enough to mean anything. That way they don't know if you're a cop, if you're an FBI, if you're a CIA, so they can't pin it down. All they know is the badge is a badge of authority. Giles pointed to the man at the door and then whispered to the man in front of him, "Get me the enforcer. The man on the phone wants to speak to you." The two men turned to each other. The agent that Giles spoke to snapped to him, said to the man guarding the door, "Get first blood up here to wherever he needs to go. Get first blood here, up." Wait, okay, I'm confused now. Is First Blood the name of, like, the thing? Or, like the group? Like, the cult? First Blood, the book came out. The reference is going over my... Like, I get that it's Rambo, but I don't get how it connects. Oh, wait, because Giles is crazy? Wait, is it because Giles is crazy? Yeah, too. But isn't this... I'm so confused. Because this is I'm lost. I missed something. If an American read this, they might just laugh. Okay, I think I fundamentally misunderstood it, right? I was so confused, and I'm like, he's talking about a person. He's not talking about the book. Maybe he's referring to a strategy, but I think that's like pushing it, right? Get first blood here, up to wherever he needs to go. Get him some clothes, because that's what he's referring to him, right? Because it's like he's like kind of like a newbie. He looks like a homeless movie character who is a vet, and in that book he fights against the police force, so it's kind of double layered. That's all. Okay. Charles followed the guard down a long stairwell, racing to the bottom. Not a movie character yet. Ah, I see. Guard asked. Because this time period now is like the 1977 or something like that, right? What is my directive, sir? Charles asked. Take me to the morgue, quickly, guard asked. What are we looking for? Charles asked. I don't know. On the phone, Barrett listened. 73, but there will be time jumps. Okay, yeah, so it's in the 70s. On the phone, Barrett listened to the man breathing into the microphone, waiting for a command. He didn't say a word. Barrett said in a slow, foggy tone, trying to disguise his voice. What did you do? Why is there an evacuation of a whole neighborhood? A whole country, a whole county. Barrett turned away from the phone he was looking at. He was standing inside the house on Brown Street now. There was nothing but the living room left. The smell was acrid and his mask was off. He blended in now. He didn't have to hide it. He was a man so slick with grime that he would never be recognized like this again. This reminds me of the time when my sister convinced a waiter I was a homeless person. Not by anyone. On the wall in front of them, on a tan, olive-colored piece of painted over drywall, there was a massive image made of lines in red paint, fine shadows and massive strokes. The story was great. The best part about the story is that I just thought the interaction with the waitress was the weirdest interaction I've ever had with a waitress, and my sister didn't tell me that until like 4 or 5 years later. And she didn't even know that I didn't know. It just came up in like conversation with stories that we were talking about. And then I was like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? And she was like, wait, what? And it was just like this great fucking moment. I'd be like, how did you not know? And I was like, how would I know? God damn it, you guys keep everything from me. Keep all the good stories from me. On the wall in front of them, on a tan, olive-colored piece of painted over drywall, there was a massive image made of lines in red paint, fine shadows and massive strokes. They evoked the height of what appeared to be a canyon collapse. What looked like pieces of metal hundreds of feet high in the air, combined with stone at the top. Chains crossed across the sky in a massive X shape, blocking out the clouds. It was obvious that multiple people had worked on this. In the center of the quarry, the dead beasts and primeval champions. There was a mountain rising into the sky, adorned with crucifixes and headstones, moving and bubbling. Everything was in dark, deep water upon the mountain that shook and trembled from the moving debris. 10,000 graves were breaking open, and the dreaded cadavers, like the imagery of Jolly Rogers by dead seaward captains, floated to the heavens, clawing their way to absolution. And this is like one of the first times he's like evolving the ability to like see this shit, right? Like this is still Giles, right? Like we haven't moved back to Bob yet, right? And this is like his inference, or is it Tim? Tim that's trying to do it. I fucking don't remember. Tim said, tell the man highest rank. This is Tim, okay. Highest rank at the hospital. The equipment has been recovered. Computers, the chains, thank you. In the burned down house. Okay, yeah. Tim looked at the image of the vision, the prophecy. Whatever it meant, it depicted clearly one thing. Supremacy above this. No fear of the sabers that cut them down over death itself. How is this? Is this just spelt wrong? Okay, it's just subres. I don't know. It's sabers. I'm not sure. Don't ask me. He walked onto the lawn. The dead, naked crowd on the floor were left behind. As the CIA left. Now, Only the men and women he saw leaving the trucks were left behind, stripped completely of their white uniforms. Dead dreamers were defending the obliterated wooden crates. The silver chains inside of each of them ran across the majority of the yard now, black, charred, brittle in places like burning geysers mounted the dead like anthills. The wearing no armor were drones. Okay. Side of the metal flame, retardant cabinets, green computer lights blinked like the same tech of the simulation. Same blink, Lundy's alien machine. 'Cause they basically blew it up, right? But it's still got compartmental pieces to it that you could, like, salvage, right? Barrett walked across the street. And that's, like, the main reason why the CIA would want to be there, right? To make sure that no one else gets a piece of that. Woods were nice and cool. Ripped his shirt off and kicked the house store down. Ran his head under the sink, getting as much dust and sweat and blood off as he could. Turning the lights on, an old man sitting in a recliner stared at him. He had a sagging throat like a turkey, 2 large bifocal lenses in his face. Looked up wearily at Tim before he flicked open the switchblade. "Get out of my house, hippie," he yelled. "Hey man, I was just trying to get care." Did you skip the chapter about the chains? Wait, what? What chains? I'm pretty sure I didn't skip anything. No, here it is. The silver chains ran across the majority of the yard now. Black, charred, brittle in places, like burning geysers. Because I said this wrong. Mounding the dead like anthills. Okay. Inside of the metal flame retardant cabinets, green computer lights blinked like the same tech in the simulation. They're everywhere, man. Same blink of Lundy's alien machine. It's like so much chain. Well, like you said, it was like thousands of like it could have been an entire kilometer of chain, if not multiple kilometers of chain. And now it's just fucking everywhere. Right? I need a drink and a piss. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's what I thought. Guys, my book chopped or goated? Keep it 100, no cap. I think it's cool. It's really interesting. It combines a couple of different genres. It's really well, like, structured and paced out. I love the back and forth between the characters. I mean, maybe it's just me because I'm good at this, but it's like, I like the fact that there are times when it's like I feel like I'm lost in the story. Right? Again, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's like one of those things of it's like it's challenging me, right? I feel like the story is challenging me to go above and beyond, to be able to be like, okay, what is this actually? Right? Okay, you can say it this way, but what is it really? And is that really what it is, or is this just what is perceived? Since this is no one cared. Well, I'm not gonna lie, right? Like, I don't look at the fucking number, but I always just assume there's fucking, you know, everyone who's here is like on a second monitor, like playing a video game, doing their own writing, and like, or like AFK sleeping, or just lurking, or some shit like that, right? So it's like the fact that like the chat is not active, to me, is not an indication of viewership, because like the essence of parts of the stream are essentially just like me reading an audiobook and talking about shit. So it's understandable that there isn't, like, at certain times, I mean, we're 8 hours into the stream too, right? Why there isn't like that much engagement, right? It's like facilitating a place where you don't have to watch the stream, you're just listening to the stream, which means, you know, you might not clicked on the chat, which means you're probably not gonna chat, right? Like Relic playing Dead by Daylight in the background, right? I mean, that's what that's what I literally do, right? I'd like put Asmon on and I'll be like scrolling through Twitter, and then like an interesting movie is talking about something and I'm like, wait, what is this? And then I'll like switch over to the tab to be like, oh yeah, I saw that on Twitter, yeah. See, I saw it before you, bitch! I win! Or I'm like watching Quinn or something like that, right? It is what it is. Side. And the whole time I'm like world crafting, right? It's like most of my like X scrolling is like political stuff for world building, right? Like, how do people at the top actually like feel, do, and what? How can you realistically replicate that, right? What goes on in the real world that I could capitalize on? So when people are like, you're obsessed with politics, and I'm like, well, I'm obsessed with politics because in this day and age, they're so extreme, they give me great ideas. Damn, I never would have thought about that. Like the whole Carney thing of like, hey, let's bail out all of these massive businesses and say fuck the little guy. Oh yeah, and now that Saskatchewan and Alberta both want, and Quebec wants separatism, we're gonna hold our strangle on them and we're gonna sell all of their land to China. Then they won't have any control over it. It's like, yep. I guess that's just how it works, right? And again, I mean, that comes down to like blaming the public for allowing people to do it. If you allow people to walk all over you and take advantage of you, they will. I mean, I love this quote, Churchill quote. All it takes for evil to succeed is good men to do nothing. I believe I am a good man, and I do nothing. Thus, evil prevails. So I cannot complain. And even books is I wave a pretty matter in front of your face, pick a random number in my head, and you follow the pretty banner in your head, and then when I reach that number of turns in my head, I shine a flashlight in your face and give you a dog treat, and then I pick a completely different number and keep going. And some in this industry call that suspense. I mean, it's structure, right? Just because you can analyze the structure and understand the structure of it doesn't remove the magnificence of what it is. Right? So, like with me, with Relic, with the foundation of, like, formulaic outcomes, right? It's like, obviously, I'm, like, what's the word? Not open. Fuck, what's the word? Transparent enough that someone can reverse engineer my entire thought process of creativity. Even though I think that's an amazing feat and that's awesome. And I think that's a good thing on me for creating, like, the structure that allows someone to build off of. Right? Now read about the little old man in the recliner. Yeah, I'm like, what is this guy doing? And it almost made me, because I was like, wait, is this Tim's house? Or did he just, like, come out of nowhere, right? Like, what the fuck is going... Isn't this the house that burnt down? Why is there some random fucking guy sitting in the chair? Is he, like, part of the cult? I'm just like, here's comes the twist! Side of the metal flame retardant cabinets, green computer lights blinked with the same tech of the simulation. Same blink of Lundy's alien machine. I walked across the street. The woods were nice and cool. Ripped his shirt off and kicked the house's door down. Ran his head under the sink, getting as much dust and sweat and blood off as he could. Hey man, it is what it is, but did you really have to kick the door down? I mean, there was a guy in there, you know. You could have just asked. I'm like, does the building look like abandoned? Right? Like, is this a, hobo? Right? You just assume from the way that the yard looks that it's like abandoned house. Ripped his shirt off. It's rough out there, man. Oh, yeah, I assume, right? You've had, like, half of the city at this point, right, is, like, on alert. You've got, like, ambulances, you got, like, fire trucks, you got, like, cop cars trying to, like, run down, like, what, 15 or 16 different people that are, like, scattered across, all after, like, completely exploding a house? And tricycle through that living room window? Oh, yeah. The things people do, man, I fucking love it, Pearl. Okay, so we're down here. It's the person. Tim looked alarmed. But the man didn't move. He stayed relaxed in his recliner. Tim ignored him. Man yelled for help as Tim wandered into the dark of the man's bedroom. Took a massive pair of underwear and t-shirt from Las Vegas bowling alley, and they looked up and saw the stupid-shaped veteran of foreign war hat in the man's mirror. Wait, did you just take this guy's underwear? What the fuck? You're taking some random guy's fucking... skivvies? What? Looked like a damn Boy Scout hat. Put it on and walked over to the man, aimed his revolver down at him. Keys! His underwear are rancid. I mean, I just wouldn't wear any underwear, right? Like, I wouldn't risk wearing... Like, I'd take their pants. And their shirts. I'd just go commando. I ain't trusting their fucking underwear. Fuck that. That's nasty. All I can hope is that, like, they aren't like me and, like, go commando. Because then it's like I'm basically grabbing their fucking underwear. Such is the world, guys. Again, these things are what keep me up at night. These are the thoughts that prevent me from sleeping. Tim plays football, man. Oh, so he's just like one of those guys, it's like you just trade shit off. No one really gives a fuck. I just made a random guy. Like, what if he has, like, genital warts, dude? What the fuck? Old man tried to jab him and said, take off my hat. Barrett said, I need it to sneak around. Stood back, slow reach of the man, very far from him, no matter how he lunged. The man said, your disguise is shit. You would have been obliterated in Nam. You wouldn't have made it a week. Tim said, actually, that was a lie. I'm not gonna wear it. I'm gonna wipe my ass on it and set it on fire on your porch in the middle of the night. Give me your keys. Clicked his revolver. The man said, shoot me, boy. Go ahead. You got a plate in my head. Tim said, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna make you wear your shitty hat, all shitty shit hat. How would you feel after that? Barrett just walked around him finally, shining his flashlight around, looking for the keys. Veteran said, what kind of hell is this? I don't get it. Barrett curiously turned back. He asked, don't get what? The old man said, Streamers. How the fuck is he in the know? He didn't do anything to deserve this. Is this like a local thing? Like it's something within the community that people know, but like they just don't talk about? So it's like common knowledge within like a certain area? Because like that's where they operate? And it's like it's kind of done in public, but yeah, they're infamous? Yeah, okay. Perfect. Barrett said, yeah, maybe you did. He realized as the man said that. Maybe there was a specific reason Robert wanted to live on Brown Street. They shut down city council. Yeah, because, like, Brown Street seems to be, like, a very specific ghetto that they're in, right? And, like, they're kind of have, like, a protective essence towards this if it's, like, their home, right? But I'm guessing it's because they have, like, a control structure and an infrastructure that works out of this street that, you know, losing this as, like, a home base would cause problems with, like, communications and, like, interactions and, like, stuff like that. And they wouldn't be able to, like, you know, pull these kinds of things off because they wouldn't have the networks that they needed to, like, stay safe, essentially, and stay hidden. That would be my assumption. Harry said, yeah, maybe you did. Realized as the man said that. Maybe there was a specific reason Robert wanted to live on Brown Street. Some sort of penance, surely. Over him or others? Tim thought. I need Giles. Outside, rolling out of the driveway, Barrett looked out against Brown Street, completely abandoned. Maneuvered slowly around the backyards until he got to the hills, and the cars had cleared. He saw the conquest of an ancient empire, blown out windows and burned roofs like the wrath of a more primitive time. Shadow puppets of castles set ablaze by such the vicious dragon. Bob's breath cascaded across the mountainside as he fled, eyes so darkened as he killed the earth beneath his feet. Barrett pictured the face of death, with a pendulum of steels flaying these decimated acres. Tim, the lonely knight, set upon it to discover the beast's grave. The vividry of it. The vividry. The vivid imagery of it. Someone who is in the know. Vengeance would be slow, difficult. Bob was translucent, like a vapor. He threw the old man's car downtown to a red brick hospital. Finding a stall on the top floor of the parking garage, chased into the hospital. Beneath him, down in the cellars, the CIA agent clicked his shoes impatiently on the floor as Giles looked around at the dead bodies. Giles thought, what does Tim want me to find? And that Garland said machine fire. And that had killed them didn't jar him. He'd already drained most of the blood from the bodies that night. With so much blood, it posed a biohazard risk. Sounds about right. Giles took him. Get out! Told him, get out! CIA agent left the room and stood by the door. Giles opened all of the drawers, ripping open each body bag, climbing on the swinging shelves to reach the top ones, pushing them all shut. He had to use his palms for everything. Back for pushing, and even that caused insane pain right now. His nerves were fried, past delirium. Giles looked at one face, he stopped, recognized him immediately. Can you imagine, like, having your fingers, like, cut off and then, like, flexing your hand? Holy fuck, dude. Like, I can barely, like, flex my rib and it's like a tiny cartilage fucking thing. Ah, God, I couldn't imagine. Especially, like, after it's been, like, enough time that, like, all of the shock wears off and it's like you're fully feeling it. On nomads doing footwork. Yeah. Like, holy shit. Recognized him immediately. The driver of Bob's red truck in front of the shopping center. The one the kid threw an axe into. Giles looked around, picked up the body tag, reading that each box was completely blank. No name. Imagine buff young men, 70s action heroes with tight tank tops. I'm for it. Plow me any day of the week, bro. They're like Hardy Boys? I like it. Giles reached into his jacket pocket next to his revolver, grunting, and pulled out his pocket knife, laying the man's hand flat against the table he signed. That's these two's vibe. Giles said, listen, personal experience. You're not missing out on the losing it part. flashed his hands up, showing the dead body his injuries. He said, "Yeah." Giles leaned down, put his weight down, and cut off the man's thumb, mashing it down like overly tender steak. Thumbed the thumb between his two thumbs, pinkies, trying to stay out of the way of the writhing, dying worms. Well, that's one way to escalate the level of decay. I mean, I knew they'd been here for a while, but yeah, that's maggotness. This is the guy that crashed the truck into Emily and punched the shit out of Lundy and got killed with the axe throw. I mean, he deserves it all, right? Fuck, he whispered. He had no control of his hands. He put the thumb on his coat and shut the drawer, running out of the room. Outside, the CIA agent guarding the door told him, "Right this way, Giles." Deputy hung his head. "Great, we work for the CIA now." Tim was wearing a hoodie on top of his new Las Vegas shirt, strutting into the lobby and up to the 3rd floor. Giles was walking up the stairs of the CIA agent as Tim passed them on the way down. Tim never said their names. He's hiding something, right? Two did not recognize each other. As Tim ran to his hospital room, off the floor with the sheriff's name on the wall, he found Giles' room. Because it's like he recognized them, right? "Giles," he shouted. And he was gone. Oh shit, that's it. I was expecting 2 more lines or 3 more lines. "Giles!" he shouted. And he was gone. Holy fuck. Damn. Because yeah, you got the action, you got the suspense, you've got the stakes, you've got the anticipation, you've got the character communication, you've got breaking down in communication, right? And yeah, that shit's good. Escalation, we now know more things, right? There's that bit that presses us in the right direction. Now, the question is, what is next? They're gonna find a decoy, right? That's gonna be something they're gonna have to I don't know if they're gonna have to torture them, but something like that. But we know that these people are fucked anyways. Even if they did that, they'd never get anything out of them. So I think these guys are, at least Giles is smart enough to understand that, the decoys aren't worth it. What you have to do is you have to try and find the one that's actually the intelligent one. And neither could say it over the phone. Both thought that the other guy was on a deal with the CIA. Yeah, and they're tapping the phone so they can't say anything because they didn't want to out themselves, right? But it's they're pretty damn sure where their positions lie right now, right? Giles is a big old truck, though. Like a Hummer? Or a Semi? Tim's full wolf, man. Yeah, he just seems to just not give a fuck. He'll just go with the flow, right? Shoot first, ask questions later, bro. But I don't have a gun, so sucks to be you, because it's gonna take a while. Oh god. I love it though. Alright, so we got Citizen fucking Vigilante. Okay? Okay? I'm gonna go make some nachos. And we're gonna watch the movie. Are you guys ready for this? This is gonna be unapologetically my opinion. Look up a C-255 truck. Okay, so that's military grade Hummer. With the cargo storage on it, right? Yup. Sounds about right. Here he has this with a full raised bed and massive headlights on top of the cage back. That's badass. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go make some food. It's probably gonna take me a little bit. Mud running, oh my god. Mudding, like in BC, like fucking going mudding and shit like that. My friend's parents, like every weekend, take their fucking massive Hummer out and just fucking get drunk and drive around in the fucking forest. Mom gave it to him. No, Giles just is keeping it. Nice. Fuck yeah. Can we imagine what his mom was like? Anyways, I'll probably be like 10 minutes. We'll make some full-fledged food and shit, right? And then we'll start the meeting. So, we shall return. I'm gonna take a time. And then, fuck, I never remember. Crispy steak. Is that like where you put it on like a super hot temperature and you like fry the outside? So it's like crispy on the outside and it's like juicy on the inside? Because I hear like crispy steak and I think of like my mom's well done roast. I'm just like, ruined it! 3, 2, 1, toke. She just fucking sucks, so she is like my mom. So unfortunate. It's so fucking unfortunate. Fortunate thing is I was introduced to rare meat like when I was like 18. So I didn't have to grow up. I only had to grow up that way. I didn't have to experience like freedom of life that way. Right? I didn't have to like think that that's all there was and just never know any different. My friend saved my life on that one. Fuck man. Now I want steak. 3, 2, 1, toke. I shall return.